They should be with Edmund Riven. Unless they are with Giles Riven. But that means, he says, that means what you are saying is if those men are Giles Riven's men, then Giles Riven is here, in this castle. He is in the keep even now, with Grey and with King Henry. And she nods, and he feels a warmth come over him, despite the coldness of the wind and of the stones that surround him. And suddenly he is sure of it. My God, he thinks, Giles Riven is here. Chapter 14. They are on watch at prime, standing to in the grey dawn, listening to sheep bleat and gulls cry, witnessing the world emerging through the murk of cloud out to sea, watching light fill the castle and reveal its contained world, a tented village from which hearth smoke whispers in trembling ribbons. A thin rain persists. Soon the bell in the church in the village rings the Angelus, sounding hollow in the morning's cold, and Katherine cannot stop herself shivering like a greyhound, and Thomas tells her it is a good sign. It is when you stop shivering you must worry, he says. It is all right for him, she thinks. He seems immune to the cold. She wonders if it is because he was brought up on that farm, in those hills, or because he is so big. Surely it is no accident that you only see thin people and thin dogs shiver. Thomas is solid with muscle, and always, even in the direst circumstances, he looks to be thriving. He is almost impossible to feel sorry for, in that regard at least. Of course, he looks miserable now. They both do. They have spent the night awake, pacing the walkway, racking their brains, trying to remember what happened that day at Towton, trying to envisage a set of circumstances that might place a dead man alive at the centre of the court of an exiled king. In the early hours she persuaded herself she must be mistaken about him, and that Riven must be dead, must be interred with all the others who in the weeks that followed the battle were rolled into huge stinking pits, just as he deserved. But now, at dawn, she believes she is right, that Riven is alive, and that she, and Sir John, and Richard Fakenham, have lived these last few years in a fool's paradise, basing their belief that he was dead on flimsy hope and wayward supposition, on an absence of proof rather than a presence. She watches as a couple of oxen pulling carts of steaming night soil are lashed through the inner postern gate. There are lines of men on the walkway pissing over the curtain walls, and she looks for any in white livery with that distinctive spread of black birds, but sees none. But if Giles Riven is alive, Thomas starts, as if in reply to something she'd said. He would not be here, would he? He would be with his son. He would be at Cornford. It is a question they have gone over again and again all night, and yet they remain incredulous. But then what are those men doing here if he's not? Perhaps that livery is all they have left to them. It looked worn. She nods. It is possible, she supposes. But surely they would have taken up with another lord, one who would look to their welfare and give them his livery to wear in return. Now Thomas nods. But if Giles Riven is here, that means he is with King Henry, while his son is with King Edward. A father against his son, it is unnatural. But perhaps, she says, perhaps they are not against one another. Perhaps they are waiting to see which way the tree will fall. Thomas considers this and shakes his head. It is too cunning for him. No, he says, that is too much, surely. And would King Henry trust the father while knowing the son stands with King Edward? No, nor would King Edward trust the son while the father stands with King Henry. They can only have taken up arms against one another, however unnatural that seems. She tries to imagine how that might come about, and remembers the moment the father and son attacked her in the snow, years ago now, and she thinks that such men might easily fall out with one another, and if they did, daggers would soon be drawn. Perhaps Thomas is right. We will hear when Jack gets back, she says. She looks down now and watches Horner crossing the bailey, leaving a track in the dew. He is leading Jack and another man carrying the ale bucket and the bread bag towards the kitchens. They no longer trust Thomas to get the right thing without causing a fight. Thomas, meanwhile, is staring out to sea from where the rhythmic thump of the waves rises, and he is lost in thought, introvert and distant again. Every moment they have alone together is precious, so this time feels wasted. She joins him at the wall and puts a hand on his shoulder, conscious that someone, anyone, might see them. He slides a hand around her waist. Even when he is not here, even when he is dead, or might be dead, he ruins things for us, Thomas says. They stand for a long moment. She rests her head on his shoulder. Despite it all, she feels soothed, warmed by him, and she breaks away only very reluctantly, very late, when Jack comes up the steps with a costrel of ale and some oatcakes. "Well?" Thomas asks. Jack nods. "They are with this Giles Riven fellow," he says, "as you supposed. They're not rightly amicable company either, I have to say. But listen, Thomas, those two you crossed in the yard, they are out for you, the others said, meaning to cut you from groin to gizzard, so do not wander off down there in search of a game of chess or checkers." And though the confirmation comes as no surprise, Katherine feels a heavy press of sorrow and hopelessness. She closes her eyes momentarily and turns away. "Where are they billeted?" she hears Thomas ask Jack. "In the main gatehouse," Jack tells them, gesturing up the hill. "But he is not with them. He is with King Henry and the other nobs in the keep. His company are mostly Scots, in it for the money, of course. Some Lincolnshire men, and a few Frenchies too, with guns." Jack takes a bite of his oatcake and a long drink of ale. Then he leaves them, going back down the steps and off to watch the exercises in the inner bailey, hoping some of the Burgundian gunners will be there to give a demonstration, and Katherine and Thomas linger, since they have nowhere else to go. "By Christ," she murmurs, "it never gets much better, does it?" Thomas says nothing, and after a while she puts her hand on his arm, just as she has seen Isabella do with Sir John, and he places his palm over it, just as Sir John did with Isabella, and for a moment they are both still, and she feels a curious, melancholic contentment, a curious return to how it was. They watch Jack walk back up to the inner bailey. "I will have to find him and fight him again," Thomas says. "Riven, I mean. And this time, by Christ, I will kill him." "But how?" she asks. "He will be surrounded by his men, or if not his men, then King Henry's. You will never get close." She tries to imagine Thomas challenging him to some sort of trial by combat, or sticking him with a knife while they are out walking, but he will never get close enough to do that. Not with Riven in the keep on the hill, and besides, she can't imagine it. That is not Thomas. He is not a murderer. "If I see him with his men in the bailey, say, I might knock him down with an arrow," Thomas suggests, miming the action of loosing a bowstring, though only half-heartedly, knowing he never could. There is that, she supposes, but again, no. "There must be a way," he says, though he is at a loss. "It will come," she says. "It must." There is a long silence. They watch the comings and goings in the outer bailey. There is a strange atmosphere in this castle, she thinks, and wonders whether it is usual of all castles or unique to this one. Despite it not being under attack or under siege, it feels beleaguered, parlous, and even the men practicing their fighting, she sees now, seem to be going through their motions with little conviction. And how many men are here? Hundreds? Thousands, perhaps? How many thousands? 1, 2? There are others in the other castles, of course, but enough to make an army? And what of all the others needed to people an army, the cooks and brewers to keep men alive, the ostlers for the horses, and all those others, the smiths, the armourers, the bowyers, the fletchers, and the stringfellows? What about them? "It is not how I imagined it when we thought of handing King Henry the ledger," she says. "I thought he would have a proper army, something with which to challenge Edward." Thomas grunts. "Yes, but you know what this means now, don't you?" he asks. "With Giles Riven here, on King Henry's side, anything we do to benefit King Henry benefits him, while anything we don't do, if we don't give King Henry the ledger, that benefits the son. Their thoughts are circular, repetitive, always coming back to the same thing. Yes, she says. Either way we lose. He sighs again, and so does she. They have a foot in each camp, he says, waiting to see which way the wind blows. They are silent for a while, each wrapped in the same thoughts. But what if, she begins, what if we could provoke them to remove a foot, get one of them to jump into the other camp? How? He asks. And which camp do we want them both in? The ledger, she says. It is all we have, and it only weakens King Edward and strengthens King Henry, so we must use it to lure Edmund Riven to join his father. Here. They look around. It is not encouraging. Yes, she says, almost despite herself. The ledger will turn the tide, Thomas. You'll see. It will attract new men. That is all that is missing. It is as Horner says. And once Edmund Riven thinks King Henry will win, he will jump into his camp. Yes, she says. And then we ought both Rivens take the field with King Henry, and then King Edward beats them, as he did at Towton. Yes, she supposes. But if he does not, and if King Henry wins, he will naturally reward us for providing him with the ledger. With Cornford? At the very least, she says. She thinks of all the men who will lose their lives if this scheme comes to fruition. She thinks of another battle of Towton. Dear God, she thinks. Dear God. Now they hear Horner's feet hurrying up the steps. There you are, he says. Sir Ralph's been boasting to King Henry about your kit, and about Devon John's arm, and so now King Henry wants to see it, or what's left of it. So clean him up, will you? A clean shirt at least, and we're to present him to King Henry in the Great Hall before the bell is rung for sext. They'll have a decent fire going there at any rate, and we might find something to eat. So they wash themselves in water that is painfully cold to the touch, and then Horner gives them each a tabard coat of Sir Ralph's livery, never before worn, and saved for a moment such as this. They pull on the woolen cloths and tie them at their waists. It is pleasing to be wearing something, to touch something that is actually new and unworn. She is happy to see hers is too long, and hangs below her crotch. You do not need to shave, Kit, Horner says. It is half question, half observation. No, she says, or not often. We don't in my family. Looky, Horner grunts. Nothing more is said. Well, come on then, he says, and he turns. But now there is a moment's pause. Katherine feels her heart beating, and she is aware of the import of the moment. Thomas looks at her, and she looks at Thomas. Will they do it? Will they take the ledger to King Henry? Will they cast the dice, set the ball rolling? She opens her mouth to say something, she is not sure what, but Thomas has already bent and collected the ledger in its bag and has slipped it over his head so that it hangs, as usual, between his shoulder blades. And then they take an armpit each, and they haul Devon John to his feet. His legs are very weak. Ah, Horner laughs, he's like a foal. But they get him down the winding steps and support him all the way up through the inner postern gate and up past the men who are back in the inner bailey, back at their fighting practice, the rippling clang of their muffled instruments competing with the shouted instructions from the vintners and captains and the thick twang of bowstrings. Katherine sees no men in Riven's livery until they reach the kitchens, though, where 4 of them are menacing a boy over the price of a pig with bristles as red as a squirrel. She feels herself breathing more quickly in their presence, as if she is somehow there to be found out. What will you do if he is there in the room? She asks Thomas quietly. If he is sitting at the board with King Henry? I don't know, Thomas admits. He looks anxious. She tries again to imagine Thomas killing a man as he sits at his dinner board, but she cannot. Thomas is not that sort of man. Riven would have to attack him first, and then she thinks, my God, what if Riven recognises Thomas? He would attack him, surely. Riven is just that sort of man. I don't know if he would, Thomas hazards. He last saw me 5 years ago, when I was a canon with a tonsure. Still though, she says, you fought him, didn't you? You were eye to eye, and you let him live. He will never have been able to forget that. In that case, Thomas says, and he opens his brigandine to remove her the blade she herself sharpened while she was in the priory, tucked into the wadding under his armpit. She exhales. Christ, she thinks, if Riven recognizes Thomas, and that is all he has, then we are all dead, one way or another. We are like Daniel, she says, and he nods. Yes, he says, though these lions are armed with swords. The walk up to the great hall becomes a sombre affair, more like the approach to the headman's block, and Horner asks why they are so glum. They don't answer. Thomas is stern and mute, his face clenched, supporting waxy-faced Devon John, who is silent, concentrating on not falling or not being sick. It is hard to tell. At the steps up to the hall, the captain of the watch stops them. Having heard of Devon John's cutting, he is interested in the wound, as might be any man with cause to fear the same fate. "Did it hurt?" he asks, before he will let them pass. Devon John admits he does not remember anything of it. He has a low burr that makes him seem a simple soul, but Katherine has heard him swear and burble in his sleep, and call out for someone called Meg, and also for someone called Liz, and she knows there is more to him than he lets on. Devon John shows the guard his stump, which both delights and repulses him. He leans forward to prod it with an extended forefinger. "By the rude, man, that is disgusting. Put it away, and come on, you're late. King Henry will be at prayer before long." He turns and leads them hurrying up the steps, along a dark passageway, and through a side door where they are faced with a broad stretch of some blank cloth on a wooden frame. A musician in green sits on a stool in the shadows, glumly chewing a crust with his instrument propped against his knee. He watches with a puzzled frown as Thomas reaches over and gives Katherine's shoulder what is meant as a reassuring squeeze, and then, without a moment to hesitate, Horner shunts them from the darkness behind the screen and into the space of the hall itself, where their shuffling appearance silences the whispered conversations, and the hurrying servants are stilled, and 20 pairs of bored eyes turn their way. She searches quickly. Where is he? Where is Riven? Which one is he? Will she recognize him, or will he recognize her first? Her gaze flicks from face to face. She knows what he will look like. She is sure of it. But no, none match. And beside her, Thomas, who perhaps will recognize the face of the man he once fought almost to the death, sighs a long plume of relief. Riven is not here. Thank Christ in his heaven. She breathes and sees Thomas pull his coat together to secrete the unwanted blade more thoroughly. The boards are arranged in a horseshoe, and down each length the men stare at Katherine and Thomas and Horner and Devon John with careless hostility. They are mostly men of a certain age, though there are 1 or 2 youths among them, and they are mostly of a certain type, pursed mouths in the broad, unchapped cheeks of those who need not spend their days beyond the threshold, and, save for the priests, they are dressed alike in elaborate hats, and their shoulders are extended by the padded cut of their gowns. And sitting, raised on a dais, half hidden behind a golden salt cellar the size of a child's head, is the man who should be the centre of it all, King Henry. But of all present, including the 2 priests at his sides, he is the least impressive. The face above his supine shoulders is soft and long, and he appears tentative, as if he feels he needs seek permission to do this or that, and he is never still, but he fiddles with the rings on his fingers, with his linen cloth, with the collar of his simple linen shirt, even the gold circle in his hair. The great hall is enormously high-roofed, elaborately beamed, with vast woolen tapestries on all 4 walls and tapering windows, fully glazed above. There is a place for a fire as big as some houses, she knows, and in its depths the flames sullenly consume an unseasoned log that hisses and steams, but throws out no heat. The boards along each wall are covered in very white cloths that hang low, and on them are various pots and dishes and trenchers piled with pastries and greenery and what look like small loaves. Sir Ralph Grey is at the end of the left-hand board, ruby-cheeked with drink, and now he leaps up and prances into the space between the two table wings, with his skinny shanks and his belly that bulges above his belt like a cooking pot. He bows low to King Henry, who smiles uncertainly back. "Your Grace," he begins, "sirs, allow me to share with you this marvel of the surgeon's craft." He introduces Devon John, or rather Devon John's stump, since Devon John himself is of no interest to the assembled company, and then he goes on to make extravagant claims as to his role in the cutting. Then he demands that Devon John exhibit his stump, and Devon John does so, pulling up his sleeve to expose it like the crowning head of a baby. There is a clatter of knives and spoons and a pushing away of bowls and trenchers, and the man nearest the stump mutters something about the love of God, but King Henry is interested. "May we see?" he asks. He looks around, as if seeking permission from the priests and the courtiers, and Grey pushes Devon John toward King Henry. Devon John walks the few paces, his stump leading the way. King Henry's expression over Devon John's head is hard to interpret. If he weren't the king, Katherine might think he was trying to empathise with Devon John, trying to imagine what it might be like to lose a limb. After a moment, he speaks. "We have a physician," he says in a fluttering voice, "who knows the movement of the planets and can tell the balance of our humours by the smell of our urine alone." The priest with no beard claps encouragingly and smiles at King Henry, as if owning such a thing is a great accomplishment. The others on the boards are silent. "We have been ill," King Henry continues, confiding in Devon John now. "They tell us that we did not move a muscle for a year, as if we were made of stone," they said, "like the carved image of a saint or martyr in one of our cathedrals, except we were soft. Our wife, the Queen, may God keep her safe, prayed for us, and we came back to her, and to our miraculous son Edward, may God also cherish him. They are in France now, do you know, undertaking their great task. We wish we were with them, or they with us, or we all in Windsor together." The beardless priest is delighted by his eloquence. Elsewhere, the silence persists. "Would you like to meet my physician?" King Henry asks Devon John. "His name is Master Payne. A good name for a physician, don't you think?" Devon John turns for guidance to Grey, who clenches his stained teeth and nods enough so that the tassel of his soft cap dances long after he is still again. Devon John says he would. King Henry raises his eyes to a nearby servant as if they hurt him, as if he has the flu, and the servant departs. King Henry returns his gaze to Devon John. He smiles almost apologetically, but says nothing, and the silence persists. Not even Grey says anything. After a while there is a shuffling, the noise of a musical instrument hitting the ground, and then, from behind the tapestry from which they themselves entered earlier, comes a tall man in a soft blue gown, slightly patterned, with a grey furred collar. He is tall, broad-shouldered, with a close-trimmed beard that suits him, and a lively "what now" expression on his handsome features. His cap, a tall red thing, obviously expensive, probably a gift, is perched just so on his fine black hair that hangs longer than the other men wear theirs, almost to the fur collar, and he moves quickly, unencumbered by harness or the weapons that seem to weigh other men down. The wool of his hose is very fine spun, and his shoes are wonderfully piked, and have never met mud. "I am sorry, Your Grace," Payne says. "I was attending to the patient." He has a fine voice, carefully enunciated, and King Henry beams at him forgivingly, but there is a stiffening of spines around the table, as if these men approve of neither the patient nor the physician. "How fares he today?" King Henry asks, blind to their reaction. "Is he in good spirits?" There is a moment's hesitation before Payne replies, "Thanks to your prayers, Your Grace, and God's ever-continuing mercy, of course, he is tolerably comfortable." King Henry bows his head to accept the praise. It is not, Katherine thinks, intended as pure praise, but rather has a weariness about it. "You are too modest, Master Payne," he says. "It is in part your skill that keeps him with us, of that I am sure, and with God's great blessings he will make a recovery, and return to us ever more determined to serve. But as we speak of wounds, pray take a look at this, a stump where this man's arm once was. I know nothing of these things, but they tell me it is cunningly done." Payne glances across at Devon John, then down at his stump. He looks again. His eyes sharpen. "Ah," he says, coming to cup the stump in his palm. It is cunningly done indeed. No burning, no dipping in tar, just stitched. Exemplary." "Yes," Grey intervenes. "My surgeon cut it off with a silver blade blessed by the Pope himself." "Thought you said it was the Bishop of Toledo," the man at the head of the board mutters. "I said that was the saw," Grey says. "And who is your surgeon?" Payne asks. "Here," Grey says. "Step forward if you please, master." And now the blood floods to Katherine's cheeks. She has not thought this through. She did not expect this. She cannot stand examination by all these men. Someone will say something. She does not move, but Grey is insistent. "Come, master," he prompts. "He is modest, your grace." And King Henry smiles, as if to say, as it should be. But he waits, and they all do too, and Payne cocks an eyebrow, and so now she must step forward. She feels naked, as if she were one of those women in the marketplace, and she withers within, wishing she did not fill her clothes at all, wishing she could now be set loose to run, but she can't, and Grey is smiling furiously. She steps forward. There is a muttering of incredulity from the men at the boards. "This boy? This scruff? No, surely." But Payne studies her and cocks his head to one side. He says, and she waits for it to come, for him to say something, for she is sure that this is the one, the man who will see straight through her stupid costume, and part of her, dear God, part of her wants him to. But instead he folds his arms and taps his lips with one finger, and says nothing more, but there is a smile on his lips that will not go away. King Henry, too, says nothing, but she can see he is just as surprised, and as well he might be, she thinks, for she is dressed even worse than King Henry. She is in an old linen cap to cover her ear, an overlarge tabard that hangs loose to below her codpiece, and her hose sag at the knee. Only her boots are good. She stands and is unsteady in them, and she can feel the sweat dripping and tingling on the lodestone that she keeps around her neck, and she wishes to God she were anywhere else but here. She bends her head to King Henry. "Your Grace," she says. And King Henry smiles uncertainly again, but Grey is going on. "I assure you, sirs," he says, "I saw it with my very own eyes. The boy cut the arm, first with a knife around, then with a saw." "A marvel," Payne says. King Henry turns to him. "Sir Ralph Grey of Castle Heaton begs us to allow his surgeon to see the patient," he tells Payne, and Payne closes his eyes for a moment, more in sorrow than in anything else, and she sees that he is in fact sensitive to the slight, though, she thinks, used to that sort of thing, as if he had, indeed, been expecting it. She is treading on his toes, she thinks, and wishes she weren't. "May I ask the master a question, your grace?" Payne asks. King Henry checks with the bearded priest if he might allow it, and the bearded priest nods impatiently through his eating, and so then King Henry allows it. Payne turns to her. She can hardly swallow for the lump in her throat, and she blushes warmly. Here it comes, she thinks. Here it comes. What will she do? Run? Back out into the bailey, and then... She has no idea. "Under whom did you train?" he asks. She can barely croak an answer. "Well?" Payne persists. I did not train under one single master, she says, but I have read widely and I have worked in numerous hospitals. Hospitals? He says. Where? She is about to answer when at the last moment she sees she has set herself yet another trap. If she answers Hereford, where she believes she learned the most, treating the wounded after the Battle of Mortimer's Cross, then the men here will naturally know that she was saving the lives of men who fought against King Henry, and now she sees that she cannot say Towton either for the same reason. But Thomas has seen the danger too. You said you would only ask one question, he intervenes, using that confident voice. Payne glances over at him. And who are you, sir? Only one question, Thomas repeats. Payne appeals to King Henry. But, your grace, he says. King Henry chuckles. The beardless priest laughs. It is as you asked, Master Payne, King Henry says. One question. Payne says nothing. He closes his eyes and takes a step back. King Henry is childish. She can see this is what he thinks. He makes a mock, gracious bow. Katherine turns to King Henry again. She must speak now, she thinks. She must show him the ledger. She will never have the chance again. She holds out her hand for the ledger that Thomas begins to swing from his shoulder. Your Grace, she begins, if I may... But then a bell rings above the distant chapel, and there is a moment of perfect stillness in the room, while everybody makes sure they are hearing what they think they are hearing. And then King Henry stands, and a moment later there is the scrape of the benches being pushed back as everybody joins him, and then they turn to their right, and the king proceeds out of the room through a door towards the tolling bell. The priests follow him, and then the other men who'd been at board. They file into a line behind King Henry, each face a character study of impatience or frustration or resignation, except for Sir Ralph, who glares at them as if they have somehow let him down, and the servants, mostly young men, who look as if they will develop into the same sort of men as those who are just now trooping out after King Henry, wait until the last back has filed through the door, and then there is a sudden flurry of violent action as they fall on the remains of the meal, snatching bread rolls and bowls of dense-looking stew from the table, and the victors guard their spoils and back away, retiring to different points of the room to gorge on their rewards.
CD 8.
Chapter 15. The summons from Sir Ralph comes after Katherine and Thomas have just finished the food they stole from King Henry's board, and the taste of the gravy-soaked crust and the white bread has barely faded from their lips. They are sitting by the hardly warm oven again when Horner comes up the winding steps. Sir Ralph is after an audience with you, Kit, he tells them. Something to discuss, sorry. Sir Ralph Grey meets them in the great hall where they were presented to King Henry earlier in the day. The boards have been cleared, dust motes whirl in the wan autumn light from the long windows, and the fire has died in its place. Grey, who has been celebrating the success of his audience with King Henry, is sitting on a coffer, smiling warmly at a long-nosed dog, busy with a beef bone. Ah, he says when he sees them. Ah! He stands and sits again, so that his head is slightly lower than theirs, his rheumy eyes peering up not unlike the dog's, and he smells strongly of his spirit. Boy, he says, addressing Katherine, master, I want you to see to this patient of the king's. To tell the truth, and this is absolutely... No. I want you to cure him. Do you see? Cure him. Why? Well, I've never met him. I can't speak for him. He may be a good Christian. He may not be, as I say. I don't know him. Never met him. I'm not one to judge. But the thing is, now, I need you to... She has to remain calm. What is wrong with him? She asks. Wrong with him? Grey says. Wrong with him? There's nothing wrong with him. He is as stout a Christian who ever walked God's earth, I dare say. As I say, I know people say things about him, how he turned his coat and betrayed his king, but I'll fight the man who says there is something wrong with him. He puts his hand on his dagger handle, but doesn't draw it. Then he switches character, becoming confiding. No, he says, the truth is, forget about him. The truth is, I've made a little bet. With tall boys, you know him? Moneybags, I call him, always got gold. Keeper of the king's purse. Or is he? I don't know, you tell me. Anyway, but as I say, if you can cure the patient, get him on his feet, strong enough to mount a horse, unaided, mind, unaided, no easy task at the best of times, then, well, I stand to gain a lot, and I mean rather a lot, of money. He draws the words out and taps the side of his nose. She is absently surprised at this being true. There does not seem like an awful lot of money about the place. But Sir Ralph, Thomas begins, what is his illness? Kit, Master Kit, cannot cure him if he is, I don't know, he cannot cure everything. Some things cannot be cured. Say no more, Grey interrupts, holding up a hand. Say no more. Quite understand. Can't cure everything, not a miracle worker, absolutely understood. But there is this thing, I should say, that the piss-sniffer physician made me think, and it is that you aren't the real surgeon. There is a moment of silence. She forgets to say she is, because, for God's sake, she is not. And I was remembering, Grey goes on, how you two blew in to the castle in Alnwick, telling some story about how you were knocked flat at Towton, weren't you? No livery and no one to maintain you save a tale of some gentle no one had ever heard of. I mean, I can't remember. Can you, Horner? No, you see? And so we are left wondering if you really are who you say you are. Or whether you are what? Spies? Sent by that bastard John Neville, that so-called, Lord Montague, yes? So, if you are, and I'm saying nothing, I don't judge, do I? But I was wondering if that were the, case, if you were spies, if you were not the surgeon you say you are, then we might be calling on the hangman, right here in Bamborough. I believe they have a gibbet already set up. He nods to indicate somewhere out in the bailey. But Kit cured the boy, Thomas says. He cured Devon John. Surely that is proof enough. Ah, pish. Grey swats away the objection. Might have been luck. Boy might have lived anyway. His arm could have fallen off, ha! They say nothing. So, you must prove your skills afresh, Grey says. Get the bugger strong enough to climb into a saddle, eh? It is all for which King Henry most fervently wishes. Yes, you see? Then we'll be in funds. Or I will, at any rate. And we can, well, I'll tell you what. I will pay, and I mean pay, a priest. No, fair enough. You're right. I will pay 2 priests to say Mass for your soul, should you ever need prayers said for your soul for all eternity. How's about that? A generous offer, Horner adds. But, Thomas starts. Isn't it? Grey interrupts. So it is agreed. You will see this malingering wretch. You will get him up on his horse, cure him, of whatever is wrong with him, and then we'll see what we shall see, hey? How can she avoid this? I lack any tools, she tells him. Knives and so forth. I thought you had them. No? No, I shall provide them. Have no fear. I shall ask, what's his name, the piss-sniffer? Master Payne, Thomas tells him. Master Payne? Grey laughs. Is that his name? Master Payne. Do you see, Master Payne the piss-sniffer. Very good. When he is done laughing, he shouts for a servant who comes after a moment and waits with no pretence of patience. Katherine sees that already Grey has set everybody against him. He tells the servant to ask, in King Henry's name, the piss-sniffer Payne to lend Katherine his tools. Master Payne is with the patient now, the servant tells them. Is he? Is he? Gray says, his eyes lighting up. Well, then, lead on. There is no time like the present. Wait, she says. Only now she can't think of anything to say. What for? Gray wants to know. By the mass, boy, get on with it. We can't hang about all day. Fellow might die before you make up your mind to save him, and then where will we be? Dangling from a rope with no masses for your immortal soul. That's where you'll be. Could spend the rest of eternity in purgatory. More than that, my purse will wither and we'll be stuck here forever. Be the death of all of us, that. Kit needs food, sir, Thomas says. He cannot perform without sustenance. Gray tuts, then turns to the servant. Bring things, will you? Ale and so forth. That is what you most like, you people, isn't it? Ale? By the end of their conversation, it seems Gray is almost sober, and she wonders how drunk he was to begin with. They follow the servant from the room and along a stone-floored passageway, past small cells with open doors where men are sprawled or huddled over fires, not up to much, or playing dice, and then first up and then down some steps until they are deep within the keep. He takes them up a spiralling set of steps worn uneven over the years, where it is so dark there are rush lamps alight in sconces. At least it's warm, eh? Gray says over his shoulder. Horner pointed out your billets. Should not fancy them myself, especially not this time of year. The servant is silent until they reach the third story, when he leads them from the steps along another passageway and then another tighter, danker, with rougher, undressed stones, and there at the end, in the deepest gloom, is a blur of something pale, a man turning to them in a white jacket, and Katherine is seized by the sudden, absolute certainty that she does not want to go down there. She finds herself backing away, and Thomas collides with her, and then he sees what she has, and he too draws a breath. Neither says a word. Gray and the servant block the passageway until she cannot see the man, but he is there, she knows, and she knows what he is wearing. He is in Riven's livery, and with a sudden rush she is certain, without a doubt at last, just who the king's patient is. My God, she says, it is Giles Riven. And Thomas's eyes widen in the gloom, and he gasps, No. And as they stare up along the passage, a terrible thought comes to her mind. What if that man is the giant? Come on, Gray calls. By Christ! And now Horner is there behind, pushing them forward, and it is as if he has never trusted them either. She wonders whether she can turn and get past him and just run, back to the tower, and then somehow, though she knows it is not possible, somehow away. But she can't get past Horner, and Thomas is blocking her way too, fumbling in his brigandine to find that blade, and now he is trying to get past her, to get to the giant, and she knows the giant will kill him if he tries, and so she is then caught between them all, and she grabs his arm. No, she tells him. No, don't try, just pass him by. And he tears his arm free, and he is breathing fiercely, and he looks mad. Thomas, she says, Thomas. And he seems to snap out of it, to subside, and after a moment he nods and returns the blade to his jack, and Gray is calling them, and Horner is looking at them as if they are both mad. So she turns, and she gathers herself, and takes a deep breath, and tries to stop the shaking, and she steps forward, and as she walks the passageway seems to narrow, closing in on her, her view constricting as if entering a hole, and her pulse booms, and she can hardly breathe. And then there he is, only thank God it is not him, it is not the giant, it is another man, not as big, though still too tall to stand straight in the passageway, and he looms over the small forms of the servant and of Gray, and they are talking up to him, demanding he open the door, but he will only do it once reassured that they are on the king's business, come to save his lord and master. He opens the door, and grey light seeps into the passageway. The guard steps into the room beyond, then the servant and Gray follow, and she hears two men speaking, and she stands there, and in that moment her mind seems to go blank, and she finds herself concentrating on the incidentals, the things that don't matter, such as the construction of the door, which is thick and studded, with crude iron hinges and a locking handle, when she knows that she is mere paces from the man who once tried to kill her and has done more harm to her than any man alive, the man whom she hates more than she loves her own life, and she finds she cannot move, she can hardly breathe. He is there, in the chamber, not 10 paces away. She can probably smell him. Come on, Grey calls from within the chamber. She can hear Thomas breathing quickly behind. She does not want to go in, but now it is Thomas's turn to calm her down, and he places his hand on her shoulder. He does not push her, but just keeps it there a moment, and his palm's warmth is enough. She draws breath and enters the little chamber. And after all that, there he is, Giles Riven, on a mattress raised on a carpentered wooden bed frame. He lies on his front, with his head turned away, facing the wall, but still she knows. She knows it is him. He has blankets pulled up to his waist and a linen sheet to his shoulders, but from it his right arm is thrust out awkwardly over the bed's edge, resting on a milking stool. His hair is brown, unclean, cut above the ears, as if he were wearing a woolen cap. He does not move. He could be asleep. Thomas is beside her, behind her, likewise staring, likewise stiffened, open-mouthed. She glances at him, and for a moment he at her. Christ, it is absurd. The man they've been looking to kill for so long, the man whom they have both promised to kill, lies helpless with his back to them, naked as a worm. And Thomas has that blade hidden in his brigandine. But Payne is there, holding up a glass jar to the thin window's wan light, and the guard with a short sword and his knife, and Grey and the servant too, and the room is so crowded that they are nearly touching one another, and outside Horner waits with his head ducked, trying to peer past to see the king's patient. Ah, Payne says, so here he is, the famous barber-surgeon of the outward postern gate. Katherine says nothing, but she cannot help smiling slightly. Thomas frowns. Grey likewise. He is probably about to say something when he hears the servant addressing Riven as if he were deaf or stupid. Sir Giles, the servant says. Sir Giles, King Henry has sent his surgeon. So now Grey turns on him. His surgeon, he shouts. His surgeon? He is my bloody surgeon, do you hear? God damn it, man. What's your name? He is my surgeon. He belongs to me, to Sir Ralph Grey of Heaton. Do you hear? I will not tolerate this a moment longer. By all saints, I am overlooked at every turn, wherever I go. The servant waits for the storm to pass, with one eye on Grey's belt, where his knife hangs, though Grey is more a shouter than a stabber. But the outburst has woken Riven, who slowly turns his head. Katherine's heart beats in her throat, and she cannot take her gaze from him, though she knows she will give herself away, and now she sees his face, and she cannot help but gasp. It is almost exactly as she imagined it would be. Skeletal, drawn, his lips peeled back, teeth clenched through long-endured misery. He does not even look at her, nor Thomas. He looks only at Grey through half-closed eyes. Grey, he whispers. Grey. Sir Ralph is taking a breath to continue shouting, so he hears the quiet voice, and he stops, looks down at the bed. What? He asks. Shut up, Riven says. Then he turns back to the wall, presenting his skull. There is a moment's silence while Grey grows scarlet and comes to the boil. You, he shouts, you goddamned horse son, you goddamned turncoat, you don't tell me what to do. You don't tell Sir Ralph Grey of Castle Heaton what to do. No one tells a Grey of Castle Heaton what to do. Do you hear me, turncoat? Riven is still. The only sound is Grey's breathing, the faint creak of Payne's boot sole, a distant bell. After a moment, Grey looks up. He catches her eye, and she sees the doubt in his. He does not know what to do, so he turns and marches out of the chamber, leaving them in silence. listening to his departing footsteps, a scuffle, some muttering, and then a slammed door. A drop of water drips behind another, smaller door that leads to the guardrobe. The servant coughs. "You may leave us now," Payne tells him, and when he is gone, after raising his eyebrows once or twice at them, Payne says he supposes she would like to see what there is to be seen of the wound, and when she nods, still unable to speak, he bends and folds back the sheets that cover Riven. She can see the muscles of his back flex as he breathes. His skin looks too big for him, as if he is withered from within, but there is the wound, a wall of thickened skin, as if someone had taken a stick and stirred a hole in his back, as big across as the mouth of a drinking cup. "There it is," he says, gesturing with an open hand. "Do what you will." And she stands there next to Thomas, and they continue to stare. Do what you will. Do what you will. How many times has she wished she could do exactly that? When she thought about Walter, Daffyd, Owen, Geoffrey, when she thought about Goodwife Popham and her daughter Elizabeth, when she thought about poor, blind Richard, when she thought about Riven attacking her that time, all those months ago, outside the priory in the snow, when she thought about Alice. But still she stands, her hands trembling at her sides, and she closes her eyes and lets out a deep breath, and she knows that it is already too late. She cannot do it. She opens her eyes and turns to Thomas. He is pale, aghast, his hand over his jaw, and it looks as if he might cry, and she knows that he too has discovered he cannot just kill a man lying in his bed. They should have done it in a rush, she sees. They should have come straight in, closed the door behind them, and stabbed him then, cut his throat, put the blade between his ribs. There would have been a fight with Payne. They would have had to kill him, perhaps, and Christ, the others too, Horner, Grey, and that guard. And then they could have covered Riven's body with the blanket and left, telling anyone they met that he slept. And then, well, they would have been caught and hanged, but at least they would have done it. At least they would have done it. And the future be damned. "Well?" Payne says. She takes a breath, swallows, steps towards Riven. Her nerves are stripped and raw. She can feel everything. She can see her hands shaking. She bends to touch him, touch his naked skin, something she never thought to do with anything other than a length of steel. But now here she is. He is cold under her fingertips, and she pulls back. He is part corpse already, she thinks, and she remembers how Richard changed shape after he had given up all that sword practice, how the muscle had withered and he had become padded with fat, cold to the touch just like Riven, until that had melted away for lack of victuals. Payne says nothing. He is staring at her. "Is this the wound?" she asks. Her voice rises and cracks. Payne merely stares at her. It is obviously the wound. And then Riven turns his face on the sheet again, and he looks at her through those half-closed lids, as if he is interested in anyone so stupid as to ask such a question, and she cannot meet his gaze, and finds herself looking away, down at the floor, back at his wound, then quickly back into his eyes, and then away again. "Who are you?" he asks. His voice is softer and weaker, of course, than she remembers it that one time she heard it, but there is something about it, some grim power that makes her feel she must meet his gaze. "My name is Kit," she answers. "I have had experiences of wounds such as this. I have cut men, saved their lives. King Henry asked me—" "Kit!" "What?" Riven asks. She falters and says nothing, for she does not know. She has no surname. She looks around for inspiration. The room is bare, save for a coffer on which sit various dishes, 2 or 3 stoppered pots, a knife for the bleeding, and a spray of dried herbs she does not recognize. There is a bag on the floor, Payne's instruments, she supposes, and a rolled-up mattress where perhaps Payne sleeps. Through another door she imagines the guardrobe with its hole down to the cesspit, and Riven's and perhaps Payne's all too immaculate clothes on their pegs. "Kit!" "What?" Riven repeats, and she turns to look down at him, and as she does so, she almost misses it, but no, there it is, too distinct a thing to overlook or ignore. She jerks her head back and is fixated by it, propped in the rounded corner of the room, a thing of singular purpose and value, if not beauty, and despite his gaze on her she gasps when she sees it, and she cannot help clap her hand to her mouth. My God, she thinks. My God. It is Thomas's poleaxe. She shivers to see it, the steel beak, the hammer, the spike on the pole. She remembers it so clearly, how it always seems to have a life of its own, she thinks, some force within it, and she remembers the men Thomas killed on that boat, almost as if he did not want to, as if it had done it itself, and she remembers levelling it at the other physician, at Fournier. Riven follows her eyes. "You like the poleaxe?" he asks her. "How strange. There is a story behind it, you know. I lost it once, but it came back to me. Things, they have a habit of coming back to me. People, too." "Where did you find it?" Thomas interrupts. He is also staring at it, confused. He will remember it better if he picks it up, she supposes. She hopes he doesn't, or not for the moment. Riven switches his gaze to Thomas, and Thomas looks back, and there is a long moment as they hold one another's stare, until Riven blinks. "Who are you?" "Thomas Everingham." "Thomas Everingham? No. I do not know that name, but I do know you." "But where from, Thomas Everingham?" Thomas cannot help glancing at her before answering. Riven lies there, looking Thomas up and down, measuring his precise worth and station. "You do not," Thomas says. "Oh, but I do," he says. "Yes. And someone such as you would remember someone such as me, so you obviously do not want me to remember you. So what can that mean?" Thomas says nothing. "You have changed, haven't you?" Riven goes on. "Yes, that's it. I knew you as someone else, perhaps. Who, though? Or more like what? No. But it will come to me. It will come to me. By and by." And then he closes his eyes and he turns to face the wall again. Thomas looks down at her. What should he do? He stands there with his hands at his sides. All the advantages he has over Riven are gone, precisely because he has so many and so will not use them. This is the difference, she thinks, between a man like Riven and a man like Thomas. A sudden image comes to her of how it would be if it were the other way round, and Thomas was lying there and Riven had come to kill him. She can see it eerily clearly. Riven walking fast, on light feet, Thomas not given a moment to cry out before a knife comes down, or he would have that poleaxe, dear God. She can so easily imagine the noise that would make, and the blood on the sheets, and the walls, perhaps. She clenches her eyes shut. "What are your thoughts?" Payne asks, nodding at the forgotten wound. She starts and looks down at it again. "An arrow wound," she says. "Never," Payne laughs. "But it is not diseased." "Ah, no," he says, "no gangrene. That is a miserable death. And afterwards, did you know, when the patient is dead, you can remove his liver, which will be quite black also, and place it on marble, and it will seethe like a wet cloth being wrung." She cannot believe what he is saying. "You have cut open a man to look at his liver?" she asks. "In Cambridge," Payne says, quite as if everybody has done this, "and then again in Bologna." She rubs her chin, looks at the wound again, and then glances back at Payne. He is boasting or lying. The church would not allow such things, surely. And what or where is Bologna? She dares not ask. There is something very unusual about Payne, she thinks. It is as if he has some other life, a parallel life of which she knows nothing. But there is nothing you can do for him, she asks. Oh, I keep his humours balanced, Payne tells her, gesturing with the flask of murky liquid at the bleeding bowl on the coffer and at the dried greenery. And King Henry has ordered Mass to be said, twice daily. Mass, she says. Yes, Payne replies, turning with a questioning smirk. Prayer is most efficacious, don't you find? Our Lord Jesus is the heavenly leech. He can cure all, and with enough prayer I am certain the arrowhead will free itself. Have you ever known this to happen? She asks. No, he allows, but that is not to say that it will not happen in the future. Then why cut a man open to see how he is constructed if faith is all that is required? She asks. Indeed, he says, but let us talk of that later. We must discuss this patient. King Henry has been swayed by Sir Ralph Grey's unusual eloquence and has ordered me to assist you in what he believes will be the removal of the arrowhead and the restoration of Sir Giles to bodily, if not spiritual, health. He expects you to succeed. He has been promised you will. Have you examined the arrowhead? She asks. Payne shakes his head. The wound was healed before he came under my hands, he says, coming around, unable to resist flaunting his knowledge. It is an interesting case, however. The arrowhead is still within his flesh, caught in the bone, perhaps. I believe it was bent when it was loosed, reused, perhaps, or is of some curious design, or was perhaps loosed at great range, and so instead of killing the patient, as the bowman might have wished, it broke the scapula here. He places his hands on Riven's back. He has long, elegant fingers, tapering to fine, spotless fingernails. I suppose if Sir Giles had chosen to seek help then, from a surgeon, perhaps he might have had the arrow removed with little anxiety, but things being as they were, he could not. And since then the bone has, I believe, absorbed the arrow. It is as if it has grown back and healed around it, do you see? Or perhaps the arrow skipped across the bone and is dug in below, or even above it, or perhaps to one side, or perhaps to the other, I can't tell. Wherever it has pinned his limb in this position. Look, he cannot move it, or at least not without great pain. He tweaks the joint, and Riven stiffens. After a moment, he lets out a long sigh and relaxes. To remove it now might require the breaking of the bone, which is not within my purview as a physician. But then again, the arrow's head may be lodged perilously close to the blood vessels that congregate near the lungs, or even the heart. Were you to cut those, the patient would bleed to death in mere moments, and it would all be over. She listens carefully. Such things are beyond her, she knows that. But then when she looks at the wound, looks at the flesh below it, she can almost sense the arrowhead, see it in its pouch of scarred flesh, and she can imagine slicing the skin and extracting it, and proving to those bastards in the hall, the men who'd almost jeered at her, that she could perform what is, or will be anyway, a miracle. With your assistance, Master Payne, she says, I should like to try to remove the arrow. Payne blinks. I did not think you had any choice, he says. Chapter 16. The operation is set for the second week after All Saints, when Payne tells them the planet's positions will be most propitious for an operation that may touch on the heart and the lungs. But it is Giles Riven, Thomas repeats. Giles Riven, all the time we've wanted nothing but his death, and the moment we have the perfect chance we falter, and worse. You must now save his life or lose yours in the trying. I know, Katherine says. I know. They are back in the tower, staring across the bailey to the keep. He would have done it like that, Thomas says, and he snaps his fingers. If it had been me or you on the bed and Riven had meant to kill us, he would have come in and simply... He mimes, stabbing. But we are not murderers, she says almost sadly. Besides, we would have been killed had you even tried. You saw the guard. Master Payne says he is there day and night to prevent any man whose father or son died at Northampton coming for vengeance. But still Thomas is disgusted with himself, and so the next day, while Katherine is closeted with Master Payne, he goes to the beach with Jack and the rest of Grey's men, and he takes his turn to send sheath after sheath of arrows across the dunes, thumping them into the mounded sand butts 200, 300, 400 paces away. Bows have not been easy to come by, and those they have are not good quality. More than one cracks and breaks in the cold, setting everyone, especially Thomas, on edge, but they carry on. He has discovered that most of Grey's men are poor archers, able to loose a bow but unable to gauge distance, and so they cannot land their shafts in groups such as archers from the other companies do. Horner maintains a cheerful disposition, but he is kindly, or his expectations are too low, and Thomas finds himself shouting at the other men, making them loose their arrows all day and sending the slowest to run through the sand to collect the shafts and then run back. He hears them grumbling about him, wishing he'd never come, but he does not care. He feels a peculiar ferocity. He wants to work himself into exhaustion so that he does not have to think about the cruel trick God has played upon him and Katherine. So in the morning, after a sleepless night of near fruitless speculation, they are at it again, in the rain, the same thing, and by the next day improvements are noticeable despite the blustering wind. Horner has yielded command of training to him completely now, and on the third day, to his order, they can land their shafts in a neat line 100 paces away, then 150 paces, then 200 paces. And the first time they do it in sequence, they are delighted with themselves, and Thomas runs to collect their arrows as a reward. Then they do it again, and again. And when the evening bell is rung, Horner comes down from the gatehouse with 3 loaves of rye bread and a bucket of stew he claims Grey has given him to distribute among the men. Horner walks back to the outward postern gate with him. They see Katherine in the tower, watching over them. Horner waves. She waves back. "Small, isn't he, Kit?" Horner starts. Thomas mumbles his agreement. "Still, though," Horner says, "if we carry on like this, we'll make such a company of archers that we will be in London before Christmas-tide." Thomas says nothing. Their boots are loud on the sandy soil. "All we need is one spark, Thomas," Horner goes on. "One spark. And I truly believe we can return King Henry to the throne. We can drive out those blood-sucking Yorkist fleas and restore the rightful king." But Horner does not know where this spark will come from, and Thomas thinks of the ledger, lying up there, rolled in among the straw of his mattress, and it strikes him that he must find a better place to hide it until they can find some way of showing it to King Henry, and they must find someone to help them bring it before him. Payne is a possibility, it suddenly strikes him. Perhaps if they showed it first to Payne and explained it, he might be the one to effect the connection. Thomas becomes buoyant. There is a way to do this, after all. But Horner has dropped his voice and is confiding now. "The thing is, Thomas," he says, "the thing is we lack a natural leader. King Henry is, well, you have seen, he is... we need someone more martial for what is involved in this. The others, Lord Hungerford and Lord Roos, they are, well, I don't know. They lack the vital spark. And I do not wish to speak ill of Sir Ralph Percy or our own Sir Ralph Grey. It is only that, well, I should say no more. It is only I wish we had men such as they. They, the Yorkists, they have an embarrassment of leaders. King Edward himself, of course. He has led men in battle and has won them too. And if he weren't enough, they have the Earl of Warwick." Thomas remembers the Earl of Warwick a little bit. "And then if he weren't enough," Horner goes on, "they have Lord Montague." "Lord Montague keeps Newcastle, doesn't he?" "Yes," Horner agrees, "for King Edward. He is the Earl of Warwick's brother, mean as a marten, and his men tougher than boiled leather." Thomas remembers the watch outside the gate at Newcastle. Proper soldiers they were. And that the Duke of Somerset has joined their ranks is just yet more salt in the wound. He was once a fast ally of King Henry, you know, and a fine leader of men, but now, He has become King Edward's gentleman of the bedchamber. They sleep together in the same bed, naked as the day they were born, but he still hasn't bothered to kill him. Thomas grunts. No, the truth is, Thomas, Horner continues, we need someone to take this, us, by the scruff of the neck, to take what men we have and do something with us. But where will that man come from? Around here. He holds his arms out and turns on the spot, so that his heels dig into the sand. Seagulls wheel overhead in the pale grey sky. There is nothing for miles. In the gatehouse chamber, Thomas is peculiarly and unexpectedly relieved to find the ledger where he left it, in its greasy leather bag hidden in the rolled straw of his mattress. He takes it out and slings it around his shoulder. He wonders where Katherine is, and then hears Devon John coming quickly up the steps. The others have changed Devon John's name, since it turns out he has never been to Devon, but comes from Essex, and now they call him John Stump. He is breathing hard and carrying a pot pressed to his chest with his one good arm, and from it comes the smell of cooked pork and something else exotic and sweet that Thomas has never smelled before. "Wherever did you get that?" Thomas asks. "It was just lying around," John Stump says with a grin, and he slops the pot forward to reveal a stew that glistens with oil. "I got it for Kit. Thought he looked a bit peaky. You too, if you've a mind." "Christ, yes," Thomas says. Devon John places the pot on the oven's ledge. A wisp of steam rises. "And it's still hot," he says. Then he winces and flaps at his missing arm. "Christ," he says, "I can feel my arm." "But that is impossible," Thomas tells him. "Nevertheless," John Stump says, "I can feel it. I can feel my bracer is pointed too tight, it aches." He moves his stump as he would to hold out his arm to show Thomas where the strap of leather intended to protect his wrist from the bowstrings slap would be. He thinks Thomas will see what he means. "Let us take this up to Kit," he suggests. "He is on watch." "Again," John Stump says. "You two are always on watch together. Don't know how you stand it, nights." Thomas hides his blush, but he is pleased no one suspects them of anything, pleased that no one imagines them wrapped together in their cloaks, sleeping alongside one another, or lying atop one another, his feet against the door's planks so that it cannot be opened. These moments alone are stolen and intimate, terrifyingly risky. But what else can they do? The cutting of Sir Giles Riven takes place just after the Angelus bell, when it is scarcely light, and while Riven's now crowded chamber is still thick with night-time effluvium and the stench from the garderobe blows strong from under its door in the corner. Servants with candles stand by, and the room quickly warms with their heat and mingled breath. Payne is here, and Grey too, who has yet to go to bed, and another man, William Talboys, with whom Grey has made his bet. There is no sign of King Henry. Katherine has hidden the ledger in the garderobe, on a peg under some of Payne's many hanging clothes. "It is the perfect place," she says. But now here is Grey, pushing his way to the front. "Will he live? Will he live?" he bleats. "To hell with you. Why won't you answer me? Should have hanged you the moment I saw you. I knew it. Look at you. Can't even grow a proper beard, let alone cut a man. Will he live?" Katherine ignores him and turns to Talboys, who is sleek, in very dark wool, almost black, unstained and obviously finely cut. He is freshly shaved, fragrant of some herb or other, with a faint and complicit smile haunting his eyes. "Barber, surgeon, eh?" he asks. "Not a barber," she replies. Riven is where he always is, face down on the bed, utterly still, apparently careless of all the people in his room. She can't help her gaze being drawn to the scar on his back. Payne's servant has washed him, and the sheets are stained and ripe with fresh urine. They have also pulled up the coffer next to the bed and filled the jug with more urine collected that morning, to which she gleefully contributed. There are dishes with warm wine, provided by King Henry from the last of his stocks, egg whites, and rosewater. There is a selection of horsehair and human hair, a long iron probe, 3 silver needles, one of them curved, also a curved blade, such as she wishes she'd had when cutting Devon John, and 2 straight razors wrapped in fine linen, of which there is also a large supply. There are scissors and a pair of blacksmith's pliers. "That is all?" Payne asks. "You need no salve? No dwale?" She hesitates. "You have dwale?" "No," he says, and that is that. She looks at Riven. "Well," she says, "so long as I can have another to hold him down?" Payne raises his eyebrows to indicate one of King Henry's men, an archer by the looks of him, stripped, like Thomas, to his paw-point and hose. Both men have their sleeves rolled up to their elbows and their heads bare, just as if they are going into a bout of wrestling. To one side is the bearded priest. He has sprinkled holy water over Riven's back and the tools she is about to use, and over the backs of her hands, and he has anointed Riven's temples with a sharp-smelling chrism, and the paternoster has been said, and is still being said outside by the beardless priest sent and paid for by King Henry, and now there really is nothing left to delay her. But still she does not feel right about it. Perhaps it is Payne's presence in blue velvet and, of all things, a woman's apron of sacking backed with fine linen. She has been with him for the last 5 days, trying to draw information from him of the sort he has been unwilling to divulge, on matters such as his dissections of the human body, on the spread of gangrene, on the movement of the womb of a woman, while he has concentrated on batting away her questions with long explanations as to the movement of the stars and the influence they bring to bear on the various organs of the body, and how best to balance the humours with bleeding and the application of poultices, and on the properties of the various herbs and spices of which she has never heard, such as cumin and sandalwood. He claims that a brown bark called cinnamon floats down the river from the Garden of Eden. "Do you believe this?" she'd asked, and he'd smiled at her. "But of course," he'd said, feigning shock, and she'd begun to see that perhaps he believed in nothing of the sort. After that glimpse, though, he diverted her to talk about something else, mostly in Latin, a language she recognizes but does not understand, before going on to explain the efficacy of certain prayer cycles for certain complaints, the Ave Maria for this, the Paternoster for that. At length, though, glancing around as if to check he was not being overheard, he began to share his knowledge of the body's internal organs, of how they are arranged, and of the theories as to each one's purpose, and once he had given into it, he spoke with an urgent desire to share his knowledge until she asked about women, and about how they differed from men, and then he became agitated, and when she returned to the subject of the womb and tried to draw him on childbirth, and in particular the cutting of poor Agnes Eelby, it had been too much. He'd gathered his books and stood and left the room, and Riven, whom they had ignored but who had been listening all this time, turned his head and looked at her in that slow way of his, and she'd forced herself to stare back at him until he'd closed his eyes and turned back to the wall, saying nothing. And then, for the first time, though she could hear his guard shuffling his feet and hawking on the floor outside the door, she was alone with him. It was almost as if he were presenting her his back, naked, pink, mottled, there to be stabbed, almost as if to say, "Here, kill me now, if you have the stomach for it." And she'd begun pacing to and fro, up and down the chamber, plucking up the courage to do just that. Payne's bag was on the floor. She could pick up the razor and cut Riven's throat, or she could merely take the few steps, take up the poleaxe and bring it down on the back of his head, just as she'd seen men do on the fields at Taunton. She could imagine the poleaxe in her hand, its smooth shaft in her palm, that weight that seems to pull its spiked head where it ought not go. Just the thought of it had made her heart jump, and she could feel the blood frothing in her ears. "Do it," she said to herself, "do it. Think of all the things he has done. All she'd need to do was drop it on him, just to place it by him and stand back, let it fall and kill him." And she was going to do it. She was. But then Riven let out a long sigh in the bed. It was one of such pitiable loss and resignation that he was instantly human again, a thing of flesh, and she'd had to close her eyes, stay her hand, and walk away. And so now, here they are. "Get on with it," Grey calls, and there is nothing for it. She crosses herself, as they expect her to, and then takes the proffered knife, a bone-handled thing, well-balanced, with a tapering blade so sharp it sings in her hand, and she dips it in the warm wine, and she nods to Thomas and the wrestler who stand by to throw themselves on Riven, and she approaches that stretch of bared and washed skin. The priest begins his prayers. Suddenly there is incense in the air, and through its walls Grey smirks at her. "A fail-safe," he says, with a leer at Tallboys, who is disapproving. She places the knife above the wound, and Riven stiffens. A drop of wine fills the dip it makes in his skin, and then she presses. Riven flinches. Blood wells before the blades stroke. Riven's head comes up, unused muscles ripple under the skin of his back. He grips the sheets, but he does not cry out. She continues with the slicing, willing herself to think of poor dead Alice, of poor blind Richard, of Geoffrey Popham, of Elizabeth Popham, but it is hard not to concentrate on what she is doing. When she reaches it, the scar tissue is tougher, more like thin leather after the easy give of the skin above. Riven is arching his back, and the wrestlers stand by to press him down and keep him still, but he straightens himself and returns to lying flat, merely gripping the sheet again. He is breathing very fast, and a clammy shimmer blots his skin. "Linen," she says, and Payne is there with a swab of the stuff, first rinsed in and then squeezed dry of wine. She mops the blood away, and in the moment before it comes back she can see the second pale layer of fat beneath the skin, though the latter is twisted and folded and then hardened like a knot in wood below the scar. She passes the blade through it again, moving slowly this time, and at any moment she expects to feel the tink of the blade against the arrowhead. It does not come. She must cut deeper. She damps the blood away again and looks up to the wrestlers, who await their orders. She nods. They lean in, ready. She cuts. Riven stiffens, but makes no further move. There is still no sign of the arrowhead. Payne is peering over her hands. They exchange a glance. He is worried too. "It should be there," he says. She will do one more pass. Blood is flowing freely now. She asks for some urine. "Quickly now," she says. It washes the blood away, turns the sheets pink. This time she imagines she will see the dark plug of the arrowhead sticking from the bone, but again it is not there. She cuts again, deeper, and Riven lets out the slightest noise. By now it is a large wound, and there is a lot of blood. "What are you doing?" Grey asks. "It's only a bloody arrowhead the size of my bloody thumb, not a what, a foot? By the mass." "Sir," Payne says. It's like that, is it? Tell me what to say to my own surgeon, damned piss-sniffer. Good mind to piss on you now. See how you like that." But he is silent after this. Payne leans over. "Deeper?" he asks. "It will be on the bone. It cannot be deeper than that, surely." She nods. She wishes she could scratch her nose, but her hands are slick with blood right up to her wrists. Riven is thrumming like a bowstring, but he is still, has made no sound, and the wrestlers are impressed. She cuts again, this time into the pink meat, running the end of the knife against the flat bone that backs it. She feels faint ridges and nodules interrupting the blade's otherwise smooth passage, but nothing like an arrowhead. She stops. "Pass me that, will you?" Payne hands her the probe. She washes it and then uses it to examine the cuts she's made. There are some of those hard white cords running crosswise. She does not cut them. Riven is pouring with sweat now, his brown hair sodden black, his neck red and engorged with the effort of not screaming. How does he do it? How can he stand the pain? She should be taking some pleasure from this, she knows, but she is not. Instead, she is working as fast as she can. It is not there. There is no sign of the arrowhead. "Well, then where is it?" Payne asks, peering forward. His eyes are round, peering in, genuinely concerned, genuinely puzzled. "Are you sure it was ever there?" she asks. "That it is not some other kind of wound?" "He told me," Payne straightens to tell the room. "He told me it was after the disaster at Towton. He said he'd managed to cross that river as the rout began, then he was knocked down by an arrow loosed from the scarp above. He said he managed to break the arrow shaft himself, but he could not get the head out, and then he could not find any physician or doctor or even a barber to treat him, not until he got to Scotland, by which time the wound had healed, and he did not trust any of those ginger-haired butchers to open him up." "But where is it now?" she asks, almost rhetorically. "Could it have hit the bone and not broken it? Could it have slid off?" She pours more urine over the wound, washing it clean so that she can see the grain of the meat. There is nothing singular, no one divot or dent in the bone's pink surface to suggest it has been marked by an arrow's passing. Riven is breathing heavily. "Just find it," he says. "Just find it and get on your way." The spectators are crowding around her, fascinated. She imagined some of them would find this sickening, but then they have all lived lives. Some of them have fought in battles. They will have seen worse. "Cut across," Payne suggests, and she looks up at him. She remembers cutting across Eelby's wife. She remembers how that ended. But if she lingers, hesitates, then Riven will die, and Grey is looking at her as if he will hang her himself. So she does. She cuts across, firmer now, slicing through the fat and the meat in one slice. She makes a cross. With that, Riven at last faints, and only the panting, the constant flex of his back, the push and pull of muscles under his bloody, urine-soaked skin tell her that he is alive. "More urine," she tells Payne, who splashes it into the wound. For a moment she thinks it is there, a dark roundel of metal snagged in red flesh, but no, it is something else, a clot of something that is washed away by the urine. The arrowhead is not there. Payne is wrong or lying. She is sweating now. It is too hot in the room. "This boy is no more a surgeon than I am," Tallboys announces. "Grey, old man, let me tell you, I think you shall end the day by losing your money." "If I lose my money, then this boy'll lose his bloody head. Let me tell you that." Tallboys laughs, a sort of hoo-hoo-hoo laugh, like an owl, but she looks up and she can see Grey means it. His little face is sheened with sweat and clenched, and she wonders how much money he has put on her doing this, but she is at a loss. She cannot cut the whole back open, can she? Or can she? She has already cut a large cross in his skin and peeled back the flaps, exposing almost the whole shoulder blade. She supposes the arrowhead might have skidded off this bone and gone around it, further into the body, and that it is now lodged somewhere in the muscles that is not the way to do it. So the arrow must have gone deeper. That is the only possibility. But where? Can she just cut away until she finds it? No, that would be to cut through all the bonds that hold this part of him together. And now Payne is stepping back. He is stroking his beard, aligning its filaments, and when he catches her gaze, he cocks an eyebrow. Has he given up hope? It makes her more determined. Right, she thinks, I will show you. But by Christ, it is hot in here. She wishes she were wearing just a shirt and no paw-point, though then her hose would fall around her ankles. But she can loosen her collar. She dips her fingers in the wine, then dries them on a clean piece of linen and opens her collar. Her fingers touch the leather strap of her lodestone. And she thinks, my God, my God. And she slips the stone from over her head. What in God's holy name is he doing now? Grey asks the room. A lucky bloody pendant won't help either of you now, boy, even if it's been blessed by St. Gregory himself. She clenches her eyes and tries to still her hand. She holds the stone a finger's width above the spread flesh of the wound, and she concentrates. There is a thick, warm silence in the room as every man bends in or stands on toes to see over shoulders. Christ, she thinks, will this work? She has no idea. She holds the lace still, allows the stone to settle. It takes a long moment, and then it is utterly still. There is nothing. She breathes slowly. There is sweat in her eyes. She can hear tall boys laugh sibilantly and grey tuts loudly. She lowers the stone so it is almost touching the skin. Still nothing. She holds her wrist in her other hand to steady it. Still nothing. A faint wobble, perhaps, a slow rotation, then it settles again. She moves the stone to cover a different spot, lower down his back, and... what was that? Was there something? She does not know. She would not be able to describe it, but there was some unnatural tweak on her fingers, very slight. She moves the stone away. There, this time, a definite tug. There is absolute silence in the room now. She can hear Pain breathing, hear Riven breathing. She moves the stone. Again, the string seems to straighten. The stone is pulling over to one side. She moves it to the other side, nearer his armpit. The stone pulls back. She moves it down. The stone swings in a tight circle and stops unnaturally fast, as if it is straining towards something. It is below the cut she has made. Pain lets out a low gasp of amazement. "Jesu Maria," he whispers. He is the only one who really understands what has happened. He passes her the longest of the needles. She stabs it into Riven's skin below the wound she has made. A bead of blood appears. She presses the needle in through fibrous flesh, with her heart loud in her ears and sweat stinking her eyes, and nothing happens until... yes, there it is, a dull, buried chime. "Great God above," Gray says. "He's actually found it." And she has. She cannot help glancing up at Pain, who seems ashamed of himself, but he was right in what he had said, that Riven must have been standing upright when the arrow was loosed, and that it must have been at the very end of its arc. It would have hit him as it was coming down, and its momentum would have taken it skidding off the bone. It would have embedded itself in the tangle of muscles below. And here it is, just there. She puts aside the lodestone and takes the knife. She extends the cut, then slices another cross in the meat under the skin's fat, and she slides the iron probe to part the muscle fibres, separating them one from the other, and she finally sees it, a dark twist of iron embedded deep. She takes the pliers, dips them in the wine, inserts them into the small cavity and clamps their jaws into the dark plug of the arrow's end. She spreads them so they hold, and she eases the arrowhead free. Riven stiffens even in his sleep. Out it comes with a final, reluctant plop. She holds it up for all to see. It is a finger-long spike, 2 barbs like the wings of a diving seabird. She drops it in a dish and tosses the pliers aside. Blood comes thickly behind it, as if the arrowhead has been acting as a block in some vessel. This is not over yet. "Linen," she says, and this time Pain is fast. He passes her a wad, and she presses down on the source of the blood. It soaks through the first and the second and the third wadding, but by the fourth it has slowed. She gets Pain to hold it down while she pours more urine onto the cloth, and again Riven stiffens. The linen turns pink. Pain frowns. "Keep pressing," she says. And he does. And sometime later she lets him lighten the pressure, and then later still she begins to stitch the wound back together again. She splits a candle lengthways to extract the wick and leaves that, like a mouse's tail, trailing from the row of stitches. When it is done, she looks up. Most of the men have gone, and it is just Pain and Thomas and the other wrestler and King Henry's priest. The guard is by the door. The others have left. "Will he live?" the priest asks. She looks down at him again, lying there among his foul sheets, at the double cross of her neat stitching that stars his back, at his purple-edged and already bruising flesh, and she thinks that yes, barring the vapours, barring that creeping, swelling blackness of the flesh, he will live. She has saved his life, saved Giles Riven's life, and now it is late afternoon, and the thin winter sunlight sifts through the aperture and falls in a lopsided cross on the chamber's far wall, reflecting the one on Riven's back. And she wonders again just what it is that she has done. Chapter 17. "We've been stuck here for weeks on end," Thomas tells Katherine, "and we are no nearer our aim, further if anything." A week has passed since the cutting, and they are in the tower's battlements again, looking across the bailey at the keep. It is perishingly cold. Ice glistens on the black stones, and their breathing creates clouds before their faces. Beyond the walls, all is still, frost-bound, and the mist rises early in the pink-skied evenings. "King Henry has not been to see Riven," she soothes him. "That is all. The moment he does, I will show him the ledger. But what about Payne?" "I have not told him," she admits. "It is not that I do not trust him or think he would not help. It is that he is just another person to overcome, and anyway, he himself cannot speak to the king without first going through an intermediary such as Grey or Tallboys." "So where is it?" Thomas looks panicked. He did not want to give it to her in the first place. "I have hung it on a peg in the guardrobe, secreted under his clothes. And that will suffice?" She nods. He is still unsure. "I promise," she says, and she smiles, and she slides her hand under his arm, and they are very daringly close to one another. "Please," he says, suddenly crooked with anxiety, "if someone should come—" She laughs. A bell sounds, tinny and distant. "I must go and change his dressing," Katherine tells him. "Can't Master Payne do that?" "He can, but he won't, because he is a physician, and besides, he says King Henry may come today." "Today? Should I come? Should I be there?" "Do you not worry, Riven will recognize you. It would force the point at least. It would be done then, one way or the other." "Most likely the other, he knows, but still." "But we are close, Thomas," she tells him. "All I need do is see King Henry, and then—" She shrugs. He knows she is right, but saints, it is difficult. All day long in this castle, hemmed in by towering granite walls, never out of their shadow or the sight of other men, all the time knowing the chances of Katherine being discovered as a woman increase daily. Soon it will be inevitable. One little slip. Christ! "What will you tell him?" he asks. "King Henry?" "It is still as we have agreed. I will only tell him we have something that proves King Edward is illegitimate. Then when he asks to see it, I will tell him you have it hidden, and that we must be promised reward and recompense for our losses." Thomas nods sharply. "Still," he says, "I wish I could be there." "I know," she says, "but with Riven there too?" And once more he imagines himself a cornered rat with Riven's men coming at him, and he can almost feel the burn of their knives in his belly. "Anyway," she says, "we must go. Mass is over, and King Henry may come straight away." So they leave the tower's walkway and descend the winding steps. "Does Riven talk?" he asks. "A little, but he is still in pain." "Good." He leaves her at the steps of the keep and then makes his way down to the stables. There are some of Riven's men there, and he cannot help but stiffen when he sees them, and he stands and watches them, waiting to see if the two who offered to cut him from groin to gizzard are there, but he is in luck they are not, and he slides past with a ducked head to find Horner, who is already mounted alongside Jack and 3 other men of Grey's company. "Thomas," Jack calls. "Thomas, we are allowed out. Come. We are riding a picket, just as if we are prickers." Jack is wearing a long coat and scarf, and a hat that he has pulled down over his ears, so that all that can be seen of him are his eyes, which are bright with excitement at the thought of being out from under the castle walls. Horner next to him makes an impatient gesture, and Thomas is given his own horse, a pony with a shaggy coat. They ride out through the main gatehouse and south towards Dunstanburgh. The horses steam in the frigid air, and the meres are hard frozen, and a man might perhaps skate on them. No one says a thing. They ride for an hour. No one sees anything. Christ, it is good to be away from the castle. from its smell and anxious jostle and the constant fear of discovery. Thomas breathes deeply until he sees the others looking at him strangely. They are about to turn around, half dead with cold and hunger, when they see 3 men on horses, 2 bowshots distance. Horner holds up a hand. The men are only half-dressed, unarmed. They look desperate. "Christ," he says. "Just what we need, another lot of beggars." "Should we just leave 'em?" one of the others asks. "Perhaps you're right," Horner says. "Look at that one, shouting at us. By the mass, we should just run them down." The man at the front looks bare-legged. He is certainly bare-headed, and he is waving and gesticulating and kicking his horse on just as quickly as the knackered old thing can manage. "He will want to sell us something," Horner says. "But what? What can he have? He does not look overly encumbered." They do not even bother to draw their swords. The man is still shouting at them as he comes, and he is laughing too. He is delighted to see them. They see from a distance that he has a rough blanket over his shoulders, and his legs and feet are swagged in cloth. But as he approaches, there is something about him that tells them he is no mere beggar. "Sirs, sirs," he calls, "by the grace of God and happenstance, thanks be that you are come." And there is something about the man's voice, Thomas thinks, that confirms the impression he is not a beggar. It is sharp and clear and commanding, and the way the man's companions look to him makes it clear who leads whom. Horner does not smile. "God keep you this day," he says, addressing the leader. "You seem ill-prepared for this weather." The man barks a laugh and turns to his 2 companions. "Ha, that is funny, ill-prepared, ill-prepared." They laugh too. They are only marginally better dressed than he. "Is that a nightshirt you were wearing?" Horner goes on. "This? Indeed it is. Finest lawn. It was all that I had on when I was woken in the night and forced to flee the inn where I was staying. I had to leave through the window." "You could not pay your bill?" Again the laughter. "It was not that, though that is true, I could not pay. No, it was that a company of archers belonging to my Lord Montague had come from Newcastle to arrest me and take me before their lord, who would in all probability have had no hesitation in separating my head from my shoulders." More laughter. Horner is impressively impassive. "Why would he do that?" he asks. "Why? Why, dear God, man, I have just realized I have not introduced myself, have I, nor asked your name. I shall go first, and then you shall follow." His companions are very pleased at something, and the man opens his mouth as if he is about to begin to say something wonderful, and then shuts it again and looks at them, and they snigger and smirk obediently, and Thomas wonders if they have time for this, when the man finally tells them who he is. "I," he says, "I am Henry Beaufort. I am Henry Beaufort, Earl of Dorset, Duke of Somerset. I am a man who once betrayed his king, but shall do so not one moment more. And now, for the love of the great Lord above, who are you, and do you have anything a man might reasonably eat?" They do not believe him at first. Knowing what they know, they cannot believe that the Duke of Somerset would give up the comforts of King Edward's court in favour of the bleak prospects held out by King Henry. They do not believe that a man's conscience would trouble him so, and it takes long moments before Horner is satisfied. But when he is, he leaps from his horse to clutch the Duke's hand, and he gives him his own coat, which the Duke happily accepts, and his hat and scarf, which the Duke likewise is pleased to slide on. Then they turn for home, Horner pushing his horse in a frisking trot. He wants to be the first to tell King Henry that the Duke of Somerset is here, repented of his dalliance with the House of York, come on bended knee to seek the grace of his dread sovereign anointed by God, come to lead them out of their castle and take them south, back down to London to eject that usurper, the Earl of March. And the Duke wants to evade Montague's men too, of course, whom he supposes might have ridden this far north in search of such an astonishingly valuable prize. And he wants to be somewhere with a roof over his head, a fire at his feet, and wine in his belly before the snow that threatens falls. "It is the Duke of Somerset," Horner whispers to Thomas as they ride. "It is the very thing we need, the very thing to light up the country and help us out of here. By this time next year, King Henry will be in Westminster, and the bloody old Earl of March will be dead or rotting in the Tower, and all his men will be there with him, vanquished by us. And all those who perished at Towton Field will be avenged, and we will be back in our solars, rich men with rich wives." They pass Dunstanburgh, and then see Bamborough in the distance. "Horner! Horner there!" Somerset calls, and Horner is plump with pleasure as he slows his horse to interpose himself between Somerset and his two silent companions, one of whom is a servant, and who has the better clothes for having been sleeping in them when they were disturbed at the inn, and the other, perhaps a lesser knight, a gangling, serious youth with a Welsh accent. Thomas slows his own horse, and is there a pace or so in front of Horner when Somerset asks after the disposition of King Henry's forces, the provisions of the castles, and the morale of the troops. Horner lies fluently, and Somerset is delighted. "And I have assurances of 20 of the chief men in Wales that they will rise up against the false king," he says. "And there are others in the south and the west who are with us too. And Bellingham will come, he says, and Neville of Branspeth, of course, though his presence is more penance than providence. Oh, it is all wonderfully hopeful. If only we can now get support from elsewhere, from France or Burgundy, or even those bastards in Brittany. And I have not yet given up on Scotland yet. Then we will have them still. Tja!" Thomas cannot take his gaze from the man. He is dark-haired, broad-faced, with quick blue eyes, and he's very muscular across the chest, and very abrupt, just as if he is going to be called upon to fight, or perform a tumble, or to leap onto the back of a horse. But what has he just said? There is something in there that alerts Thomas. That is it. Others in the south and the west. Men who would rise up against King Edward. Dear God, Edmund Riven would be among them, surely. If the Duke of Somerset has changed his allegiance, then surely Edmund Riven will change his too. His loyalty was never to King Edward, only to Somerset. If that is the case, then he will have already jumped from one camp to the other. They no longer need to show Henry the ledger. In fact, dear God, they must not on any account show Henry the ledger. To do so now would only be to help the Rivens and secure them in their prestige. And once the Commons see this, Somerset is saying, they will rise up across the country. Do you hear? They will rise up as one to drive out the false king and restore the house of Lancaster. He bangs his fist on his saddle, and his horse increases its pace up the hill. Not a bad little horse, this, he says. Can Thomas ask Somerset? He cannot see a reason why not. Edmund Riven, Somerset says. You want to know if Edmund Riven is among those who would now stand for King Henry against the false King Edward? Can you think of a reason why he might not? That hardly answers the question, Thomas thinks, but before he can press, Somerset has turned back to Horner and is telling him of his scheme to attack King Edward at both ends of the kingdom at once, here in Northumberland and also in Pembroke. And again he bangs his saddle and is delighted that the horse can still trot. "Ah!" he says. They reach Bamborough just as the curfew bell is rung, but on hearing Horner is without, and that he has the Duke of Somerset with him, they drop the drawbridge and throw open the gates, and the garrison breathes life into the covered fires, and word is passed back that the Duke of Somerset is here, come to lead them out of the north. The chapel bells are set ringing again, and men line the walls to look down on them as they wait to be let through the gates, and everybody is laughing and waving and shouting, "A Somerset! A Beaufort!" And then they are let through into the bailey, which is crowded with more men, waving their arms and shouting the Duke's name, and Somerset gets his horse to stagger and prance. Then he brings it under control again, and he stands in the stirrups and bows, and then he rides on up the hill toward the keep, touching men's outstretched hands as he passes, and Horner looks on with a smile as if he is witnessing, or even responsible for, some great thing. He is our spark, Thomas, our spark. He is like the Messiah, Thomas thinks, come to lead them to the promised land.
CD 9.
Chapter 18. Despite Payne's promise, King Henry has not come to see his gentleman of the bedchamber, though Payne supposes he might the next day, and so the next day Katherine arrives at the keep just as the bell is ringing for sext, with one thing on her mind, the recovery of the ledger. "Looks like snow," the captain of the guard says. He is the same man who was first so interested in Devon John's stump, and he is there again, stamping his boots, rubbing his hands, looking up and inhaling deeply, and she tells him she does not doubt it, and he steps aside to let her through, and she carries on up the steps, through the doors and along the various passageways she's come to know reasonably well since she started treating Riven. As she passes the second guard in the passageway, he greets her and asks if she has any news of the outside world. "Looks like snow," she repeats, and he sucks his teeth. "Poor bugger," he says. "Wouldn't like to be travelling in that." "No," she agrees, not quite understanding his point, and she opens the door. It scrapes on the stones, and the room echoes unfamiliarly, hollow and empty. Payne is there, standing in his riding boots and a travelling coat. He is very tight about the face, and she knows he is angry about something. "There you are," he says. She thinks she might be late for an appointment, but she does not think they have made one. Behind Payne, his various things, his dishes, herbs, bags, his jars and ewers, his roll of knives, are packed away, and his two coffers are one atop the other. There are some large bags, too. "You are going somewhere?" she asks. "Yes," he says, "somewhere my skills are appreciated and my belongings not searched and objects stolen." He gestures at Riven, asleep in his bed, face turned to the wall. His dressing needs changing. "What has been stolen?" she asks. "That hardly matters," he says. "It is the fact of it." Then it hits her. The ledger. "A moment," she says. She opens the door of the guardrobe, and it too scrapes too loudly on the stone-flagged floor. His clothes are all taken down, and the row of pegs, on which they used to hang to take advantage of the ammoniac stink, is empty. The ledger is gone. She goes back into Riven's chamber. Riven has turned over, but his eyes are still closed. "Have you seen a book?" she asks Payne. "A book? I have two. A particular book, hung on a peg in there. It was in a bag with a hole in it." Payne shakes his head. "No." "Are you sure? It was about this size." Again he shakes his head. "I am sure I would remember seeing that. What was it a book of?" "Of? Well, it did not have a title. It was a list of things, names mostly, but it had a hole in it. That is what you would remember most." She cannot help but glance at the poleaxe in its corner as she says this. She wonders, bets, imagines, knows for certain that the pick of the axe made the hole. The book had a hole or the bag? "Both." Payne pulls a face. "And you left it here? Why?" For safekeeping," she says. "Ha," he says. "More fool you. I have lost a cup of silver and a knife that I was given by the Duke of Devonshire, as well as a cap lined with marten fur, and other diverse items, the whereabouts of which this villain is unable to pinpoint, despite lying here when the thefts occurred." "But why the ledger? And, Christ, what will Thomas say?" She feels sick with it, faint, as if she might fall over at any time. First Payne is going, and now the ledger is gone. The ledger, oh dear Christ! She tries to concentrate, think about Payne. "Where are you going?" she asks. "South," he tells her, "to Bywell in Tynedale, a case of the pissing evil." "The pissing evil, is that serious?" she asks. It sounds it. "Of course." "Will you come back?" "When the illness has run its course, and if King Henry wills it, yes. But not if it is to treat this man." He curls his lips at Riven, and now she looks over at Riven, only to see him not looking at Payne, who has just insulted him, but at her. And she knows, he has the ledger. Payne says his farewells. 2 of the king's men come for his coffers and bags, and there is some good-natured badinage between them and Riven's guard. When they have gone, and she has said goodbye and thanked Payne for all he has shown her, and he has clasped her to him in a moment of strained emotion, she returns to change Riven's dressing. His eyes are shut again. She works quickly, tugging the wick a little further from the wound. Her hands are shaking. "A book? Hmm?" he asks. She pauses for a moment. "Yes," she says. "Do you know where it is?" He says nothing. She exposes the wound to the air. It is healing nicely, she thinks, and the wick is drawing clear. She rests her thumbnail on the flesh where it is rosy, and she wonders for a moment, if she could just cause him pain, get him to talk that way. But no, she remembers how he faced the pain when she cut him, and besides, it would be pointless. He is lying with his arms by his sides today. They moved the limb down in the week after they had made the cut, and since it had been positioned such for so long it hurt him enough to make him faint, but he never cried out, except once to emit a tiny squeak, like fresh rush underfoot. "What do you want with a book?" he asks. It belonged to my father." "Your father?" "Yes," she says. "He is dead." "Ah," he says. "Your father is dead. What was he, a barber surgeon likewise?" And she is briefly caught out. She has never even wondered what he might have been and done. "Yes," she says, "likewise." "And how did this book come by its whole?" She claims not to know. "Have you seen it?" she asks. "Have you taken it?" Riven sighs. "It is as I told that boor Master Payne," he says. "I sleep, I do not notice men coming and going, and if they take things to sell, to buy food, but you have a guard. He too must eat. But why a book? Why take that? It is of no value. Yet you seem exercised by its absence." "It is as I say," she tells him. "It was my father's." "Odd," he says. "I wonder if my son would be so sentimental about such a trifle were it mine." "Your son?" "I have one." She hardly knows what to say. "Tell me," Riven goes on, "your assistant, was he ever a monk, a friar, or some such?" "No," she says, "not one of them. Now, listen, for all I have done for you, where is that ledger?" "A ledger? Is it?" Riven says, but in doing so he closes his eyes and turns his head away, and just then, as if summoned by a secret signal, the guard shunts open the door and waits for her to leave. He is a very big man, she sees, an archer probably with those wrists. She can only obey him, but when she has left the room and the door is shut behind her, she asks him about the thefts. He feigns ignorance, but they both know. "Look," she says, "I do not care about the knife and goblet or whatever. I am only concerned for a book." But now he is genuinely puzzled. He really knows nothing about it. "And has Sir Giles been out of bed?" she asks, "walking and so on?" "Oh, yes," the guard says. "He cannot keep a Riven down, is what he says. He does not go far, mind, I see to that." She finds Thomas standing lookout on the tower's top again. He has his cap pulled very low over his eyes, and he is almost shapeless with the clothes he wears under his cloak. When she tells him, he is unable to believe it. "Riven has it, are you certain?" "I am sure." He rubs his jaw and looks away into the distance. She cannot hear his palm against the bristles because of the wind and the seagulls that shriek while they play in it. "Christ," he says. "Christ." "I know. What will he do with it?" "I don't know," she tells him. "I think he only knows that it is of value to me so far, and he'll not necessarily discover its significance, will he? Because, well, why would he? He thinks it belonged to my father, which is why I want it back." Thomas nods. His eyes are watering in the cold wind. "How do we get it back?" "I don't know," she admits. It was not there in the chamber, so I cannot simply take it when he's asleep. And if I show him how much I want it, it will only make him more determined that I shouldn't have it. He is like that. But we must find it. Can you imagine what Sir John would say if we were to turn up having lost the ledger and saved Giles Riven's life? And she looks at him, distraught, since she can see that it is all her fault. And then he starts to laugh, and he puts his hand over hers. It will be all right, he says. Put your trust in me, says the Lord. It will not be what we want, or think we want, but it will be all right. And now hearing him talk such reassuring nonsense makes her want to cry. God's plan, she asks. He smiles again, more broadly still, a row of white teeth in his dark beard, and puts his arm around her shoulder, and he pulls her to him. And though at that precise moment snowflakes drift to settle around them, she feels, my God, he may just be right. The snow does not settle, and the next week it is the feast of St. Thomas, when the day is shortest in all the year, and most of those in the castle not called John are celebrating their name day. Horner allows Thomas to come with him and a few of the others, and they go out of the walls, and after a day searching the countryside, they drag in a man-high, man-wide length of green log. They shove it in the bread oven, but they cannot get it to burn or to give off any heat, and it smoulders wetly, hissing for 3 days and nights until they finally give up on it and drag it out and chop it up and burn it with some beams they've stolen from a cottage in the village. You all right, Thomas? Horner asks as they are sitting by the flames. Oh, no, you look haunted, like someone is out to kill you. Well, they are, he says. All of Lord Montague's men. Christ, most of England. Yes, but we're safe behind these walls, Horner reassures him. Unless someone within them is trying to kill you. Thomas shakes his head, but Katherine thinks of the two that are after him to split him gut to gizzard. They are the reason he has not been down to the main gatehouse, where Riven's men are posted, to see if there is any sniff of the ledger. Unless it is burned, used as a splint to start a fire, then that is the only place it can be, he has told her. But as the week goes on, and there is no sign of it, and Thomas isn't able to go to the gatehouse to find it, the strain begins to tell, not helped by the privations of the Advent fast, during which they have lived on briny soup and almost equally briny ale. The thought of its end, and of Christmas itself, is almost too much to bear, and when they wake on the morning itself, it is to discover that the first heavy snowfall of the winter is in the process of settling outside, sealing them into their already shrunken world. Nevertheless, despite its flurries, the men and few women of the castle gather in the bailey after the first mass of the day to watch the candles lit and their light shine through the chapel's windows, and they are there to cheer King Henry when he grants them license to go out and hunt the migrant swans that have settled on the mere below the castle walls, and any other fish or fowl they can find besides. I've been eyeing them all month, Jack says, watching them get fatter by the day while we wither to nout on this stinking fish stew not worth a louse. But neither Thomas nor Katherine nor Jack is among the appointed hunters. Horner commands them to keep watch from the top of the outward postern gate, where one of the men has entwined ivy through the merlons, while seemingly every other man in the garrison is out roaming the country below. Thomas takes the chance to approach the main gatehouse, and she watches him sidle away through the bailey, keeping to its edges, and already he looks suspicious, like a thief, and she wonders if he ought not to go straight at the steps as if he belongs there. She waits, her gaze fixed on the gatehouse, and she finds herself shivering as she mumbles the prayers for his safe return. At the end of the afternoon he comes, empty-handed, just as the hunters troop back on new-made paths embroidered in the snowfields, converging on the gate with their haul, most of the swans, all sorts of duck and goose, a fox, 3 herons, a string of puffins, and even a bulbous seal Tallboy's men killed among the rocks on the headland to the north. They carry this oddity slung from a long pike held on their shoulders, and everybody reacts to it in their own way. That night they sing songs, and their bellies are filled with rough, meaty pottage and sour beer made with what tastes like nettles brought by an Easterling ship, sent from some French duke somewhere that also brought with it iron bars for the smiths, wheat and salt for the king's bakers. One of the boats unloading the ship sank in the choppy waters while laden, taking with it its oarsmen, and it is not known for sure what it was carrying, though some say malt. Katherine continues to tend to Giles Riven all through Christmas-tide. King Henry, through Sir Ralph Grey, has provided her with more linen, wine and rose oil. Urine, of course, she can get almost anywhere. The scar is healing, though she still does not know whether he'll be able to move his arm. One morning he is asleep when she goes in, and she believes he remains that way, so she looks again under the frame of his bed, where Payne used to store his mattress, but the ledger is not there, and when she looks up, he is awake, staring at her. "Where is it?" she asks. But he wants a different conversation. "You have not brought your assistant," he tells her. "Nor will I," she says, "until you return my book." He scoffs. "You know where I know him from, don't you?" he asks. "But you won't tell me." On the morning of the Epiphany, she goes to see him again, and she is surprised to find his guard absent, and she opens the door with care to find him standing in the middle of his chamber wearing only his brace, waiting for her. He is very, very pale, a great rack of ribs and a tilting pelvis, with his belly sunk in, and his skin loose and swagged like cloth, and his limbs, especially the right arm, withered to sticks, to twigs. He grimaces at her with his brown teeth, and his face is waxy and beaded with sweat. His brown hair is damp with it. "What do you think?" he gasps through the pain. "You cannot keep a Riven down." His guard is within, it turns out, behind the door, waiting to catch him should he fall. "You look like one of the horsemen of the apocalypse," she says. He hisses a laugh. She can smell his breath. How coffins must be, she thinks. "Am I famine?" he asks, "or war, or am I just death?" "It hardly matters," she says, "because after all he is not one of them. She will not show fright. She will not." "Tell your assistant that I am nearly ready," he says. "Tell him I am no fan of mummery, that I am not misled by disguises. Tell him I will soon remember." Katherine ignores him. She is all business, and asks to see the scar, but he will not turn, wisely, since he is so unsteady on his newborn colt's legs, and so instead she must go in and stand behind him. Her hands are shaking. It is seeing him upright, she thinks, that brings his presence home. She removes the linen. It is dry, and the skin is pink, puckered and silky. She knows there is no need for her to look at it ever again. "Cold hands you have," Riven says. "It is snowing," she says. He says nothing, but after a long moment lets out a sad sigh, and she can only guess his thoughts. He says no more until she is finished with the dressing and is about to go. "Leave the door," he says, but she does not. She closes him in, and she hurries away, and she will not come back. The snow lasts all month, falling, melting, freezing, falling again, night after night, day after day, and the icicles that hang fast under the drains in the castle walls and from the mouths of the gargoyles in the keep become steadily more grotesque. The walkways and tower tops are scattered with sand from the beach, and the whiteness of snow serves to emphasize the filth that accrues under the castle walls. "Why you need a moat?" Horner supposes. All around the castle walls, the few patrolling sentries move like heaps of clothing under their heavy cloaks and worsted hats that soon become solid with damp. Below them the bailey is deserted, save for the sheep in their folds, eating rationed hay and turnip tops, and bleating constantly through the short grey days. and there is still no sign of the ledger or of Edmund Riven. "He will wait until the spring, surely," Katherine says. She remembers Sir John Fakenham refusing a summons to spend the winter in Sandal Castle years earlier, a decision that saved his life, as it happened. Why would a man want to come and freeze to death in an ill-provisioned castle in such a bleak spot, when he could be at home by his own hearthside? Thomas agrees that is probable, but still, it would be better to know for sure, one way or the other, and in the meantime they are stuck in the castle, and nerves and tempers begin to fray all around them. "How long is this going to last?" Jack asks. "Herding sheep is more fun." He has managed to persuade a woman in the tents below to knit him an oily scarf that smells more of goat than sheep, and it has brought him out in a rash under his chin that he keeps scratching. Katherine is with him now, staring south over the Bailey, over their little world, watching the armed shepherds huddle in their tent, trying unsuccessfully to burn dung, and beyond the ghostly lights in the keep windows, where she imagines the ledger is even now. "It all depends," Horner tells them, "on whether the Scots treat with the false King Edward. If they do, then we'll have them coming at our backs from the north, and Lord Montague coming at us from the south. We'll be caught, you see." He demonstrates by scraping a gloved finger in the ice. It is perfectly obvious. "I thought the Scots and King Edward had already made a treaty, which is why King Henry had to leave there and come here." "Yes," Horner admits, vaguely, since his information is patchy and his understanding thin at its fringes. "But that was just to get them to eject King Henry from Scotland. This treaty is to get them, those Scots, to join Montague in hounding us." "So what to do?" she asks. Horner tells them that the Duke of Somerset has decided the only way to stop a treaty between the Scots and the Earl of March is to ensure their negotiators never meet, and that he is trying to discover the negotiators' whereabouts so that he can capture them or kill them. No one knows quite which. "Would it be a good idea to kill the Scots?" Thomas ventures. "Won't they then become your enemies?" "Our enemies," Horner corrects, but agrees. Patrols are sent out into the snow. Sir Ralph Grey does not volunteer his men. "Pointless exercise," he says. "We aren't going to just bump into the bastards, are we?" But information is acquired, and tidings come back. The Scots are sending their negotiators south from their capital to wait for an escort of Montague's men at a place called Norham on the River Tweed. It is a castle to the north of Bamborough, held by men loyal to King Edward. Lord Montague is to ride north from Newcastle, through this area controlled, although only loosely, by King Henry, to collect the Scottish negotiators and bring them back down to Newcastle, through the same lands again, to negotiate with King Edward's negotiators, who in their turn are coming up from London to meet them there. Meanwhile, worse tidings are confirmed. King Edward is also treating with the French and the Burgundians, who in the past have been friends of King Henry, and if he manages that, then it is all over. All hope is lost to Lancaster. It is not just a question of the long-term promises on which they have banked these past months, years even, that they will lose. It will be the day-to-day necessities, wheat, oats, ale, and without them, well, as for the men of Bamborough and Alnwick, of Dunstanburgh, and the many little fortresses that litter the northern marches, not even toads and bats will sustain them. They will have to give up their resistance and make terms with the same Yorkists who killed their fathers and their brothers at Towton. Knowing this, King Henry sends out letters and messages to his wife's father, the same Duke who sent the supplies at Christmas, to the King of France, to the Duke of Burgundy, to anyone who will accept his letters and might have un peu d'argent to spare, imploring them not to treat with the House of York, not to abandon the House of Lancaster. It is, more or less, all he can do. And instead of the rush of men hurrying to join King Henry's side that Somerset had promised, if anything the number has dwindled. 2 or 3 a day, and none of them with many in their retinue, and the longer it goes on, past Candlemas and into February, the more certain Katherine becomes that Edmund Riven will not join his father, but will remain at liberty, enjoying King Edward's grace. Knowing the parlous state of King Henry's world, it is the only thing a sane man might do. When the newly arrived see what it is they have come to join, their faces fall, and she can see them itching to back out, to return to wherever and whatever it is they've left. But the Duke of Somerset, a terrific escapee himself, has tightened the security, and now all the old soldiers who've been loyal to King Henry in exile, men who have nothing left to lose, stand jailers over the newcomers. "By all the saints," Jack says, banging his fist against the wet stonework. When? When? Fuck me. We'll never get out of this bloody place." Part 5. South to Tyndale, Northumberland, before Easter, 1464. Chapter 19. The company vintners are with their men in the butts, and out in the dunes, morning till night, come rain or shine, and in the bailey there is always shouting, and the constant ripple of men practising with bills and hammers. Thomas watches them for a while, and sees how quick and supple the best are, constantly twisting one another's wrists, changing their angles of attack, using their weapons in unexpected ways, and getting through their enemies' blades to strike them. Now that they have shed their coats, it is possible to see their livery colours, and Riven's men are among them, Thomas sees. And their comings together, fights is too grand a word for such swift couplings, are models of brutality and merciless economy. One man thrusts, the other evades, twists, turns, and brings his hammer's fluke around to ring against the first man's helmet. It might just as easily have been in his eye. "They don't hang about, do they?" Jack volunteers. Thomas agrees. "But who are all these others?" "Those in the red and green are Lord Hungerford's," Jack tells him, "and those in the blue and yellow are Roos's. They should be all right, though, surely. Don't look too bad." Thomas is not so sure. He shrugs. "I suppose there is still time." But there isn't, or not much. Word goes out that Sir Humphrey Neville of Branspeth is to lead a party down south to try to intercept Lord Montague, as Montague rides north on his way to collect the Scottish negotiators. Humphrey Neville's lands are to the south of Newcastle, and it is supposed he knows them, so that is where he intends to spring the trap, and he and his men take as many arrows and as much of the remaining oats as they can to keep themselves alive in the field. "What a relief he's gone," Horner tells them, "for he makes Sir Ralph seem moderate in his whims." Meanwhile, the rest of the garrison, along with almost every other man in the north who is still loyal to King Henry, are to be gathered in Bamborough, ready to sally out in support of the many small uprisings that are reported all over the land. Horner is delighted. "This is it," he says. "It is now or never, do or die. This is the time when King Henry will count on his loyal friends, and in the future he will remember us. You should hear Sir Ralph talk. He thinks that by the end of this, not only will he be Castian of Alnwick, Bamborough and Dunstanburgh, he will be the Earl of Northumberland, rising higher than the Percys and the Nevilles. He has great plans for a new livery, the like of which, well, it sounds fantastical, that is all I can say." And still Edmund Riven does not come. "Where is he? When will he come?" Thomas keeps asking Katherine, but she does not know. "And where is the ledger? Why has that not surfaced? Do you believe he can really have it still?" He knows he is letting his frustration grow, but after the long hibernation through the winter, the Duke of Somerset is preparing his army to fight, and Thomas's vague anxiety at the thought of it, of going to fight Montague's men, solidifies into fear. He does not want to go anywhere, not just with these men, who do not fill him with any confidence, but with any men. More than that, he does not want to have to ride out and fight anyone, least of all Montague's men, whom he vividly recalls manning the gates of Newcastle. He does not mention this to anyone, not even Katherine, lest she thinks him a coward, But he never came here to fight alongside men he might even have fought in the past, and he values his life more than he values this cause. Christ, he thinks he values his bootstraps more than he values this cause. But they are caught, still, again, as ever they were, in the same trap that has held them fast since they arrived at Alnwick months ago. It is not just the question of getting over the walls, though that is hard enough, nor is it merely the question of finding horses when they've done so, though, again, that would be hard enough too. It is really the question of getting past the patrols Somerset sends out, ridden by men who are more like the men they call the prickers, who roam a battlefield's rear and whose job it is to strike more fear into a man than his known enemy, whoever that enemy might be. "What are we going to do?" Katherine asks, divining his unspoken thoughts. "We can't join this lot in their fight, can we? I mean, do you want to? I don't. I don't want you to. I know I will be left at the rear, and I will do my best to stitch men up, but look at them. They are not good archers, even I know that. They are farm boys, pretending. That one, look at him. He has no bracer. He will be shouting with pain after he has loosed 10 arrows. And that one, he has a hunting bow. You will be against trained archers, equipped with proper bows, loosing proper arrows." He gets Horner to call the men to the butts once more, and they spend the next few days there, loosing, collecting, sending the arrows in precise waves, each time faster and further than before. But it is only his men he can make do this. The others, Hungerford's men and Roos's men, watch from behind, and they admire or laugh at their exertions. But that is it, until one of Horner's men gets into a fight with one of theirs and has to be dragged off while both are still struggling to free their daggers from their belts, and that is depressing in its own way. And then Humphrey Neville of Branspeth returns from setting his ambush for Montague with not a single casualty, and it is possible to imagine how, for a moment, the guards on the gates might have thought he had set his ambush so cleverly that he must have annihilated Montague's men. But then it emerges that Montague's scouts disturbed the ambush, and that consequently Montague went around it and reached Newcastle unmolested. Somerset is said to be furious, and so now he's decided that they must risk everything, and so St. Ambrose's Day, in early April, is the appointed day, and they gather in the bailey in their companies, in their livery coats, ready to march out of the castle to intercept Montague on his way north. And there is great excitement, and even a sense of purpose, and for the first time Thomas is able to see this beleaguered little army as a fellowship, one forged by the common endurance of hard times, and he can see that they share a feeling of togetherness, camaraderie even, when most suspicions are laid aside, and men in red and black livery might stand happily with men in yellow and blue, or even white, with clumsy approximations of ravens on their chests. And there are mentions of King Henry's father, who took his own beleaguered little army through France, and, in the thin spring sunshine, one might almost think anything were possible. But this camaraderie does not include Thomas. He is thinking of only two things, the first of which is the chance this venture will offer to send a stray arrow where it should not be sent, into the back of Giles Riven, and the second, that must necessarily follow on from the first, escape. He does not know how or when, but he knows the chance will come. He will seize it when it does, and loose the arrow and then ride, just as he should have done months ago. He has spoken to Jack and John Stump about leaving. He did not call it deserting, and they will come with him and Katherine. 4 are better than 2. It is true he is giving up on the ledger, but realistically, what chance is there that it has not been burned? He cannot imagine why anyone would ever steal it in the first place, let alone keep it, other than for lighting a fire. Nevertheless, he watches Riven's men now piling their wagon high with all sorts of odd-shaped sacks and bags and boxes. Could the ledger be on there, or would they leave it behind? "Is Riven himself coming?" he asks. "I don't know," she says. "I have not seen him for a month. I doubt he could have become so strong as to ride a horse, though, let alone fight." He thinks about Sir Ralph Grey's bet with William Talboys. How many nobles was it if Riven could mount a horse? But then there is a thin trumpet blast from the merlins of the keep, and from its doorway come, of all things, 2 columns of Sir Giles Riven's men. They emerge from within to part, 10 men going one way, 10 the other, until they form a line, a backdrop, either side of the doorway, and then, after a pause, King Henry comes out, wearing a helmet with an open face and a coronet attached, studded with what look like gemstones, red and green. "He could sell that," someone mutters, "buy us all a round of ale." King Henry acts as if there ought to be a cheer now, but there isn't, and Thomas can see from the king's expression that he is merely following orders from probably Somerset, whom Thomas can imagine is waiting inside, barking through the doorway, and that King Henry would rather do anything but this, would rather creep quietly to prayers. Apart from the helmet, he is wearing what looks like a monk's cassock, and the men in the bailey are struck silent. They are not complicated men, Thomas supposes, and all they need to see is something they think worth following. King Henry is not that something. He looks miserably uninspiring, and he knows it, and he mumbles something apologetic that can only be heard at the front of the crowd, and there is a limp sort of cheer, and then from the keep comes Sir Giles Riven, and even so diminished as he is by his wound, he still exudes something King Henry is lacking. It may not be what the men in the bailey want, though, since there are hisses when he appears, as when Beelzebub appears in a mummers play. He glares at the crowd below him, looking to find someone to dare to stand up and say something, but no man catches his eye, and once the hissing has died down, silence resumes, grows, and King Henry shifts from foot to foot and then says something again, and a ruddy-faced grey is there at his shoulder, as well as that beardless, capering priest, and they both laugh as if neither has heard anything so funny, and Riven turns slowly to them, and in a moment they fall silent. Riven stands, waiting, neither patient nor impatient, more tolerating what must be tolerated, and under his travelling cloak he has a sword belt wrapped around his waist, and he is in riding boots, folded down to the knee, and gloves and a hat pulled down over his ears, and it seems he has been within for so long that he is unused to the cold, and that his eyes are watering in the chill breeze. So he is coming too, Thomas sees, and he watches his fingers grip his new bow, just as if it were they who hate Riven, just as if his body remembers why he hates the man so, even if his mind has forgotten. But he knows this time he will have a chance, and this time it will be easy. And at least when they return to Marton, they will have achieved one thing. An arrow. In that moment of chaos, if they manage to find Montague's men, and if they manage to draw them into a fight, and if not, then some other way. But a chance will come, he is sure, out there, and he will save an arrow for that moment. He has a sheaf of the best with his few possessions on a cart, guarded by John Stump, and he can almost see the one he will send flying into Riven's back. He thinks it is even slightly funny that he will be replacing one arrowhead with another, but as he is laughing, he unearths a different image, a memory, of standing on a hillside in the falling gloom, and of bending a bow to loose an arrow across a snow-filled valley, and of hitting a man, and knocking him down, and feeling he'd somehow missed. He shudders as if at the cold, and then finds Katherine's hand on his shoulder-blade, and she is concerned. Others have turned too. He must have cried out. But now King Henry is talking again, saying something Thomas cannot hear, for King Henry does not have a voice that will carry. But as he speaks, a steward emerges to lead a saddled horse up the steps to where Riven stands, with a curled lip, and a mounting block is brought up, made of a broad log, and placed beside the waiting horse, and for a moment no one can see what is happening, because King Henry and Sir Giles Riven are hidden behind the horse, but it seems that King Henry himself is helping Riven to step up onto it, with a servant and the steward nearby, their hands ready to catch either if he should fall. Nearby, all the king's men look on with mixed expressions. Grey is there, grinning and hopping from foot to foot, while Tallboys is thunderous. "Hope the fucker falls off," one of the men next to Thomas mutters. When Riven is mounted, he turns to the crowd and stares at them as if he has done this to spite them, and then uses his heels to nudge the horse forward. And with that, Grey has won his bet, and Tallboy's lost his, and John Stump looks around for Katherine. "Kit!" he shouts. "It was Kit!" And Katherine looks over from her place by the cart, and a frown pinches her forehead, but John goes on shouting about how he, was the one who should take the credit. Horner interrupts and calls that they were lucky to have such a God-gifted surgeon to ride with them into battle, and that if by any ill luck they should find themselves wounded or injured, then they know that they will have the services of the man who taught the king's physician a thing or two, and what could be better than that? Did Montague have such a resource? No. It is hardly stirring, Thomas thinks, but the men seem mildly reassured, even if they are reassured more for their friends, for no man goes into a fight thinking he will be the one to need a surgeon, and it shows that Horner is at least considerate, not just of his men, but where credit was owed. Katherine flushes, even up to the point of her half-ear. And so, led by King Henry and Sir Giles Riven, and then by the Duke of Somerset and the other lords, Roos and Hungerford, and Sir Ralph Percy, and Sir Ralph Grey, and Sir Humphrey Neville of wherever it is, they march out through the dank shadows of the Barbican, and then finally into the spring sunshine, and the Duke, who has found some newish harness, lets the sunlight catch on its polished parts, and his horse is good and eager for exercise, and the king's long banner is made to stir by his standard-bearer, and they ride down the hill and away from the castle, and the long trail of marching men unwinds behind them, with every man there wishing he had a horse of his own. They walk all morning, moving at the speed of the slowest cart, and though no one except Somerset seems to have a very clear idea where they are bound, or how long it will take to get there, they all agree it had better not be too far, and it had better be well provisioned, for they are not over-encumbered with baggage. There are a few carts carrying barrels of ale, a few laden with sacks of oats that do not look wholly dry and give off the taint of spoil, and each company has a cart piled with arrows and personal baggage and weapons, but that, more or less, is that. It is not enough to keep them in the field for very long, however few they may be. "Saints," Horner says, "it is good to be out, isn't it?" It is that. Castle walls begin to loom up over you after a while. Their shadows are long and cold and deep even on a spring day such as this, but now they are out in open moorland, following a gritty track through rolling plains of heather, sedge, gorse and broom even, and men take sprigs of it and put them in their hats like the first Plantagenets. But as they walk on, the relief of being out of the castle fades, and Thomas's anxieties begin to bloom. He looks around him at the men he's walking with, and all he really wants to be is away, to duck into the trees at the side of the road, to take Katherine with him and to return to a normal life, the one he imagines he is owed, with a house by a stream, with some acres to call his own, with oxen, sheep, beehives, a pond, Christ, a spinning wheel and a few pigs. A man begins playing a flute, and another joins him, and then one takes up a song that suggests a plaintive desire to be elsewhere, and it speaks of home fields as the summer comes in, and of sweethearts, and of warmth and plenty, and pretty soon others have joined in until the word comes down that it is to stop, and there are vintners on horses threatening men to get them to hold their tongues, and the boys are told to get drumming, and so they do, and their tambours, or whatever they are beaten in a driving rhythm, and the home fields and sweethearts are all forgotten as men pick up their pace and forge ahead. "Is it always like this?" Thomas asks Katherine, and she shakes her head. "When we came to Towton, it was the grimmest thing you ever saw. Every man was set, and it was so cold you couldn't believe it was nearly Lady Day. And there were thousands of us, thousands. How many are we now, do you suppose?" "Horner says nearly 5,000, but they expect more to join them as we go." They move south, past Dunstanburgh, from which a small contingent joins them. "Were you really eating toads?" Jack asks one. "Not toads," he says. "They're poisonous. Everything else, though. Seagulls are the worst. but we had a lot of them, so... They march all day until it is coming on to night, and they pitch camp on a moorland that is reasonably flat. There are exactly 8 tents, and they gather enough wood and bracken and heather for a large watch-fire, and the men sleep around it, as close to the tents as they can. The best place is under the carts, where they will be dry if it rains, nor will the dew soak them where they lie. Riven's men at the other side of the camp, likewise gathered around their own cart, but Riven himself is to sleep in one of the tents alongside Sir Ralph Grey and the others. Horner goes to report and comes back impressed. He is a cold fish, he says, but he can silence Sir Ralph with a single look. Thomas sits awake, watching the tent in which he supposes Riven to be, and he watches Riven's men on the far side of the camp. They keep themselves to themselves, he notices, and he is pleased, but he wonders if their doing so means anything. He wonders if he can walk over there and just look to see if the ledger is there. Katherine seems to read his intention. Do you think it'll be to one side of the tent, by the door, nice and neat in its bag, ready to be collected? She scoffs, and he admits it is unlikely. He's becoming sure it is burned now, since why otherwise would they keep it? In the morning it is cool again, and scouts are sent out while the king's priests lead the remaining soldiery in prayer. They say the Ave, the Credo, the Paternoster, and the De Profundis before they eat their oatcakes and then dismantle the tents and get on their way, winding westwards now, the sea behind them, the breeze in their faces, stiffening their flags, tugging at their sleeves. Always easier to come the other way, Horner tells Thomas, but at least King Henry can ride without having to breathe us all in. He is right, Thomas thinks. They do leave a trail, like rats migrating from barn to barn in autumn, and it is better to be upwind of them and their frowsty clothes and unwashed bodies. All day they potter westwards under racing clouds, and the drummers are not so enthusiastic when the showers come, and they remove their skins, and the men trudge through the gathering mud with their heads down and raindrops ringing on their hats and shoulders. The thing is, they do not seem to have a destination. They seem to be wandering around, moving from west to east, east to west, waiting for something to happen that might not happen. Then King Henry leaves them, riding for better quarters, and he is to be escorted by a company of Sir Giles Riven's men, and so Thomas and Katherine stand in the rain and watch them go. Christ, Thomas says. He almost wishes he were riding with them. For 2 days in a row they stay in the same camp, stripping and despoiling the countryside around, until the morning of the 3rd day, when they break camp and retrace their steps. Scouts come and go, bringing conflicting reports. Sometimes Montague is still in Newcastle, and the Scots have returned to Edinburgh. Sometimes Montague is riding westwards via Carlisle, and the Scots are moving that way too, on their way to meet him in Kelso. Sometimes Montague has many men with him, a great power with bombards and a force of archers many thousands strong. Sometimes he is moving quickly in a party of no more than 40 horsemen. No one can be sure of anything. Morale is sapped. Fights break out. The rain comes down. More days pass, and they are now west of Bamborough, north of Alnwick, in rough, stream-fissured moorland, offering little shelter under stunted, wind-sculpted hawthorns. Birds shoot overhead, bundled by the gusts from the west, and the steely grey sky suggests more rain. Sir Ralph Grey comes stalking through the heather, seeking out Thomas and Horner. "Can't bloody well stand this much more," he says. "Shouldn't have left Bamborough. Christ, shouldn't have left Alnwick. And that goddamn traitor Riven has slipped off with King Henry, so he doesn't have to be out in this." So Riven is gone, and with him goes Thomas's best hope for a chance to kill him. Christ, he thinks, if this task is a God-given, God is not making it easy. "Still," Grey continues, "there we are, cowardly bloody bastard, but never mind that. I want you to ride to Holme for me. The prior will have had time to distill some more of his whatever the stuff is called. Actually, while you were there, ask him what it is called, will you? Find out if it has a name." "Can I take Kit and Jack?" Thomas asks. "No, Gray says. They must stay. So not only has Riven slipped away, they are still not trusted. He and Horner and 2 other men ride out the next morning. It is the first time he has been away from Katherine since that day on the river's bank in the summer, and he feels his departure like a physical pain, and thinks of himself as a stone being pried from the flesh of its plum. They find a few moments alone while Thomas pretends to piss, and they stand side by the river, and he tells her it will not be for long. What if you run into Montague? She asks. We won't, he says. Horner says Montague has looped well to the west, to Carlisle. So Thomas and Horner and the 4 others mount up and are southbound on one of the old roads, paved with large flat stones, centuries old already, that leads south to Morpeth, Horner says, when ahead of them they see a great party of horsemen clustered together, possibly all in black and red. Christ! Horner shouts. It is them! It is them! Get back! Let's go! And they turn their horses and dig their heels in, and they gallop back up the track. Montague's men do not give chase. Did you get it? Gray asks when they ride into the camp and throw themselves from their horses. When they tell him what they know, Gray is disappointed, but Horner is taken before Somerset. Just told him what we saw, he tells Thomas when he returns. Trumpets are sounded, drums pick up, vintners are among them again with their sticks and cuffs, shouting, harrying. There is some trouble among Lord Roos's men, a fight, some sort of mutiny, quickly overcome. More patrols are sent out. Thomas finishes his ale and the remnants of his oatcakes. He wishes they had made it as far as Holme, where he might have found some food, even if it was only fish soup and bread. The scouts come back. They estimate that Montague has 4,000 men, a number only slightly smaller than their own. As many as 1,000 archers are among them. Preparations are made. Dear God, Thomas says, we are going to have to fight them. We mustn't, Katherine whispers. You mustn't. You must get away today, this moment. But the prickers are already there, mounted in pickets, waiting for any to try just this. He feels he has been asleep, and has now woken up to find himself joining the line, bow clutched in hand, getting ready to fight for men he hardly knows, against men he hardly knows. And she looks at him with tear-filled eyes, and he cannot pretend that everything will be all right, and that nothing will happen to him, because anything could happen to him, and it might not be all right. Katherine touches him on the sleeve. Kit, he says, and she looks at him and realizes what he means, that she is Kit, not Katherine even now, and she withdraws her hand. And Katherine stands. She is very pale. He looks at her and vows to himself that he will remember her like this, whatever else happens. She is in a long jack that reaches mid-thigh, baggy hose, good boots still, and she wears her linen cap under a simply made, fulled wool tube that she has curled over. She has a belt on, which is her purse, where she keeps her rosary and her knife. Over her shoulder she carries a pale linen bag that is, just now, half filled with oatcakes. So, she says, and she extends her hand, and he takes it. They hold one another's gaze longer than they ought, and he feels, Christ, we have said these sorts of farewells before. His hand lingers. He is breathing quickly. He wants of all things to pull her to him. She seems to know, but there is nothing to be done. And then there are the usual parting wishes of going with God, and of God guiding hands, and of God delivering to safety. And finally Thomas has to let go of her hand and look away, and Horner is still there, turned, staring up to where men are gathering on the slight crest above. The king's banner is there, though Thomas supposes King Henry himself is not, as is Percy's on the right, though the others, Somerset, who came in just his nightshirt, do not have theirs, and so linen has been painted with the Beaufort colours, and it flutters in the breeze. Above, a skein of geese passes, flying spread out in the shape of an arrowhead, northwards for the summer. Chapter 20. The bearded priest calls them together, and from the bed of a cart he leads them in a cycle of prayers that few can hear, during which there is an appeal for intercession from the Virgin Mary, and from St. Edward in particular, to uphold the divine right of King Henry to rule his people as his own, and then another cycle of prayers begins, before they are permitted to disperse to their own carts and their own little encampments, to follow their own routines, to find their own consolations, and seek their own encouragements. And now those that have harness put it on, and servants and women start to bustle about the place, while men grow still and silent. Grey has provided his own men with his livery coat and a helmet each, all in the same style, made by the same armourer, as well as a padded jack apiece, though Thomas does not need one, and he pulls his livery cloth over his brigandine, and his helmet is close-fitting, good for loosing a bow, but it makes hearing hard, and for some reason it is difficult to judge space and distance around the camp. And then he ties his bracer, finds the short sword he has acquired and ties that to his belt, and then the buckler that Grey has also given out. And last he picks up his bow and 2 sheaves of arrows. And now there is nothing more they can say. On Hedgeley Moor the drums are beating constantly, and everyone is shouting for one another, and there are bugles and horns being blown, and horses are being led to their riders to take them up towards the line. The prickers are riding in packs of 4 or 5, long spears resting on boot caps, looking for men in the shadows, under carts, down by the river, in among the heather, anyone who might be tempted to drift away. Then Horner arrives, breathless, pink with pleasure at his attire. He has plate on his arms and legs, good steel gloves, a fine helmet with a face-piece he can raise, and a beaver. He has plate under his livery coat, and with his poleaxe, to Thomas's mind, he looks like a boy dressed up to fight, and he remembers thinking that of someone before, but whom? He does not know. He wonders for the first time how old Horner is. "We are to be in the centre," Horner tells him. "On the road itself. Somerset is to lead from there, with Percy's men in the vanguard and Hungerford and Roos on the left." "What about the king?" John Stump asks, and there is a moment of embarrassed silence. "Archers will be to the front," Horner continues, "facing south, wind from the west as usual. Whatever happens, if Montague is to survive the day, he knows he has to get past us, and we will stop him here, and then the day will be ours." But those flags, they are pointing to Roos and Hungerford's men in their red and green and blue and yellow, and Thomas cannot help thinking he would not like to be where they are, on that wing of the front. He sees Riven's men among them, though, and he is pleased. He imagines the men who'd wanted to kill him will be under the drifting arrow cloud when it comes. He remembers Little John's tale of being under one of them, and he is suddenly dry-mouthed with fear. How did it come to this, he wonders. He looks for a way out, an escape, but there is none. He wonders exactly when it became too late. The moment he encountered Horner, he supposes? 6 months earlier? Thomas takes his leave of Horner with a quick clasp of his metal hands, and then he edges through the crowd of men-at-arms and their attendant billmen to the front to find Jack and the others, the archers, his archers, who stand well spaced for the loosing of their bows, some with their arrow shafts in the ground, others with them in their belts. They are confident, it is obvious, and ready for this, and for a moment Thomas is reassured to be among them, since he knows they are good and well trained, and that they will do their best. He takes his place among them, behind the man who always came last in the arrow-shooting competitions, having chosen this because he'd rather be behind him than in front of him. His name is John, a cutler from Sheffield, a good man, well-meaning, but as simple as a cow. Jack is further along the line, training to see the enemy, still so boyish despite it all. Thomas leans forward to catch his eye, and when he does, Jack nods back, but he is distracted. Thomas hopes he will be all right today. He thinks of him the first time he saw him, bobbing in and out of the trees in his brother's orchard, and he realizes how fond of the boy he has become. He watches him tell another man a joke, or something that makes him laugh anyway, and he feels curiously proud. He is like a what? Not a son. Jack is only a few years younger than Thomas, but he is definitely like a nephew, perhaps, like his brother's son, the one who lived. Thomas turns to the front and peers over John the Cutler's padded form, and he sees for the first time the distant line of Montague's troops. At moments like these, a man sees his enemy and thinks that if he is to survive, he will have to kill every single one of them, that it is him against them. And right now, this does not, at first, look possible. Montague's men move in a solid block, with what look like archers to the front, as is usual, and then a great mass of men-at-arms behind. At the centre are the polished figures of Montague's captains, moving up quite quickly, Thomas thinks. Then they stop. There is a short moment while they reorganize themselves. A trumpet brays. They carry on. "This is it, boys," someone says. "Say your prayers." There is a susurrus and a murmuring among the men, and Thomas joins them in a mumbled paternoster, and then there is a flurry of arms crossing chests. One or two of the older men bend a knee and mark their place with a cross in the dirt under the heather roots, and some of them take a small piece of this earth and place it in their mouths, but the younger archers don't bother. It must be something from France, Thomas thinks, when the English fought the French, rather than one another. Another trumpet, distant shouts in the cold grey afternoon. Now Somerset propels his horse through the ranks, and he rides out a little way before turning to face them. He has his helmet raised and his beaver undone, and he is carrying a horseman's hammer, but it is for show, since they all know he must dismount and send his horse back, and fight on foot like a proper Englishman. But for now it is a good thing, something to wave, something to emphasize his rhetoric. "Men of Lancaster," he begins, raising the hammer, "men of England! On this day, in this hour, now, the fate of the kingdom, our kingdom, hangs in the balance. If we let past this mob of false traitors sent by the treacherous Duke of York to seek the succour of the enemies of our dread liege King Henry, we will lose, not just the day, but everything. We will lose our names, our lands, our lives, and all the hardships we have shared over the years, all the privations, all the sacrifices, all the time we have been denied our lands, our hearths, our dogs, our wives. They will count as nothing. All the blood we have shed, all the blood our fathers have shed, all the blood our sons and brothers have shed, it will count as nothing. But if we stop them here today, if we send them back whence they have come, then news of this day's work will resound throughout Christendom. We will turn the tide, and we will show the world that we men of the North, we are equal and greater to anything they might throw at us, and that we remain loyal, we remain steadfast where others falter, and that we are the true beating hearts of this our land." Somerset's oratory is undercut by the sight of a similar-looking man in similar-looking harness riding out to address his own troops across the moor. It might be Montague, Thomas supposes, and it is easy to imagine him saying the same sorts of things. At length, Somerset finishes with an appeal to St. George to send them safe and victorious, and there is a rousing cheer, echoed a moment later by a distant cheer from the ranks opposite. And while Somerset gallops along the front of his army, so does Montague, and then both men ride through gaps that have been left open for them in the ranks of the men-at-arms, and now there is nothing left to do but wait for the signal to get on with it. Thomas wishes more than ever that he had ale. They all need it, really, to face what they are about to face. It gives them bodily strength, the energy to do what they must, and it gives them the spirit to do it too. He peers ahead. It is perhaps the middle of the afternoon, and the sky is still moving quickly, still west to east, but it does not look as if it will rain. And Montague's men are moving forward quickly, and Jack is on his toes, peering over to see if Riven's gunners will soon open up. Thomas tries to control his breathing. "Let them come," he says. "We have the height." Though he knows this advantage is almost negligible, and is perhaps reversed by having so few men with good bows, it is something to say. His mouth is so dry. Sweat slips from the leather lining of his helmet. He distracts himself, fiddling with his arrows. He leaves one linen bag of them on the ground at his feet, though he makes sure to open the string, and he takes the other and shakes out his arrows and puts a dozen point first in the ground and a dozen through the loop in his belt. He steals a look around, towards Hungerford and Roos's men, where Riven's men are, and though he knows Riven is not there, he remembers those other two, so he slips a couple of shafts around his belt so that they are at his back. They are both weighty, with long tapering bodkins, and he will keep them, just in case. Next he knocks his bow. It is hard. He needs his whole body to get the wood to bend enough to slip the string over its end, but when it is done, the thing is alive in his hands, singing with its own taut energy. He picks his first arrow and knocks that on the string. Good fletching, he thinks. Grey goose feathers, green-tinged bindings, lots of glue, a heavy shaft, aspen, bulbous towards one end, and a rough iron bodkin to top it off. Now Montague's men are within 500 paces. They are impressively trained, keeping order as they come, moving as one. Thomas has seen this before somewhere, men moving like this. It was snowing, though, then, and were they on a bridge? He cannot recall. They negotiate a stream, a rivulet, really, with no bunching, and they come on up after it with no hesitation. They are spreading wide now, along a front just as broad as Somerset's. It is as if Somerset has invited them to something, a dance, and they have accepted the invitation. So strange to think of so many men marching so far, as if by appointment, to come and try to kill one another. But then something odd happens, and for a moment every man falters, even Montague's, and some stop, and murmuring spreads along the front, and men lower their weapons, because between the converging ranks some large hares have emerged in the heather and gorse. They are racing around, springing up at one another as if fighting, a strange, comical impression of what is to come. And it is so good to see, they are so careless and free that there is a pause, and one old man calls out that he would put a groat on the one on the left winning the doe, and there is a moment of speculation. And then, hearing them, the hares stop and turn, and it seems as if they are sniffing the air, and then, as one, they are gone in an instant. And after a moment of silent contemplation, the men in the two armies seem to sigh, and the drums pick up, and the men-at-arms lower their visors where they have them, and take a step forward. Knock! This is a moment easily orchestrated. Everybody knows how to nock an arrow. Thomas's is held loose in his right hand forefingers, its foreparts resting on the bridge of the knuckle of his left hand, where it grips the bow shaft. He squeezes his shoulders, rolls them up to his ears. Here they go. A deep breath, murmured prayers, nervous laughter, something Jack has said. Then a moment of profound tension until... Draw! And now they lean forward, weight on the left leg, then haul their bows back, balancing their weight, and up, hauling back on the string, letting it cut into the fingers despite the leather tags, pulling, 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 the muscles on his back instantly warm, his view down the foreshortened shaft of the arrow, and the string coming to his eye. and then from the tail of his eye he notices, without seeing, 700 or 800 pale wood bows, their curved lines cross-hatched by the straight lines of the arrows. And then before anyone has time to shout, "Loose!" they loose. The bowstrings boom and snap against bracers, and the shafts leap into the sky, merging into a slate-coloured band like flocking starlings. And they pause in mid-flight at the top of their arc, and if the archers weren't already knocking and hauling on their strings again, they might have time to stop and admire that moment, which lasts as long as the time between two heartbeats, when the arrow shafts seem to dither in the sky before they begin to drop, gathering speed again as they plummet to thunder on the heads of the men below. But it is not all one way. Montague's archers have sent up their own shafts, and there is a noticeable darkening of the sky where the clouds of arrows drift through one another, and there are some that collide, to knock one another down, to fall to the ground like dropped lines. "Here they come!" And suddenly the arrows thicken the air around him, hail slashes before his eyes, thumping into the ground. There are cries and sudden thrashing movements. It sounds like a busy smithy. Some men stop loosing and hunch their shoulders. They try to turn themselves into as narrow a column as possible under their helmets. These are always the men with those wide-brim helmets, the old kettle helmets, since with such a hat the temptation to do this is too great, which is why anyone with a retinue of his own will not issue these helmets, and why they have become unpopular, for they are like a badge of future cowardice, and only the bravest of the brave can wear them and continue to loose. And no one is that brave. Thomas draws and looses, and the bow is becoming easier as he warms, but all around him there are men being struck by Montague's archers' arrows. They are knocked backwards or skewered and rarely fall silently. There is screaming, not so much at the pain, since that is known to come later, but in anger at seeing your arm stuck through, its bones broken, or at being thrown onto your arse or your back, or at being hit on the helmet and having your ears ring and your vision waver, and at being made to stagger like a calf and loose your bowels, or at having a shaft stuck in your thigh and seeing your blood suddenly everywhere, unstoppable in your eyes, and it is so hot. The pain of loosing the bow builds slowly across his back and his arms. His fingertips sting, his wrist is bruised despite the bracer. He has loosed 20 arrows. He has seen 5 of his own men knocked to the ground. 2 of them are dead, but John the cutler is not among them, nor is Jack, who is sweating and red-faced from the effort, but he wears a childish grin, and his teeth show, and his eyes are so bright, and he seems to imagine that he can see exactly where he is aiming his shafts. The wind is dragging the arrow cloud wide, he sees, curving them in flight, so that they fall from a 3/4 angle, and he sees that Montague's arrows fall that way too, as predicted, and that the cloud is converging on the men to his left, on Roos's and Hungerford's men, on Riven's men. Part of him celebrates it. Part of him laughs. Riven's men are there. They are bearing the brunt, taking casualties. It is possible to know without knowing that something worse than usual is happening on a battlefield, to know without knowing that someone somewhere is having a worse time of it than you, and everybody knows that the left flank is suffering, while the right flank is yet to engage. He has 4 arrows left. He looks along the line. Jack has already loosed his quota, and thank God he is gone. He is fast, Thomas thinks, better than me. He bends his back again, 1 more arrow, then another, until finally the last. He has done all he can be expected to do, and if he is caught between the 2 lines of men-at-arms, he is a dead man, so he does not look around among the dying on the ground for more arrows. He has ridden his luck. Ave Maria, gratia plena, Ave Maria, gratia plena. But stupid, useless John the cutler is still the slowest. He has 6 more arrows tucked in his belt. "John," he calls. "John, leave 'em." John the cutler looks around, and later Thomas will wonder if he does not laugh at him. But when the boy turns back to his own business, an arrow hits him on his chin, the bit that used to stick out, and that shatters, and it is through his throat, and a black tag appears between his shoulder blades with a spit of dark blood, and he drops, as if from a height, with his feet and hands thrust forward and the bow spilling. For a moment he sits upright, and then he throws himself back on the ground at Thomas's feet, with his head banging and his arms thrown up, so that the knock of the arrow in his throat is presented to Thomas, offered up, as if he might want to pluck it out and knock it on his own string. And above it, or below it, John's eyes are still open, and they even move, and they seem to focus on Thomas as if he has said something wounding, and then they swim and roll like something turning in the water, and then John the cutler is dead. Blood gurgles from the wound, bubbling around the shaft of the arrow, staining it and his scarf as he makes a strange cacking sound.
CD 10.
Thomas can do nothing. He turns and runs. He pushes past the men-at-arms and the billmen, who are now snarling and trying to steady themselves for what they next must do, and he emerges out of the back of them, through the few lines of the naked men, to where there should be ale carts for the archers to slake their thirsts before collecting more arrows that ought to be piled here and sending them over the heads of the men-at-arms and into the ranks of the closing enemy. But there are no arrows. Some archers are standing round, rueing the chance that is going begging, while others are no longer capable and are spread about the ground, some of them blood-splattered, others stained shamefully, walking with spread legs and weeping. Some are dazed, while others sit by and watch, and among them the wounded cry out as they drag themselves in search of help, or ale, or expire in the thickness of their own blood. Others stand with hands on knees, steaming from their efforts, while yet others are stretching their backs, groaning with the painful pleasure. Some women are there, chunky camp followers in aprons and caps, as tough as the men they follow, but there is no ale, only water from the stream, and they are doling that out or helping men on the ground until, after a moment, it is clear there is something else going on. The women stop and straighten their backs, and they look up and over to the left flank, and Thomas turns to look, and he sees men running. Can it be their lines have broken already? No one can credit it. There is a shocked murmur that swells into shouting. It is almost unbelievable. The left flank is disintegrating. It has broken. Men are running, although they are yet to engage with Montague's men. But there they are. Hungerford and Roos's men in blue and yellow and red and green have turned their backs on Montague's men and are streaming away from their lines, not in ones and twos, not in wounded dribs and drabs, but all of them, in their hundreds, casting their weapons aside and running. And they are being led by Riven's men, who are fleeing faster than anyone, able to outpace them, and it seems they are hardly encumbered by their weapons or any of the usual accoutrements of the battlefield, and there is something about them that makes Thomas think this is organized, planned, intended. "Sacred Christ!" a man shouts. "They've broken!" And everyone who sees this knows what must happen next, and they too gather up what they can, and they turn and run. The dead and the wounded are hurriedly robbed of anything valuable, coins, rosary beads, rings, anything instantly portable, or anything useful. Any decent bow, bill, or blade is snatched from weakened hands, a pair of boots, a cloak, a good helmet, a costrel filled with ale. Farewells are said. Wounded men beg to be taken. Toward the rear of the camp, men push women aside, who trample boys, who fight girls to get away. Everyone runs, round-eyed with panic. Thomas thinks of Katherine. He starts running. He is shoulder to shoulder with fleeing archers and the naked men who've seen what is happening too, and they are scattering in their hundreds. He trips on the heather, staggers, rights himself, has to leap over a dead man, slip the grip of a wounded one, and then he is by the stream, and where is she? Where is she? He finds her where he left her, wearing only her blood-smudged hose and paw-point, with her jack cast aside and her linen sleeves rolled up and her legs sodden to her knees. She has a knife in one bloodied hand and a broken arrow shaft in the other, and there is a man lying on his back on the stream's bank, screaming while his friends hold him down and press some of that urine-soaked tow onto his wound. She and John Stump are ignoring the screaming and are staring down the stream at the men who are running from the field, watching them rip off their livery coats, cast aside their helmets, cut the straps to the pieces of plate they spent so long tying on. They come running, splashing through the stream around them, sprinting for the woods. She steps aside before she is knocked over. She starts when she sees Thomas, drops the bloodied arrow. "They've broken!" he shouts. "Come!" And John Stump does not need to be told twice what this means. He has seen a rout before. He throws the soot-blackened pot he is holding into the stream and turns and runs. "Come!" Thomas shouts, and he means to run past her, to snatch her hand and drag her away from this, into the woods, to begin their escape. But she stands, tears her hand from his grasp. "Where is Jack?" she shouts. He stops. Christ, he thinks, Jack. Where is he? Where is Jack? John Stump is paused with one foot on the far bank. He turns to look back at the field where the din is increasing as Somerset's remaining men, those who have stayed, those who are yet to break, shout their final challenges and roar at the enemy, and the enemy roar back, and at any moment the two lines will meet with that sliding crash of steel on steel. Can Jack still be fighting back there? Oh, Christ. Thomas looks at Katherine, and she at him, and John Stump at them both, and no one says anything, but Thomas feels the light fade, sadness seep in. "Go through the trees," he tells them. "Get as far as possible north. We will come and find you." "No," she says. "We'll wait." John Stump looks at her as if she is mad, and she is a fool, they all know that, but Thomas knows he must find Jack, and he knows she will not leave, so he does not bother to argue. Besides, now here come the prickers, thundering down the slope from the right flank, on the far side of the stream, riding to try to stop those fleeing the disintegrating left flank. Thomas can feel their horses' hoof-beats through the soles of his boots, and one of them has an ox whip. He is lashing at the fleeing archers and the camp followers from his saddle, but he is not stopping to send them back, because he must be there to cut off the fleeing soldiery, and the archers and the camp followers hang back to avoid the whip, to let him and the others pass, and then they press on. And Thomas watches them for a moment as they scramble up the bank and run on, their backs bobbing like rabbits in the heather, making for the stand of pale, fluttering-leafed trees. He wishes Jack were among them, but he is not. He turns and watches those coming past him. He does not try to stop any. They are too afeared and are likely to lash out at anyone in their way with whatever weapon they have to hand. None are Jack. Where is he? Can it be that he is still there? He tries to think. When he looked over, Jack was gone. He was not hit, Thomas is certain. But is he now? And where does he even start looking? There, where the wounded are dragging themselves through the heather, where they lie strewn behind the backs of the men-at-arms. He draws the short blade from its scabbard, and he has the buckler. He has never used one before, a small round shield hardly larger than his fist, but he can see its use. A man grabs him. "Help me!" Thomas cannot, but the man won't let go. His fingers claw at Thomas's face, his collar. He won't be shaken off by anything other than a side swipe of the buckler. He sobs as it hits him, and he rolls to his side and carries on mewling. Thomas leaves him to step among the others. There are a few in Gray's livery. Most of them are recognizable or identifiable. Some sit, stunned by arrows on their helmets. Others are bleeding all over themselves, and some are already dead and abandoned by their friends. He peers into cooling faces. None of them is Jack. What about over there? A body splayed in the heather, face down, thrown as if tossed away. He turns him over. a splintered arrow shaft dug in the cheek, one eye open, broken teeth like pale chips in the dark blood. He is almost unrecognizable, but he is not Jack. He stops and looks up. To his left, the tide of fleeing men has proved too strong for the prickers. The man with the whip has been dispossessed and thrown from his horse, while the others have done no more than kill one or two of those fleeing as they pass, before they too have been pulled from their saddles, and it is not difficult to guess what has happened to them. And now, inevitably, the men in Somerset's division are beginning to turn too, before they've even met Montague's line. Those at the left edge, the fringes of the centre nearest Hungerford and Roos's scattered companies, have suddenly found themselves on the very extremities of Somerset's left flank, and are already being outflanked by Montague's right. All Montague needs to do now, if he could but see it, if he could but believe it, is send his men forward to wrap up the whole thing. And seeing this, and knowing this, the men in Somerset's command have started to turn, and with the prickers dead or otherwise engaged, there is nothing to stop them. Thomas watches it happen. The centre begins to fray. Christ! And now men are really running at him, trying to get past. It is dangerous to even stand facing them, for any one of them will hack at him for fear he is there to stop them. But what can he do? He must find Jack. He steps forward. He punches a man out of the way with his buckler, then has to use it to block a sliding blow from a bill. He fends men off. He is the only man moving forward. After a moment, he is utterly isolated, alone, a single detached figure, and he watches the gap between him and the nearest of Somerset's troops widen from 10 to 15, then 20 paces, as each man realizes he has been deserted by his neighbour, and he too must run. But Thomas must go forward, into the ground where the archers were, where the dead and dying are scattered among the feather fletches of arrow shafts. The smell is strong here. He is watched by Montague's men, he supposes, and he imagines them coming running up the slope toward him, and if he is caught between them and Somerset's, he will be cut down in a moment, metal plates in his jack or not. But they do not seem to be moving fast, certainly not as quickly as Somerset's scattering division. An arrow lands with a resinous puff nearby, a pretty good shot from Montague's line, he cannot help notice, and he ducks his head, but he still must move forward, coming back up to where he last saw Jack. Jack! Jack! He hardly expects an answer, and every step reveals something he would rather not see. But then he finds where he thinks Jack was, and he sees the heather is beaten down, and there is Jack's bow on the ground. And then he finds him lying on his side, his foot scrabbling a circle in the dirt, kicking at the snarls of heather. His teeth are clenched, and he is seething with pain and glaring in furious disbelief at the arrow shaft that sticks from his thigh, from the wool, just above the left knee. "Thomas!" he shouts when he sees him. "Look!" And he points as if Thomas would not have seen it. There is blood, a lot of it, but Thomas has no idea how much is too much, and it doesn't seem to be pumping in that way it can. Another arrow lands with a thump. "Where's Kit?" Jack shouts. "Where is he? By Christ! Look, I need him!" Thomas throws aside his buckler and the useless blade he's been carrying, and he kneels to slide an arm under Jack's back. He glances over to see how long he has before Montague's men arrive, and now he frowns. Montague's men have not moved forward. Why not? They are not pressing their advantage, but rather they are regrouping, reorganizing. They are turning to their left, turning towards Percy's division, slightly up the slope. Why? Why have they not pressed their advantage? Thomas cannot guess, but it is a relief. He helps Jack to his feet. He wonders about trying to carry him, but Jack can walk, or hop. "Here," Thomas says, and he bends to break the arrow shaft, but it is thick and strong, and he cannot break it cleanly, and it pulls in the wound, and blood flows fast, and Jack growls with pain. Then it snaps, and Thomas discards most of it. "Come on," he says, "put your arm around me." and Jack does so, and he half drags him, hopping back towards the rear. No more arrows land, but the ground is uneven. The heather catches Jack's one foot, and they stagger, and they must negotiate the dead bodies, and then the wounded man is there again, and he shouts something at Thomas, and Jack shouts something back at him. "Keep your strength," Thomas mutters. Jack growls again. His lower leg is glossy with blood, his boots red with it. He keeps his leg out straight, and he gasps with each hop. A man collides with them, but they do not fall, and instead he blunders on. They are being left behind, Thomas thinks, and soon surely Montague will bring his horsemen up. Nearly there, Thomas tells himself, nearly there. He does not think about what might be happening behind. He tries not to imagine how a horseman's hammer will feel on the crown of his head, helmet or no helmet, or how an arrow will feel when it knocks him from his feet, and instead he concentrates on getting Jack to Katherine, and the belief that she will save him. He sees Katherine's pale face peering up at him above the heather where she still stands by the stream. She has lost her cap, and her hair hangs free. Her forehead is smudged with blood, and a bruise is developing under her right eye. John Stump is there. He has a sword in his hand, and he is shielding her. When she sees them, she scrambles up the bank to help. "No," Thomas tells her. "Let us get into the trees first." John Stump helps them down, and together they carry Jack through the stream and across and under the leaf canopy to almost the precise spot they'd hoped to gather before their escape. They let him down and sit him against a pale trunk, and Katherine is there very quickly, bent over him. Thomas removes first his helmet, then Jack's, and he tosses them both into the heather. The boy is sweating and waxy now, but Katherine is swift. She puts her bowls and bags down on the leaves, then she takes the knife John Stump has been sharpening, and she cuts Jack's hose from his knee. She inspects the wound, picks something out. "Can you move your foot?" she asks, and he can, though not without a deal of pain. Still he looks up at them with wet eyes, like a dog who thinks this may be his time. "Good," she says. "Hold him, Thomas, will you?" And they exchange a look. This is going to hurt. She has a jug of urine. She pours a great splosh of it over the broken arrow shaft and the wound in the top of the knee. Then, when Jack is already pushing back with the pain of that, she makes the quickest incision under his knee, a little slit in the skin that makes him roar with pained surprise, but she ignores him. "It has gone good and deep," she says, just as if he has done something clever. "It is nearly out the other side." Jack frowns up at her through his tears. How can that be a good thing? "The barb's on the arrowhead," she says. "If I remove it this way—" He knows about the barbs. He has loosed many a barbed arrow himself. They are designed to stick in whatever they hit. There is still much blood, Thomas thinks. It is still dripping in spools, but Katherine does not seem worried. She trims the arrow's splintered stump, breaking off the longest piece, levelling it as much as possible, and then she widens her eyes at him, and he knows to take a good grip of Jack's shoulders, and John Stump comes very close to Katherine to be ready to take hold of Jack's foot when the time comes. And now Katherine takes the earthenware ewer she has of urine, empties it on the wound, and then lifts it and bangs its base down on the top peg of the arrow, and Jack screams and writhes, but Thomas has him and John Stump has him, and now Katherine reaches under the leg and pulls out the arrow. There is a spray of blood. She drops the arrowhead in the leaves and grabs 2 handfuls of the piss-sodden toe, and she presses one into the wound behind his knee and one into the wound above. "Hold them there," she says, and Thomas does so, while she cuts up the linen of the Jack she has already destroyed, and she makes 2 or 3 strips that she quickly knots together to form one long one, and this she wraps around the leg twice, covering Thomas's blood-soaked hands. And then, when she gives the word, he pulls them out while she pulls the bandage tight over the toe, and she keeps pulling until diluted blood flows down his leg from both wounds. Then she wraps the bandage around twice more, and then twice more again, and she looks up. They are in a huddle in the gloom of the trees, and while they've been looking to Jack, the two remaining lines have joined a little further up the hill, where Ralph Percy's division has held, and Montague's men, instead of giving chase after Somerset's, have cantered around to address them. Now that Thomas has removed his helmet, he can hear the rolling din of the engagement. From this distance there is no clue as to its real nature. The many blows and the screams are become as one, blending to make a noise no louder, no more threatening than waves washing on a shingle shore. Katherine looks up, and there is a long moment of silence as they listen to the rattle of arms. After a moment she shakes her head and looks again at Jack. "Will he be all right?" Thomas asks. "I think so," Katherine says. "He was lucky." "Does it hurt?" Jack is surprised. "Not really," he says. "It will," she tells him. "That was incredible," Thomas says. "I have done it before," she says. "To the Earl of Warwick." "No," they all say, and she cannot help smile. "What now?" John Stump asks. They look around. The fighting continues sporadically in the open, but in the woods there are many shadows moving in its depths. Men are returning shamefaced, and now Thomas sees they have an audience. Some of Grey's men have crept back, as well as tall boys. There is even one who has thrown away his livery but is wearing Hungerford's badge. None of Riven's. "Why hasn't Montague come after us?" one of them asks. "Don't make no sense." "They come chasing after us," another older man answers, "and they'll be all over Northumberland then, won't they? Never get to Scotland like that. It's good discipline, that is." They are impressed now, and they watch in silence as Montague's men round on Percy's division, and they pity him and his men then, and each man there feels he has cause to look shamed. "It was those bastards in white who started it," one of them mutters. "With the crows. Who are they? They ran as soon as the arrows came. As if they'd bloody planned it." "Riven," another spits. "Never bloody trust 'em, never. I was at Northampton. He turned his court then. Probably did the same thing now." It does not last long. Montague's army swamped Percy's little force, all that is left of Somerset's larger army, and though a few men can be seen running from its rear, and there are horses being brought up to help the escape, there can only be one outcome. "Christ," one of them breathes, and then there is a restless silence in the woods that will only end when the last man offering any resistance is killed in the field, or the last man has run. No one among the trees can see who it is. Katherine, who has good eyes, does not want to watch. She has seen this before, and she is with Jack, who is very pale now, as if he is faded, and he wants to sleep. She is keeping him warm with all their cloaks, and she has given him the last of their ale, and she is trying to keep him awake. Still he shivers. "Are you sure he will live?" Thomas asks. "I think so," she says, "but he cannot ride. He is not strong enough." And Thomas nods. He feels sick. He extends a hand and squeezes Katherine's shoulder, and she shrugs and turns back to Jack, and so after a moment Thomas returns to the end of the wood where men are still gathered, watching, and the rattle of the fighting diminishes, then becomes inconstant, and oddly all the more terrible for that. For it is possible to pick out a single particular noise, of a hammer falling, say, and imagine the ferocity behind the blow, its intent, and what it does to the man below. A father, a son, a brother, a husband. Eventually it stops. "We'd best be off," an archer says. "Look." He points to where Montague's squires and boys are bringing up their master's horses. "Once they get on them, they'll be after us." But they stay to watch a moment or two longer as Montague's camp followers arrive on the field from the road south and begin scavenging among the dead. And Thomas supposes there must be scant pickings today, since so few of Hungerford and Roos's men stayed to be killed, nor did Somerset's command acquit themselves as they might have wished, and he imagines that apart from Percy's dead, most of the few bodies left on the field must be those of unlucky archers, with little on them of much value beyond their bows. "Where are the nobles?" Thomas asks. "Where is Grey? Where is Somerset? Did anyone see them go?" "They ran just as quickly as us," one of the men mutters, "and further too." "They'd have only stopped to collect their gear and to give King Henry the glad tidings." "They will be so depressed," another says. "If there was ever a man used to being told that kind of thing," John Stump says, "then that man is King Henry." And they gather what they can in the falling gloom, and they help Jack to his feet, and they creep away, darting across the track and into the trees on the other side as best they can. They carry him almost a mile, following the tracks they made that morning, unmolested by any of Montague's prickers, until they are met in a dip by a picket of Roos's men, and there is some ill feeling and some muttered accusations, but there is nothing anyone can do, and a fight, they all know, will just be a fight. "There was nothing we could do," one of them says. "It was those bastards in white with the bloody crows. As soon as the first arrow landed, they just packed up and ran. And all that bloody training they did, do you remember? This and that, oof. But when it came to it, they just fucked off, left us dangling on the flank, and we just, well." He ends with a shrug. They enter King Henry's camp from the west, and must make their way past Riven's men, who it seems have had the time to hunt a deer, and they are roasting it on a spit over a bed of flames, and the smell is heavenly, and there are ale mugs in their hands, and though they are silent, the men seem not as abashed as Thomas supposed those who have broken and fled from a battlefield might. They look like men who have completed something together, the shearing of a flock, say, or the building of a wall. "Bastards," one of Roos's men mutters, but very quietly. They find Horner sitting on their cart, looking very sad in the light of a low fire. He has discarded his harness and is more familiar in riding boots and travelling coat. He is pleased to see them. "Is there any news?" Thomas asks. Horner shrugs. "It was not a complete disaster," he lies. "We still hope to have enough men to catch Montague and his Scots on their way south, back to Newcastle." "What about Percy?" someone asks. Horner tilts his head. "There was nothing we could do," he says, repeating what he has obviously been told. "And besides, if anything, his death will stir up the north." Chapter 21. There are some wounded to tend the next day, men who have limped into King Henry's camp or been carried in by their friends, and if they have lived this long, then there is a chance they will live longer, and so Katherine is busy during the morning with the needle she has learned to sharpen, and the toe from another Jack she has had to cut up, but there is not very much she can do for their wounds other than clean them and get the men to keep them clean and get them to pray they do not start giving off that foul smell or weeping the watery pus. She finds tears in her eyes when one boy dies of a stab in the stomach some time before noon, though the end is a mercy, really, and a friar has come and he is able to offer some spiritual consolation for what that is worth. By the end of it, she thinks Grey has lost 5 men dead, and if the black pestilence does not strike those she has stitched up, then that will be all. "Not too bad," Horner says. "Will we go back to Alnwick?" she asks him. "Or Bamborough?" "Neither," Horner admits. "We have to keep moving." She is disappointed. She has become bone-weary of sleeping on the ground, of waking with aches and pains beyond the usual stiffness, to begin again the daily competition to find enough to eat before nightfall. And though every day they send out patrols of scurriers to find fresh supplies of bread and ale and oatcakes, they have scoured the land of more or less anything edible, and it is only the sea that provides sustenance now. Endless fish soup which they must reinforce with handfuls of Alexanders and nettles, and it tastes so bad she can hardly hold it down, though the others manage and laugh at her, telling her she is as fussy as a merchant with a choice of meats on his board, but really the stuff makes her gag. One advantage of this poor diet is that her monthly flowering has stopped again, and she is grateful. A rough camp such as this is no place for the subterfuge needed to hide that. The scurriers must also keep a lookout for Montague and his army, which will soon be coming back from Scotland with the Scottish negotiators, though she cannot imagine what they will do if they manage to find them, since King Henry's army is now much dwindled after that day in the field at Hedgeley Moor, with some men being, as John Stump puts it, too dead to fight, while others have managed what they could not, and have melted away in the course of the nights that followed the day. King Henry has left the camp, of course, though is said to be close by, and Somerset has taken the precaution of sending the rest of Rippon's men away to join him wherever he is, so they do not fight with the rest of the men who think they are cowards for running at Hedgeley Moor and blame them for its loss. The Duke of Somerset has stayed in camp, though, and the others, who were gathered around the board at Bamborough, whom she supposes now have nothing left to lose, including Lord Roos and Hungerford, and their men, who spend so much of their time blaming Giles Riven for their having run at Hedgeley Moor. Talboys is there too, though he has a tent of his own, and he keeps his own company close by. The others huddle on sawn logs around the charred circles of last night's fires, and since they are unused to sleeping on the ground, even in late spring, they suffer and have become beleaguered and discouraged. The lower orders, the humbler men-at-arms, the archers, the billmen, and the women and children who service them, seem to fare better, for they are used to this sort of hardship, having spent long weeks in the open, and rather than merely trying to remain still until time has passed, they confront the misery as if it does not exist. Even so, though, they are all waiting for something. Thomas is waiting for Jack. "When will he be strong enough to ride?" he asks her. And she can only say she does not know. The boy is still not right. He is still hot to the touch, and sometimes he lapses into garbling. "Montague will come back soon," Thomas says, "and there will be another attack." "Can we not put him on a cart to take that?" "We would get no further than the top of the hill before the prickers come for us," he tells her, gesturing to its brow, where two men wait on horseback, sentries looking both ways. "Others manage it?" she says. "Not on a cart." So she looks down at Jack, who lies under their cart, covered by a mound of cloaks, with his head resting on a log, his skin dewed with his own sweat, and she shakes her head. "We can't leave him," she says. "No," Thomas agrees, though it is through set teeth. She wishes she knew what was wrong with him. She wishes the physician Payne were here. He would know what to do. 3 days later, on the day when the bearded priest appears among them to lead a celebration to commemorate the finding of the true cross, when Jack is no better but no worse, Montague's army makes its reappearance, just as Thomas had predicted. It is some of Roos's men, led by Roos's own brother, who discover it, or traces of it, a great furrow of hoof and footprints in the mud on the road, and the marks left by wheel rims. But by the time word is sent back to Somerset, Montague and his army and his Scotsmen are gone, disappeared south, down to Newcastle to meet King Edward's negotiators. It is easy to imagine them laughing as they go. Some pretend Montague's unimpeded passage is a bitter blow, and they talk of ruining their missed chance. But Katherine is becoming certain it is only the Duke of Somerset who really wants to fight Montague's men again, and if the others were truthful, they would admit to wanting to make peace with him, and to seeking King Edward's grace, and to giving up on all this, and to wishing they were able to go home again. Home, she thinks. And she thinks of nothing. She has no home, she remembers, and nothing to tether her, and she discerns a flicker of regret for the second passing of Lady Margaret Cornford. Thomas comes back from the makeshift stabling. He looks grimly purposeful. "We are moving," he says. "South." Moving south means that they will try to bring Montague to the field again, and so the next morning the mood in the camp is odd, shifting, uncertain. It will be good to be away from here, Katherine supposes, where they have been too long, licking their wounds like dogs, and where morale has withered to nothing. But knowing they are going south to fight an enemy that seems unbeatable means that she, along with many of the other men, lacks the energy to go about the business of breaking camp with any real enthusiasm, and it only gets worse when later that morning Thomas returns, looking grimmer than ever, with the news just brought by messenger that King Edward is moving up from London with a huge army and what he calls ordnance. Ordnance? What is that? Guns, he says. Huge guns on wheels. He is bringing them up from the Tower of London. Then at least it will take him weeks to come, she thinks. The Earl of Warwick is coming too, he goes on, and William Hastings. William Hastings? That is a name she has not heard in a long while. She feels another twinge of sorrow, of mourning for something gone. With men like that coming, she thinks, it means this will have to end one way or another, and looking at the men around her, she knows it will really only be one way and not the other. It is curiously depressing. All these men, she thinks, will be dead soon, and in the most terrible ways, unless they do something about it. She has been so long with them, they have become so familiar, they have become her family. But now that she can feel the world closing in on them, now that she can feel it all coming to an end, she feels a pitiful nostalgia for these weeks gone by. She gets Thomas to help load Jack onto the cart. How long will we be, she wonders. She does not want Jack to have to jounce over the roads for many days. 3 days, he supposes, and she cannot help but worry. The carters have only one ox left, the other in the team having been killed in circumstances that are both mysterious and obvious, and the remaining ox is pining for its teammate, and it has ceased to eat and has lost patches of hair on its hide. Nevertheless, they whip it until it takes the strain of the cart and begins to tow it, grinding along the track towards the road that cuts across Hedgeley Moor. They find this, and the site on which they mostly ran from Montague's men, and they walk south all day. The road is smooth, but at every hole or shifted flagstone, the cart throws Jack in the air, and he groans and shudders. Katherine walks by its side, with her hand on his shoulder. Horner comes to announce that they have found somewhere to camp for the night. He seems quite excited at something, and is about to tell her what it is, when he sees Jack, and he looks very doubtful. Will he live? She nods. Good, he breathes. Good. We'll need him. There have been risings in Tyndale. The people there, they are with us. Tyndale? The word is familiar. That is where Bywell is, isn't it? Do you know it? Not much of a place, is it? Half built and damp? It is where Master Payne was sent. She explains about wishing that Jack might see Payne. Horner looks at Jack in his cloak. All this marching around, she says, it is not good for him. It is not good for anyone, Horner says, but we cannot spare either of you, for we will be busy, if what we hear is true. It isn't true, of course. It takes them 3 days to get there, first down that road south, then west along another drover's track, and then south again on one more of those old Roman roads, grinding along over the dressed stones until they meet another one to take them westwards again. But the fact of it is that when they arrive at the grey stone-walled town of Hexham, where they are promised they will find bread and ale and possibly a great force of Scotsmen come to help them against Lord Montague, it is to be told that there are none of these things, and that in addition any small rebellions that may have flared up in favour of King Henry have been quietly put aside in the face of the news of King Edward and his nobles and guns coming north, tidings that have been enough to send most men back to their halls and fields, and it is instantly apparent that the townspeople are merely waiting for them to go, so that they might resume their normal lives. By all his saints, Horner says. But there is nothing to be done, so they wind past the abbey and out through the east gate, and down the hill and across the bridge to set up camp on the far side of the fierce little river the men call the Devil's Water, though none there knows why. And so, as evening falls and the mist rises, they resume their habits of before. The next day is the Feast of the Ascension, and Katherine wakes feeling nauseous. She is sick, brown vomit, a small puddle. She has a headache too, and is bone weary. Thomas is frightened. He finds her some ale. "Is it something you have taken from Jack?" he asks. She doesn't know, but Christ, she feels rotten. She throws the ale back up, cursing its waste. All she wants to do is lie down and shut her eyes. She is at sea again, swirling, tipping, swooping. Thomas holds the mug of ale to her mouth. It smells of old leather, unwashed, and it tastes slimy. She pushes it away and dry retches a few times. He sits beside her and tells her things. She wishes he would not. She wonders if her humours are imbalanced. The bells in the abbey are ringing, and men are going up the hill for mass. "Will Jack be all right?" Thomas asks. "He doesn't look too good." She looks over at the boy. He is pale, almost blue. Christ, she thinks, what is wrong with him? "We must see Payne," she says. Thomas is happy to be given something to do. "Could I fetch him? Barwell is not far," Horner says, "and we could take you to him. Why ever did he go there, anyway?" "He was to see to a girl with the pissing evil." The pale light is falling slantwise through the haze of fresh green buds on the leaves, striking Thomas in the face where his beard is getting fuller by the day. It is a very dark red, she thinks, like a squirrel's tail. She is grateful he is there, grateful for his protection again, and wishes she might show him some of the same care herself. But this is no place for that, and the soft comings and goings, the little considerations a man might show his wife, and vice versa, they are for another time, another place, and she feels, perhaps, possibly, even other people. Besides, if she moves, she will vomit. A little later she is sick again anyway. That decides him. He gets to his feet. "I will ask Horner," he says. "That is it." She rolls onto her side in the long wet grass and half hopes to die. When Thomas returns, he is pleased with himself. "I told him you might both have leprosy," he says. She does not react. "So he told me to take you away, both of you, to find Payne. We are to go now. He says Barwell is but half a day's ride down river. We are to see Payne, take his advice, and then ride back. He says we are not to be gone more than a day, and if we are, then I am to ride back alone." "What about Jack?" she murmurs. "He cannot ride." "It is the best I could do. Tall boys won't even spare a mule." Is it worth the risk? She cannot say. Jack is silent when Thomas and John Stump gather him up. "It's all right, Jack," Thomas soothes. "Come on, I'll walk beside you." And, watched from a safe distance by Horner and the rest of the men, they ease Jack up into the saddle of Horner's horse, and they tie his good foot to a stirrup, and his bad leg, held out straight, is lashed to the straps of his saddle. "I will hold him," she says. "Good job you're so small, Kit," John Stump offers as he helps her up into the saddle behind him. But the horse smells very, very strong, and she cannot stand it, and she slides back down and vomits bile on her own boot caps. The others watch in alarmed silence. After she wipes her mouth, she says goodbye, and they leave the camp, following the road east, and then turn left at the crossroads and walk north towards the town of Corbridge. Thomas leads Jack ahead, she follows behind. It is sunny, coming on to noon, though early in the year, so their shadows fall long ahead, and as the day wears on, she starts to feel a bit better. Perhaps it is the walking. Perhaps it is being out of the camp, away from Gray and Horner and the others. They pass through common land at the road's side, rough pasture, where there are a few fat sheep with oily coats and crooked faces, and there are many plump rabbits. The gentle hills are capped in trees, the valleys tilled in parts, red earth hazed in green shoots of pea or rye crop, and there are a few boys out, keeping the rabbits off with shepherd's crooks, and in the distance there are smoke-softened houses and farms, and it all serves to remind her of Cornford, and she feels a spurt of anger and loss, and she finds her fingers have tightened on the reins. They find the bridge where Horner had suggested it might be, and they do not stop to say a prayer in the chantry chapel at the southern end, but press on over its flagged spans towards the little town at its end, where they are made to pay pontage by a man in a greasy linen apron who smells like a tanner, but has a bill and a sword and a hammer and 2 daggers and a decent-looking bow with a sheaf of arrows with him in the small wooden shelter in which he stands. "You were well arrayed," Thomas comments, and the man grunts. Beyond him, the little town of Corbridge is well shuttered up, and every house looks like a tiny castle. They buy some ale from a man who serves them through a small aperture in the thick wall of his house at the crossroads, but there is no one to sell them bread, so they drink their ale and find the mugs are filled with tar or wax at the bottom, and they have been given half measures, but there is something about the place that deters them from complaining. "Is Barwell Castle far?" Thomas asks. "Follow that road," the man says, pointing east, and so they do, leaving the town on another of the old roads, through common land, where there are more sheep cropping the spring grass, and the sky is filled with clacking jackdaws, until they see what they think must be it, a grey 4-square stone tower that might once have been intended as a gatehouse, if the builder had only gone on to build the thing that was supposed to be the gate too. Instead it is left, standing isolated like a tree's stump, hard by the river. "Strange," Thomas says. "I expected it to be half deserted." There is a knot of men at the gate, and 2 or 3 in each turret, and there's a flag in one tied to the weather vane, lifting and falling in the wind. It looks like King Henry's. "Can he be here?" she wonders. "We'll find out soon enough," Thomas says, as 2 horsemen come riding out towards them. "Oh, dear God," she says, "look!" They are Riven's men. What in the name of God are they doing here? The men are in helmets and bits and pieces of plate, as if they expect something to happen soon, or fear it might, and they come well armed, with swords at their hips, hammers and bows across the backs of their saddles, and their livery coats are fresh and clean, so that it is easy to see the rising ravens against the white cloth. The contrast with Somerset's grey-faced, down-at-heel divisions is stark. The 2 horsemen come to a stop with a rattle of harnesses. One gets off, the other stays in the saddle. They are pretty typical, big, blunt-faced men, of the sort to frequent inns looking for fights, or women, or work, or just something to do. One of them has the flattened nose of a man who has spent too many mornings in the stocks. They recognise her, but not Thomas. "God give you good day, Master Surgeon," the one on the horse says. "What brings you here?" She indicates Jack, who is slumped in his saddle, and explains what they have come for. "Master Payne is with King Henry at Mass," the horseman says, gesturing south to a square tower of a church among the bulbous tree-tops. "King Henry is here?" The horseman nods. "Aye," he says. "And is Sir Giles Riven here?" Thomas asks. "No," the one on foot says. "He has moved on." "Where? Do you know?" "I'm sure I don't know," he says, but she is sure he does. "Still," he says, "your physician will be pleased you've arrived with a new patient. His last one died not 2 weeks ago." Katherine asks to be directed to a fireside unless they would like the blood of Jack on their hands, and though they don't seem to care about that, they lead Jack's horse across the cobbles and into the yard, where another of Riven's men emerges from the stables to help Thomas with Jack, while yet another emerges to take the horse away to be brushed and fed. It is better here than out in the camp. Together with the other man, Thomas helps Jack up the steps and into the hall, where there is a fire newly lit in the hearth, though the room is not yet warm. A servant is placing dishes on the boards in readiness for the king's return from Mass, while another lights candles against the gloom, and there are smells emerging from behind the screen that make her gag. The worst is the smell of the tallow candle, though. She seems to vomit air deep in her throat when she catches its smell, and every man in the room turns to look at her. "Christ, boy," one of them says, "you were green." She slumps on the bench next to where they've lowered Jack, and she sits with her arms across her knees and stares at the ground between her feet and thinks if she is utterly still she will not vomit again. But when they hear King Henry returning through the doors and into the hall, Katherine knows she must rise and wait for an audience at the dark, cold end of the hall, and she can barely stand. He comes in, looking well, she has to admit, even if he still does not look regal, or even anything much more than clerical in his brown robes. Behind him come some men she recognizes from the hall at Bamborough, various attendants of the bedchamber, she supposes, as well as the beardless priest. Payne is there too, in his blue jacket, very tight woolen hose and tapering shoes, and when he sees her he starts, and he diverts his step toward her, careless of protocol. "Master," he says. "No," she says, shaking her finger. She means for him to understand that she thinks he is the master, not she. He is the one who has been to Bologna. "But you look terrible," he says. He sits her down. He touches her forehead, murmurs something. He smells clean. "It is not me," she says. "It is Jack." Payne looks Jack over, and he taps the binding on his leg to see if he reacts, and then he frowns when Jack does not. But now King Henry is showing concern, and he calls Payne in his quavering voice, and Payne approaches the board where King Henry now sits, and he explains, and asks to be excused. King Henry is gracious, and sends them away with a servant carrying a rush lamp and a ewer of warm wine, which Payne says they will need for the patient. The servant leads the way, out of the hall and up the tight circle of stone steps that twists up one of the towers in the corner of the castle. Master Payne helps Thomas with Jack, while Katherine follows behind. When they reach the next floor, the servant opens a heavy door with a loud locking mechanism and guides them into a solar. He crosses the rushless floor to light a candle, and the smell of tallow hits her and she gags, and she has to beg him to blow it out. And Payne looks at her in the glow of the single rush lamp, and she sees his eyebrows rise. The servant finds another rush lamp and lights that, and she can see from this that they are in a solar with a hearth in the middle of the floor, its fire unlit, and in the corner a pile of straw mattresses on which two black cats are curled, watching. And it reminds her of Cornford, and she could weep. "I have no chamber of my own," Payne says with a shrug. "King Henry sleeps above with his gentlemen, and, well," he tails off. Thomas clears the cats and pulls a mattress down and flops it next to the fire. They settle Jack on it. Payne gets Thomas to hold up the lamp, and he pries open one of Jack's eyes, and smells his breath and wrinkles his nose. "Do you have a sample?" he asks, nodding at Jack's nethers. She shakes her head. "We can get some in the morning," Payne supposes. "Meanwhile, I have something for him, I think, and perhaps for you too." He takes the lamp and crosses to his coffer and takes out some things, his bleeding bowls, his roll of knives, his urine jar. The physician finds a clay bottle of something and brings it over. He returns the lamp to Thomas, and in its light he lets a few drops fall into a bowl that he then tops up with the wine. He tells her it is meadowsweet and fennel and some other things. He holds Jack up and gets him to sip the concoction. When he has done so, they lay the boy down. They watch him for a while. "He will be fine, I think," Payne says. "He needs food, better than he has been getting. Wheat bread is best for this sort of thing, and capons. Meadow birds, too, of the sort with narrow beaks rather than ducks, though duck eggs would be good, boiled in their shells. And he needs rest. He needs to stay still for a few days, not be carted around the countryside." Then Payne sits back. He looks at her. "So," he says, "what do you want to do?" "About what?" she wonders. "About you," he says. "Oh," she says, "it is just one of those things, a fever, something I have eaten, perhaps." She has lied like this 1,000 times, but this time she feels awkward, and she blurts the words, and when she looks up, he is staring at her very carefully. "Nevertheless," he says quite slowly, very carefully, "I should like to see your urine." She makes some dismissive movement, but he is insistent. "In fact," he says, "I should like to see you urinate into this jar, to watch you do it." He returns to his coffer, finds his famous urine jar, and offers it to her. Thomas is standing on tiptoe, neck craned, to look into the box, hoping to see the ledger, she supposes, and he does not see what is going on. "Come," Payne says, "come." But now Thomas hears, and he turns sharply, and Payne is staring at her, challenging her to lie again. He gestures with the jar. She hears her heart beating very loudly, and she feels too tall to stand, and she thinks she might faint. Payne holds the jar out, one eyebrow raised, waiting. She tells him she has just passed water and has none to offer. He sighs as if he has heard this sort of thing before. He puts the jar back on top of the coffer. He cannot make her piss in the jar, they all know that. But now there is a long silence, and she knows suddenly, but with absolute certainty, that this is it. Her time is up. Her race is run. She looks at Payne, and Payne looks back. And then he asks, very quietly, a direct question. "So who are you?" he asks. "I mean, really." Thomas coughs. He starts to say something that he hopes might distract Payne, but Payne does not take his gaze from her. She sighs. She knows, and has done for some while, that he has divined her sex. "My name is Katherine," she says. Jack grunts on the mattress. They all glance at him. He is like a dog chasing rabbits in his dream. Payne returns to her. "And?" he asks. I am not a man, obviously. You have divined that." "From the moment I saw you, I believe," he tells her. "Then why did you not say anything?" Thomas asks. Payne glances over at him, then looks back at Katherine. "We all have things to hide," he says. "All of us." She does not try to imagine what he means, though she can see it counts a great deal to him. She is wondering whether she feels relief to have told someone, but she doesn't, not especially. "So what will you do?" she asks. "Will you tell the king?" "Why should I? He won't care. He won't even... But tell me, why? Why are you going around like this? Are you in some danger? Is that it? Are you, being sought by someone? Do you have a husband? Well, I can see you have, that much is obvious, but why did you ever come to Bamborough, passing yourself off as a man?" "It is a long story," she says. "What is it?" Jack mutters from his mattress. "Tell us." "Yes," Payne says. "Come, tell us." But she is bone-weary, too tired to care very much, and all she wants is to sleep, to be away from these men. "Sit," Payne says, and he drags a stool from the shadows and places it against the wall next to the chimney. She sits with her back to the stone and wishes she had some ale, or even just water. "Will you tell them, Thomas?" she asks. And Thomas scratches his head. "Christ," he says, "where does a man begin?" Payne looks at him. "And who are you in all this?" he asks, and then his face clears. "Ah," he says, "of course. You are the father." Chapter 22. Thomas does not sleep that night, nor, he thinks, does she, though he cannot be sure because she lies with her back to him. "Thomas?" Jack whispers. It is a surprise to hear his voice after all this time, and he takes it as proof of Payne's skill. "What?" Thomas asks. Is that all true? He sighs. Most of it, I think, he says. But he does not want to talk about it any more. He has talked all night, and so he turns over, the straw sighing under him, and he sees in the cold light of the moon that strikes through the half-open shutters that Payne is awake too, looking at him as if he has done something wrong. Thomas sighs and turns to lie on his back, and he looks up into the night and wonders what in God's name he is supposed to do now. He thinks about being a father. Men usually give good cheer when they hear another is to have a son for the first time, but that is when they have a name and something to pass on, and that is when they have a wife who wears their ring and lives under their roof. But what of these has Thomas? None. Instead, he has, what? A woman, an apostate, who is married to another man, albeit under a different name, disguised as a boy who is, Payne has guessed, 3 months pregnant. She is accused of murder, though she says that is unjust. She has had her ear clipped for desertion, though that hardly matters. They have a very few silver pennies in their purses, and they are conscripted in an army that is already half-beaten and is about to be completely so, but from which they have not been able to extricate themselves, and now, even if they could be gone, there is nowhere left for them to go, since they have consistently lied to the only people who were ever welcoming to them. And more than that, it is to one of these people to whom she, Katherine, whose family name no one knows, was fraudulently married while pretending to be a woman for the death of whom he cannot help but feel partially, wholly responsible. When he puts it like that, when he recounts each stroke of his chance-inspired ill fortune, instead of weeping, he finds a slow smile spreading across his cheeks and a deep, chugging laugh beginning to build in his chest, and it emerges in a series of sobbing and sighs, and then gradually becomes loud enough so that he has to cover his face with his blanket. It is absurd. Absurd. At length he stops laughing, and now he finds that he is weeping. Oh, Christ, he thinks. What in God's name am I to do? When morning comes, slow and seeping, loud with birdsong, he still has no answer, and Katherine is sick again and can hardly move. He is reminded of a far-off time, in Wales, he supposes, since that is what she has told him, when he sat over her in an inn for a week or more, while she slowly knit herself back together, and he prepares to do so again, to sit there and wait, watching over her while she groans in her bed, and the servant ambles about the solar, collecting up the sheets and the other mattresses. He will use the time wisely, he thinks, and come up with something, some plan. Payne returns from the kitchen with more wine to mix with his tincture, and he makes both Katherine and Jack take some, and later Thomas thinks she smells peculiar, but she sleeps at least, and seems at peace, and Payne says there is nothing more he may do for her until later. And so, when the bells ring for Mass, he goes with Payne to the church, walking 20 paces or so behind the narrow back of King Henry and his small retinue of gentlemen. How is the expectant father this day? Payne asks with a smirk, and Thomas looks at him, and he wonders if, instead of shame, he should feel pride in what he has done. Perhaps if he were Jack, say, and Jack were him, then he might feel some envy for the boy, that he might even see something to be admired in what he had done, that he alone had had a woman in the castle with him all this time, right under their noses, while the others were suffering their pangs of discomfort, or, worse, visiting the whore in the village. He holds that thought, but he knows the truth of it, and it is nothing so simple. When they return from Mass, Katherine is sitting up, feeling better, she says, but still tentative, moving as if bruised, and for a short while they are shy with one another, and their conversation is formal and stilted. Will you take ale? A little, please, thank you. Thomas asks Payne what he will do now, and Payne tells them that he is bound to King Henry, and that he will go wherever he goes. Over the sea? Thomas asks. You do not place much faith in the Duke of Somerset to defeat Lord Montague and lead King Henry to London in triumph? Thomas hardly cares what happens to King Henry and the Duke of Somerset. He can only think about what he and Katherine can do now. And what about you? Payne continues. What will the proud new mother and father do now? Thomas glances at Katherine. She looks interested in his answer. I don't know, Thomas admits. Do you have any money? Payne asks. Thomas shakes his head. Nothing of value. Only the ledger, which we no longer have anyway. The stolen book. What about this Sir John Fakenham character? Would he take you back? Thomas and Katherine look at one another for a moment. Probably not, she says. So we must find that ledger, Thomas says. That is all that remains to us, our only option. Among the many shocks Payne has to suffer in the telling of their tale the night before, this was the most dangerous. But Riven has it, Katherine says. Of that I am sure. Then we must find him, find where he has gone, retrieve it if he has not burned it, and then... The argument that follows comes very quickly, suddenly blowing up as if from nowhere. And if that happens, Katherine asks, what then? We find the ledger and show it to King Henry. If we can find it, Katherine says. And if we can somehow get it to King Henry, which we have not managed yet, even when we have had the thing in our hands. And even then, it is only of value if King Henry's cause is still valid. There is still hope, Thomas says, and we may... No, Katherine shouts. Thomas, it can't last. We cannot live like this, don't you understand? Do you not remember I know what happens in childing? I do not want to do that. I do not want to do that. To do that on my own. To be at the mercy of a midwife who places her faith in stones and bones and pardoners' scripts. I have delivered many a lamb, he says. And for a moment she looks so wild he thinks she will try to stab him, and he takes a step back. That is what Eelby said about his wife, she spits. He holds up his hands. Forgive me, he says. I did not mean to... What else could you mean? Nothing, he says, nothing. And the heat goes out of it just as suddenly. So you want to go back to Bamborough? He asks. I want to be near Master Payne, she says. He looks at Master Payne, who is looking oddly inscrutable. And where will you be? He asks. I am bound to King Henry, he repeats. So if, God forbid, York beats Lancaster in the field, then it must be to Bamborough, I suppose, since that is all that will be left to us. But if Lancaster beats York, imagine, then we might go anywhere, to Coventry, Eltham, Windsor, Westminster. He smiles at the thought, as if already feeling the southern sun on his cheeks, but Thomas has the strong sense that the physician's next journey will most likely be north, to Bamborough. At least then there is a fleetingly slim chance they might find the ledger, he supposes. They can sell it, and with the money... He stops. It is a flight of fancy, he knows that, in his heart. But what else? What else is there? Christ, if only they had some money, if only they were not reliant on the charity of others. Payne looks to be thinking hard, and then he speaks, slowly, revealing some new horror. But should York beat Lancaster in the field, he says, he will pursue the king to Bamborough, will he not? And should Bamborough fall, as it must, then you'd best pray to your lucky saints that your ledger is no longer there, that it is burned, which is most likely, or written over. What? Why? Why? Because if it is in Bamborough, as you suppose, then sooner or later it will fall into King Edward's hands, won't it? And if King Edward finds the book, if it is shown him, then he'll want to know how it came to be where it is, and he'll soon be rounding up anyone and everyone who knows what it is about, including us. He points to everyone in the room. Jack starts coughing. Katherine is pale again, and she turns to Thomas, round-eyed. Remember what Sir John said, Katherine says. that if it were discovered that we knew what it proved, we could have our feet burned, and then be hanged, and grallocked as a hunter guts a deer, and everyone we knew would have the same done to them. He is right, Payne says. He is right. But King Edward will not know it was us who brought it, Thomas says. She turns to him aghast. Your name is in the ledger, she tells him. It is there, written under the picture of the rose window you once drew. You were pleased with the picture and wrote Thomas Everingham Feckett below. He stares at her. Christ, he thinks. Could she not have mentioned that before? I am sorry, she says. Her eyes are downturned and she looks miserable with guilt. So, he says, whatever happens, we must return to Bamborough. We must now find that ledger. But how can I go back? She asks, placing her hand over her tummy, which Thomas swears was not so round a moment ago. It is all right now, perhaps, but soon there will be a surgeon who is 5 or 6 months pregnant. I cannot do it. I cannot go back and give birth to a child in the outward postern gate. I will not. Thomas does not know what to do or say, but Payne is looking at her carefully, and he turns to Thomas. Thomas, he says, will you leave us a moment? And Thomas, who can feel the weight of it all pressing down on him, stopping him thinking, is pleased to do so.
CD 11.
He leaves them and follows the flight of winding steps up into the dark until he sees the limbed outline of a small door that will lead him out onto the tower's top. He will be alone there, he thinks, and will have space to breathe and to think. He emerges out into the spring day, where cool sunlight shines and the birds are loud. There is a guard, though, a boy in Riven's colours, bright and new-made, with a fringe that half covers his eyes and a prick-shaft bow that will not loose an arrow 100 paces. Who are you? The boy asks. Thomas Everingham. It means nothing to him. Why should it? Thomas does not ask the boy's name in return. He doesn't care, and he doesn't want to know. What do you want? The boy asks. Honestly, for you to be quiet. The boy raises his eyebrows and mutters a profanity that might in some circumstances have got him killed, but Thomas is not in the mood for that. And anyway, the boy is just a boy. He seems excited, and after a while he must speak. They've not been sighted yet, he says. No, Thomas agrees. He looks out across the valley. The mist has lifted, and the river's water slides brown through the funnel of its green-swathed banks. Where the banks are shallow, cows have been down to muddy the water, but there are none there now. He looks south to the little church in its yard, the mounds of graves, the old yew that must have been there 200 or 300 years. He wonders if King Henry is back in there, on his knees before the altar. For all his praying, Thomas thinks, this king does not seem to have much luck. The tower top is small around, only a few paces across, its walls thick stone, its merlons high. It is a good little gatehouse, Thomas supposes. He stands there, and he feels that his socks are gritty, and he wonders when he last removed his ill-fitting boots, and when he last changed his linen, and he knows that he needs a wash too, by God, and a shave, and a long sleep in a bed of hay, and he feels the need for something good to happen to him today, but he cannot for the life of him think what. And there is something else niggling him. Who've not been sighted yet? He asks, realizing that what the boys said still hangs between them like an unanswered question, and that this is what's bothering him. Edmund's men, the boy says. Edmund's men? Aye, there's expected before sundown. Who in God's name is Edmund? Thomas wonders. The boy is looking at him as if he may be simple. I'll be wearing our livery, the boy goes on, tugging on the cloth of his own tabard. Where's yourn? Below, Thomas says. He looks away, across the river to the trees beyond. There is something wrong here, he can feel. Edmund. It is not a name such as Everingham, but a given name, Edmund, in Riven's livery. Christ, it can only mean one thing. Edmund Riven, here, or on his way. What do you think they will do when they get here? He asks the boy, and again the boy looks at him as if he is stupid. Well, they will take King Henry, him down there, won't they? And where will they take him? Back to Bamborough, he supposes, but the boy scoffs. Not bloody likely, he says. Not after this, no. They'll take him to Newcastle and then down to London, I dare say. It is as if the flagstones under his feet are shifting and switching places. He knows he will expose himself, but he cannot help it. He must know for sure. Edmund Riven is coming here to take King Henry to Newcastle, to hand him over to Montague as prisoner. The boy is as proud of the scheme as if he devised it himself. He has evil teeth. They say Edmund Riven's wound reeks enough to make sheep barren, the boy says, though I do not believe that, mind. And is that the way they'll come? Thomas asks, coming to join him, standing at his shoulder, staring down the river. Aye, he says, from Newcastle. Thomas needs to reassure the boy, but he also needs time to think what this means. And then something occurs to him. You were Sir Giles's man, aren't you? Thomas goes on. And we're at Hedgeley Moor. The boy allows it. Funny running like that, weren't it? He says. All the stuff you're told about never running, about never turning your back, and all the stuff they say about Towton, I mean, and then us off like rabbits as soon as the first shafts were loosed. And everyone coming after us. Worked though, didn't it? Thomas nods and joins the boy in laughing. So, he thinks, it was as Roos's men said. Riven's men broke first and took the whole line with them. They must have been on Montague's side from the beginning, Thomas sees. But then why did they not join Montague's men and turn on Roos and Hungerford's men? Because they were outnumbered? Can that have been it? No, Thomas thinks, it was not because they were outnumbered, or rather, it was not only because they were outnumbered. It was because that was merely the first part of Riven's scheme. His men did not want to turn on Roos and Hungerford's men because there was still something else yet to do, some second part of the scheme that required them to appear to be loyal to King Henry and his cause. And that second part is being played out right now before his eyes, the betrayal and capture of King Henry himself. Dear God! Thomas wonders what price Riven has extracted for this, or what advantage he will expect, and from whom. One thing is certain, it must be more than merely the retention of Cornford Castle. The boy finally reads his expression correctly. Who did you say you was? He asks, and now he knows he has made a mistake, but it is too late. Thomas should kill him, but he is not able. He turns and steps through the door and draws its locking bar across into the stone holding. He hears the boy's footsteps and then his shouting and thumping on the door's thick boards. Thomas hesitates, then slides the locking bar back and steps aside to let the door open. It flies open to crash against the jamb, and the boy is suddenly tipping forward. All Thomas has to do is help him past. The boy shouts as he goes sprawling down the winding steps. He cries out in rage, and he only stops on the second landing where he lies, stunned. But he is a boy, of course. They can fall down steps. Thomas hauls him up by the tabard and shoves him down the next set of steps. The boy hits his head on the underside of the descending flight with a hollow tonk, and his legs fly out from under him, and he falls on the next flight down like a dropped sack. Payne opens the door and looks down at the boy, then up at Thomas coming down the steps. What is wrong? He asks. Riven is coming, Thomas tells him. Both of them, father and son. We must go. Wait, Payne says. A moment. He will not let Thomas pass into the room. Then he does. Thomas pushes open the door, then stops. Katherine stands by the cold fireplace. She is staring at him, half anxious, half challenging, but that is not what it is about her that stops him dead. She is in a dress. It has a blue body and blue skirts with black sleeves, and she wears a red belt and laces of the same at the front. She has a long white cloth wrapped around her head, and it is almost impossible to see the boy who was Kit. Thomas is suddenly robbed of words. She is beautiful. He stares for a long moment. She stares back. She tilts her chin defiantly. "What?" she asks. He collects himself. "Riven is coming," he tells them. "Giles Riven has betrayed King Henry and all of us and sold him to Montague." There is a moment of silence. Katherine stares at him. "You have to tell him," Payne says. "You cannot let him fall into Montague's hands. He will kill him." Thomas looks at Payne. He is genuinely upset. "You tell him," Thomas says. "You take him. I am done with this." "What about Jack?" Katherine asks. "We can't leave him. They will kill him too." Thomas looks over at Jack. He does not look so bad, he thinks. "Then you must be got ready to ride," Thomas tells her. "Master Payne can give him some of that medicine too, and you can both ride." Jack slowly rights himself and rolls to his knee, and then, still keeping that leg straight, to his feet. He breathes out, swearing in one long, incoherent breath. Katherine comes to his side. He is utterly still in her presence, waiting for her to go. "It is still only me, Jack," she tells him. And though he is thrown by the fact that she is now a proper woman, he yields and lets her help him up. When he is upright, he stands, and she steps away from him and straightens her unfamiliar dress, and Thomas cannot help but let his gaze wander over her, and he sees she now fills it where it should be filled. "Wherever did you get that?" he asks. "It was Cecily's," she tells him, "Master Payne's patient." Another dead girl's dress. "Can you catch the pissing evil from a victim's clothes?" he asks. Payne tilts his head. "Not as far as we know." "Not as far as we know, Christ." "And so, who are you now?" Thomas asks, suddenly angry again. "You cannot pass yourself off as another dead girl, can you?" "No," she says, dropping her gaze. "I am Katherine." There is a long moment. Payne and Jack are silent, watching. "Katherine who?" he asks. "I am Katherine Everingham," she says, looking up. "I am your wife." And he stops, heart stilled, and they look at one another, and she seems timid and in search of his favour, as if she thinks he might not give it. And in an instant his world turns again, and he regrets every harsh word, every uncharitable thought, and he thinks he has never loved so much as now. Then she turns a curious shade. Her cheeks puff, and she hunches and vomits thin, grey gruel onto her skirts. Chapter 23. King Henry does not believe them at first. He comes from prayers with his gentlemen, looking unusually regal in a blue velvet cloak against the cool of the morning, and he asks questions in that querulous voice, and all illusion of royalty is lost. Details and minor points. He misses the thrust of what Payne is saying, and his men keep interrupting, barking across him, demanding answers of Payne and Thomas, then having to apologise to King Henry for their impropriety. Most think Payne is lying. Only one wants to attack Riven's men where they stand. "We should kill them all now," he says. "Please, sirs," Thomas tells them. "We are outnumbered many times over. If we wish to extricate ourselves, we will need guile and speed." Thomas cannot help but glance at King Henry. He embodies neither. "You have picked that one out for me?" King Henry asks, indicating the horse Thomas has found for him. "He looks larger than I am used to, and I was never much of a horseman." "Nor has his grace ever done such a thing as take a ride before," one of his men says. "Why should he start now?" "And if he is such a danger to us, why then is that man wearing Sir Giles's colours?" another asks, indicating Jack, who was wearing the tabard of the boy Thomas threw down the steps. He is clutching the reins of his own pony for support, while behind him Katherine is already up on a brown mare, her hitched skirts hidden under a long travel coat, and she is hunched over a fistful of herbs that pain has given her against the horse's smell. "My Lord Montague is a Christian," one of them says. "He would not dare offend the king's person, never in 1,000 years." Thomas is beginning to lose his patience. He is beginning to think it might be better if Montague were to take the king and these men too, and do with them all as he wished. Drown them like cats. "And whither would we go?" another asks. "We are not arrayed for travel. His Grace the King will—" "His Grace the King will no longer be His Grace the King if he is still here when Montague's men arrive," Thomas says. "So, if His Grace the King wishes to stay His Grace the King, then he had better get on his horse and ride out of here just as fast as he is able. Begging your pardon, your Grace." There is a moment's silence. The men behave as if they should have a monopoly on rudeness to the king, but King Henry is less worried about that. "I must fetch my other psalter," he bleats. "It is within." He indicates the small keep. "As is the king's by-cocket," another exclaims. "It is all we have left that is of any value." Thomas remembers those jewels on the king's helmet. Can they get it back? He looks around at the castle gate. Riven's men are gathering on the steps, about 10 of them. One is pointing. A man is being sent to fetch someone else. They have realized something is up. "We must leave it," Thomas says, "and go now." King Henry is persuaded. "My Lord of Montague was always very abrupt," he trembles. "I should not like to fall into his hands and be forced to rely on him for Christian succour." It comes to Thomas that he has seen King Henry before, long ago, before all this, and he wonders where, and then he remembers, and can even name the place. At Northampton, before a tent. Thomas was bleeding, in pain, his shoulder, and there were dead men at his feet, a pile of them in bloodied plate, cracked, dented, broken, and more were dragging themselves away into the shadows to die in peace, while others raged about the place with hammers and knives, and there was a tremendous din. It seems an age away, yet also only yesterday. "Everingham, are you all right?" It is Payne, frowning. Thomas shakes himself awake. They must move fast. "May I swap cloaks, sir?" he asks. "Yours for his." He picks a man among them who is the same height and build as the king, wearing a russet cloak and a scarf. "Oh, yes," King Henry says. He seems to want to rid himself of the blue cloak and take up the humbler russet one. Payne steps behind him and unclasps the brooch, and then removes the king's cloak. One of the men is angry because that should have been his job. The man in russet is quick to take the king's cloak. It is lined, not just edged, with soft fur. He swings it to get it to spread in a circle as he puts it over his shoulders. So much for guile. King Henry puts his new cloak on and straightens it, and in it he looks properly ordinary, a humble dredge, a cleric perhaps, and he has the face of a man you'd never want to ask a question for fear of him answering it. Thomas helps him up into his saddle. He is frail, narrow-shouldered, brittle as a bird, and just as light. He smells odd, Thomas thinks. Fungal. "Remember, sirs, we are merely going for a ride," Thomas reminds them as he swings himself up into the saddle. "What should we do?" the one who'd wanted to attack Riven's men asks. "We do not want to fall into Lord Montague's hands any more than you or the king." Thomas looks down at their upturned faces, all screwed up and wan and anxious, and he tells them to be seen to be going to the chapel to pray, and then to leave through the sacristy door and make their way up river a little, where they will find the town of Corbridge. "Cross the river there, and then when you're on the other side, go west, make for Hexham. It is not far, an hour's walk perhaps. The Duke of Somerset's army is camped a mile south. You will not miss it." It does not seem much of a plan, not to him, not to any of them. but it is no worse than his own to smuggle King Henry away by dressing him as another man, and in fact rather better, and he wonders for a moment if they should all do that. But Jack is unable to walk, and Katherine is like to expire, and everything is better if you have a horse. There are some grumbles, some mouths opened to voice complaint, but Riven's men are beginning to move. "We must go," Thomas says. And the king, a terrible horseman, lets Thomas take a lead rein, and he sits there in his saddle, nervously pretending to be someone else, and they set their horses along the track, reins not quite slack in their thumbs, away from the castle gate, expecting at any moment a shout from behind and the rumble of pursuing hooves. "Be ready," Thomas says. But nothing comes. They ride out, following the track through the gate of the hazel palisade and into the rough pasture, and still nothing. Then they pass behind a thin screen of new budding aspens, and then they reach the road, and nothing has come, and it seems they have done it. "You may take off the scarf now, your grace," Payne tells him, but King Henry wears it as a badge of humility, like the poorest pilgrim, and they ride on, and Thomas has rarely seen anyone so uncomfortable in the saddle. He sits on his horse as if at stool, as they retrace their steps of yesterday, back towards the town of Corbridge, picking their way over loose cobbles as fast as they dare, looking back over their shoulders for signs of pursuit. Thomas cannot help but smile. Taking King Henry from under Riven's nose is a small victory in his campaign against him, but it is something, and he tries to imagine the scene when Montague arrives to find him gone. But where to take him? "We cannot go back to Bamborough," he tells Katherine. "That will be to present him to Giles Riven, just as if it were a saint's day." "But there is nowhere else to go save the Duke of Somerset," she says. A couple of townsmen have come out of their houses and are watching. So too are faces in windows, and there is a piebald goat atop a red-hooped barrel standing nearby, which also regards them through golden devil's eyes. King Henry does not like to be looked at by goats, and he begins a whispery prayer, and still Thomas is left to decide what to do. "There is no one else to oppose Riven now," Katherine murmurs. "No one else but Somerset. He is our only hope." And she looks so forlorn he could weep. But Thomas thinks, yes, there is. There is me. I can do what I set out to do all those years ago. I can kill Riven myself. I will perhaps be able to start with the sun. Then the goat on the barrel lifts its bearded chin and looks into the distance, as if sniffing the wind, and after a moment it jumps down, and with a patter of hooves it is gone, and the horses swing their heads and stop chewing and are still, and then a cloud of birds flies overhead, choughs perhaps, and a bell rings to the east, and yet what is the hour? It must be them, he supposes aloud, imagining Edmund Riven and his stinking eye riding up to Bywell, certain of victory, only to find his prey gone. And there is in that, to Thomas, a sombre note of quiet satisfaction. "Come on," he says, and turns his horse southwards and kicks it on, riding down through the town towards the bridge, towing King Henry behind him. He pays pontage for them all with the last of his coins, and as he rides on across the bridge, Thomas looks over his left shoulder, along the bank toward Bywell, but there is nothing to be seen, and soon they are off the bridge and onto the road south, retracing their path through the pastures of the southern bank. When they reach Somerset's makeshift encampment, they are met by a patrol. The riders are suspicious, and they need persuading that King Henry really is the king, but seeing his rings, and a curious red stone he wears as a pendant, they see he must be someone, and they agree to take them to find Horner, at least, who will vouch for them, and they find him sitting upstream, fishing. "All day and not a bite," he says. Then he sees the king, and he stands. "Your Grace," he bows, and then he sees Katherine, and his focus sharpens. "But you've had more luck," he breathes with his mouth open, staring as she dismounts. And now King Henry turns to her, and finally sees he has been travelling with a woman. "Oh," he says. Katherine stands there before them in that dress. She touches the sleeve of her left arm. She is feeling better, certainly looking less waxen, and she looks to Thomas to explain, and so does Horner and Payne, and even King Henry in his absent way, and Thomas feels as if his head is filled with tow almost to bursting point, and he wonders why he has not thought up something in advance, but he can think of nothing, and so he says only the very first words that come into his mouth. "This is my wife," he says, and despite it all, despite everything, he cannot help his eyes misting over, and he feels very much consoled by that thought, as if it is somehow enough, or will do for them all as well as it does for him. But Horner can only stare. "Your wife?" he asks. "But she's... Where is Kit?" And now Thomas feels he might as well tell them, have done with it, for he can still devise of nothing. But now Katherine enters with a lie that makes him stop and smile again, despite everything. "My brother has stayed in Bywell," she says. "Your brother?" Jack starts coughing. Katherine says nothing. Horner stares at her. She stares back until he shuts his eyes and pinches the bridge of his nose. "By all the saints," he says, "you do look similar." She says nothing. "Are you as good a surgeon as he?" asks. "Twice as good," she says. Horner looks over to Payne, who shrugs. "So she says," he mutters. "You did not tell us that Kit was your wife's brother." "No," Thomas says. "You did not ask." "But all this time—" "What can I say?" "You can tell us why you've brought her here now?" Horner asks. "Montague is coming," Thomas says, not answering the question. "Today. He has ridden from Newcastle." Katherine is forgotten. So too is the king. "We must tell Somerset," Horner says. "Come with me." Thomas nods. They turn their back on King Henry and walk through the camp together. Thomas explains Riven's ruse. Horner seems at a loss for words. He does not believe him, nor does the Duke of Somerset. He makes them stand at the opening of his tent while he eats some sort of fowl, roasted. Grey is within, sitting on a folding stool, and Talboys too, likewise seated. And behind them there are others, the Lords Hungerford and Roos. All have suffered the privations of the past months. They are poorly shaved, baggy-eyed, in dirt-smutted clothes, and the tip of one of Talboys' piked shoes is broken and turned down. The tent smells of cold river water and of mildew and unwashed bodies. Not even the Duke's supper smells good. "Oh, good Christ," Somerset says. "How could he, you fool? Riven's been face down for 3 years, enduring half hell's agonies, not sending missives to his son or making pacts with the king's enemies, dear God." And he should know, Thomas thinks. And yet... "Where is King Henry now?" Talboys asks, looking over their shoulders for his dread sovereign, and the way he says it, King Henry is obviously a burden they can do without. "He is with Master Payne," Horner tells them, "at prayer." "He must be gone," Somerset says. "We must get him away tonight, back to Bamborough. If we lose him, then we are left with nothing." Sir Ralph Grey is sober this morning and beats Talboys to the punch. "I will provide an escort," he says. "I will go myself, take 20 men. The others regard him. "You do not relish the prospect of an encounter with Lord Montague?" Talboys asks. "I merely offer, is all," Grey counters. "We cannot send King Henry alone. He is the King of England, after all, and should travel accompanied in some style." "I should take him," Talboys objects. Grey snorts. Somerset brings the discussion to an end. "I will let you know who is to escort him," he says. "We can spare only very few men and none of any use. Cripples and so forth. And we must accomplish it with no fuss. His presence here is a boon to the men, and his loss will be felt. So not another word." Thomas is bundled out. From then on the camp is busy. Men are at their weapons and armour as usual, tightening, loosening, polishing and sharpening. Fires have been lit, pots, steam, and the women are washing clothes in the river, and the trees and bushes are spread with clothes Thomas cannot imagine ever drying before they will need to be packed away. A blacksmith is shoeing a horse, and a grinder has set up his wheel, and sparks are flying. But here there is a man, one of Lord Roos's, trying to sell a kestrel, and another his tent. They are hoping to reduce their baggage, so that if they have to run for it, they can. Thomas is tempted to buy the tent, not the bird, for Katherine, but then he too would be encumbered with it, and just like these men, they must travel light, he thinks. Already his mind is turning to flight. So now he looks around, tries to see where they will run when it comes to it. They are camped on a flat plain, in a loop of the river, at the bottom of the valley just south of the road and its bridge across the river they are calling the Devil's Water, which flushes over a rocky bed on its way to join the Tyne to the north. In addition to the bridge, there are a couple of fords along its length, where the water is about hock deep, he supposes, but elsewhere it is much deeper, and the flow, after the rains, is powerful enough to create a churning cloud of mist above the low waterfall upstream. Across the river to the west, the road cuts up a steep, heavily wooded hill on its way back to Hexham, and to the east the road from Corbridge snakes southward until it reaches a crossroads. The west road comes across around another hill, mostly of rough moorland, just like at Hedgeley, which the men called Swallowship Hill. If Somerset were to set himself up there, Thomas thinks, on the hill's crest, then he might have a chance. But down here? He is a duck on water. Your wife? It is John Stump. Christ, he had forgotten about John Stump. Now John nudges him with his remaining elbow and grins a very particular grin, and despite his distractions, Thomas cannot help but smile back. What of her? He asks. Come on, John says. I've been watching those hands at work all these weeks. That isn't anyone other than Kit. Thomas is alarmed. He opens his mouth to say something, but what? You crafty devil, John goes on. Having her here all this time, right under our noses. But listen, don't you find it a bit odd, how she looks so like Kit? Must be funny when you're face to face like. Thomas does not know exactly what John Stump means, but he can guess. Anyway, John says, Horner's looking for you. When they find him, Horner is helping one of the others brush down the stolen horses. He seems cheerful and even optimistic. Somerset doesn't believe Montague knows where we are, he says, and is probably fixed on taking Hexham, and so tomorrow we will take the crest of the hill there, he points over to Swallowship Hill, and catch him while he's on the move, and with God's blessing this time we will score such a victory as to set the whole country ablaze for King Henry. Thomas wonders if he should ask about the last time they caught Montague's army on the move, through Hedgeley Moor, but he does not want to upset or disappoint Horner, so he keeps his mouth shut. Thomas, Horner goes on, you are to take the archers to the front, as before. We have very few arrows, Thomas warns, barely 12 apiece. Horner is surprised, caught out. He obviously had no idea things were that bad. Nevertheless, he says, after a moment of anxiety, loose them and then retire. It is the Duke's plan. Then it is a foolish plan, Thomas thinks, which does not address the realities of the situation. But that is typical of Somerset, Thomas supposes, and he is pleased, for it is as he'd hoped. He will do what he must, but he can be expected to do no more. He goes now to find Katherine. It is curious, he thinks, as he passes through the camp, that now she is dressed as a woman he must fret about her more, or be seen to fret about her more, than when she was a boy, although in fact she is in far less danger now. He has never forgotten that the French witch Joan was burned for dressing as a man. He finds her standing face to face with Sir Ralph Grey. Sir Ralph is absolutely sober. He has his hands on his hips and is leaning forward to peer very closely at her. He is incredulous. His brother, you say? Katherine nods. She is enduring his inspection tolerantly, which Thomas thinks she would not do if she did not already know Grey to be mostly harmless. Still, though, perhaps that is best. You were that boy's sister, he goes on. Yes, she says, her face blank. And you were married to that archer who assists him in his whatever it is he does? Yes. Gray leans back. Well, he says, as if he has heard everything now. He senses Thomas looming up and turns to him. This is your wife? Yes, Thomas says. But how in God's name do you tell them apart in the dark? Just as with John Stump, Thomas is not sure what Gray means. He finds himself on shifting ground. The need has never arisen, he says. No one says anything for a moment. Gray stares at them, looking from one to the other. He knows something is wrong, and that they are waiting for him to leave before he divines it. Well, he says, I hope you're as skilled with the knife as your brother. You will have need of a surgeon or two tomorrow, I should think. Chapter 24. The sickness wakes her when it is still absolutely dark. Thomas is next to her, and she can smell him, and what was once pleasantly dusty has become less so, and she rolls to the other side, but here is Jack, breathing a rhythmic gale in her face, and she has noticed that when a man has not had enough to eat, as Jack has not, his breath is very bad, as Jack's is now. So she turns back and looks up at the underside of the cart, and she tries to pretend that if she does not move, she will not vomit. And this works, and the nausea subsides. She lies still for a moment, her hands across her belly, letting her eyes become accustomed to the dark. Most men are scared of it, thinking it a presence rather than an absence, but she has never felt so, and she used to scorn the sisters at the priory who turned their clogs over during the night for fear they would fill with darkness and so become evil. The baby will come in September, she supposes, and she thinks then of Eelby's wife, and how she must have lain like this at one time, perhaps next to that snoring boar of her husband, and she wonders with a start what has happened to the son, the miraculous baby. She has not thought about him since they were sent north, since coming to Alnwick. Dear God, she feels she has somehow betrayed the boy now by having her own, and before she ever managed to find him in those trackless green wastes into which the eel-catcher had disappeared. She wonders what the boy would be like now. Walking, perhaps. Learning his first word. Eel, probably. She will find him, she thinks, when this is over. Next year, perhaps, when her own baby is born. She will show them one another. Or is that vanity? And anyway, where will she be? She simply cannot guess. She cannot even guess where she will be next week, since anything might happen today, tomorrow, the day after. So she must come up with something. But what? Her mind does not seem so sharp as it once was, she has noticed, and she thinks it might be the sleeping rough, with so little food, that has done it. It is why she was so pleased to announce that she was Kit's sister, though she thinks how odd that was. The words were out of her mouth before she thought them through. When he'd heard, Master Payne had just shaken his head, half in sorrow, half in admiration. She thinks about him now, and she prays he will stay with Somerset's army, stay with her, but she knows he is King Henry's man and must go where the king goes. She wishes she and Thomas could go with him to Bamborough, perhaps, however uncertain that future might seem, and that he would be by her side when her time came. He would not wish it, of course, and would claim ignorance of her woman's body, but how could that be so, she thinks now, when he spotted her condition before she did, in one glance? He is a very fine physician, she thinks, and perhaps there is something to his theories about the planets and their position in the sky, for after all, what does she know? She has picked things up as she has gone along, from old ladies and Mayhew, while Master Payne has been to far-off countries where Christian men gather together to pursue knowledge, to dissect corpses in order to understand how they worked when they were alive. Such depth of learning is something. The camp awakens around her. coming to while it is no longer night but not quite day, and there is a curious gentleness in the soft morning air. The voices are muted. Consideration and accommodation informs every dealing as lines of men and women make their way between the damp canvases of the tents down to the river, there to conduct their ablutions with a semblance of privacy. The lull of early morning lasts only until the arrival of bread and ale, brought down the hill by carts from Hexham, and a mad scramble follows, during which every man must exert himself to get what he needs. Thomas returns with a great pitcher of ale and the upper crust of a loaf that must once have been the size of a man's body. He divides it unequally in her favour, and Jack laughs. He is looking very much better. She wonders what it was that ailed him. Some miasma from the river? He is not mobile enough to fight yet, and he and John Stump both refused to leave with King Henry and Sir Ralph Grey the evening before, and so they are to stay in camp, to keep such a baggage train as they possess. And she is pleased. They will be with her. She has volunteered for surgery, but there is even less with which to work than there ever was at Hedgeley Moor, and she wonders what she might usefully do except sit with her hand on a man's brow while he dies, and even that worries her. After he has eaten, Jack hobbles away, and Thomas watches him go with a nod that strikes her as more calculated than heartfelt, and she wonders what Thomas is up to. But then Horner comes with others in Grey's livery trailing behind. He is in rust-spotted harness that he has had little help putting on. In one hand he clutches a poleaxe Katherine has never seen before, and with the other he holds his helmet against his chest. Others are coming past, spilling out of the camp in their companies. Hungerford and Roos's men, still not trusted after last time, have the furthest to go, since they are to take the right flank, facing north towards Corbridge, while Somerset's men are to dominate the centre. "We are to take the left," Thomas, Horner says, "with Neville of Branspeth and Talboys' men. We are to drive Montague's flank back into the river." Thomas just nods. The way Horner says it, it is as if he believes it is possible, though in the very next minute he reminds John Stump to look to the baggage and the followers. "In case Montague sends prickers around," he says, "but he won't." John Stump nods cheerfully enough. "Must have something to do," he says. "Where is Jack?" Horner asks. John Stump shrugs and mutters that he is about, and not likely to go far, not with that leg. Then in the distance there is a bugle blown. Men stop and stare quizzically at one another. "What is it?" she asks. "An alarm." Can Montague be here already?" The alarm continues, is taken up by nearer trumpets. "By Christ, it must be them!" The camp erupts into a frenzy of movement. A drum starts, then another, then another. They are coming closer. So too are the alarms as the tidings spread. Lord Montague and at least 5,000 of his men are across the Tyne at Corbridge and are moving south and west in good order. And now every man is hurrying. Some are running, with others still tying their points, and there is a great confusing struggle as they rush to get up the hill before Montague can beat them to it. "I will see you after it," Thomas tells John Stump as he forces his helmet on. John nods. "We'll be here," he says. "Me and Jack, a couple of cripples as may be, but we'll look after her all right." And Thomas can only nod, and then he turns to her, and for the first time he is allowed to kiss her with all these other men about, and he opens his arms to envelop her, to really say goodbye properly, but she has to force herself to allow it, because he smells of sweat and horses and rust, and now her insides are rebelling, and so this first kiss goodbye is perfunctory, snatched, and she knows she will regret it later if, God forbid, anything were to happen to either of them. "Go with God, Thomas," she says. She realizes she is crying, and she wishes she weren't. She wishes she did not feel so sick, and she wishes she could see him off as he deserves, and as she would wish to, but she cannot help herself. And then the boy with the drum comes out from the trees, and he stands by them, his sticks thundering away, and he grins at them, and she thinks he might be mad or simple. And after a moment Horner taps Thomas on the shoulder with his poleaxe, and he mouths something and gestures uphill with its point, and Thomas takes his meaning, and he turns, and so they part. For the first time as man and wife, he going one way to fight with all the other men who were trudging past up the hill, while she and John Stump go the other way, walking against the tide, back down into the trees towards the river and the camp. When they get there, Tallboy's men are busy loading his baggage onto mules, heavy bags that set the animals staggering. Everyone else, all the women and the children and the cripples and the old men, is pressing along the river downstream, following its turns, 1,000 paces or so, hurrying to where the trees thin and the ground rises, and there is a view of the hill to the east where the men will be. When she is there, she climbs up on a tree stump, awkward in her skirts, with John readying his arm to catch her should she fall, and she shields her eyes against the rising sun and watches the figures of men hurrying up the slope to the crest. After a moment, John Stump climbs up beside her. More of the women from the camp join them, craning their necks. What can she see? What can she see? There are hundreds of men struggling in a swarm like ants up a hill. There is little sign of any organisation, but there are banners and standards, and there are groups of men in similar livery gathering across a front that runs away from her where she stands. While they wait, she wonders if there is any woman to ask for advice about her sickness. Behind them, along the river a little way, is a chapel attached to a small gatehouse or castle, not unlike Bywell, she thinks, only even smaller, with one small turret, filled just then with a crowd of men and women watching, just as if they were at an entertainment. "By God, look!" John shouts, pointing. "He's bloody well done it!" And there's a burble of approval and admiration. Somerset and his men have made it to the top of the hill. There are still plenty hurrying to join them, but enough have made it up, and now their banners and flags are raised on its crown, and she can hear the drummers and the trumpeters are up there too, going at it. And now, at the foot of the slope, she can just see more flags coming into view, and she supposes this must be Montague and his men, though for the moment they are hidden behind the rise. She remembers the only other battle she has watched like this, outside Northampton, standing with all the women and that Italian bishop by the stone cross in the rain. And she sees there is a rhythm to these things. Once the men are placed, there is a pause for prayers, and then a moment for something else. Reflection, reconsideration, regret. What? She does not know. Then, when that is over, the commander might say something to encourage the men and instill within them a certainty as to the justice of their cause, and that God is on their side, and that he will look over them. Then the archers will stride forward, and the battle will commence. She thinks of Thomas up there, and how he must be feeling, and she prays without praying for him. Around her all the women seem to know which flags the knights carry, and they are collected in groups themselves, so that all Tallboy's men's women stand together, and all Roos's men's women stand together, and they seem knowledgeable about almost every aspect of what is to come, dispositions and wind direction, vantage points, where the pressure will first be felt, then where it will most be felt. They have a low opinion of Roos and Hungerford's men, despite the presence of their women, and are unrestrained in voicing it. "Cowards," one of them says. "They'll break today, that is for sure. Let's hope they run the other way this time." And heads are turned, and there is some ill feeling. She is surprised to find they are not especially concerned for the safety of their men, or perhaps they do not talk of it. But they are on tiptoes, faces craned, like children watching a mummers play, and then one of them says, "Here we go," and there is a collective drawing in of breath, and after that there is total silence as they watch the arrows fly. From this distance the shafts merely smudge the distant sky, an impression like smoke in autumn, but the women know how crucial these moments are, and Katherine remembers Walter, was it, telling her that any battle was decided in these first moments. If everything else was the same, he said, whoever loosed the most, the fastest, would win. Today, those loosing downhill with the sun behind them, and even, is it possible, the slightest wind, might be expected to prevail, to inflict such damage on those coming at them up the slope from below that the battle will end almost before it has begun. And one of the women, an old one, stained apron, green dress, sleeves rolled up to reveal arms like legs, and a great wrap of linen tucked in tight around her face, says you always know who will win the day about now, and she snaps her fingers, and though John Stump says that it is rubbish, Katherine watches the woman's expression and sees her wrinkles deepen as she frowns at what she's seeing, and then as she comes to understand it, she shakes her head and sucks her remaining teeth. "Run out of arrows," she says. And she says no more. Everybody understands. Somerset's archers have loosed all they have, too few, and they have let Montague's men off the hook. And now it's Montague's men who keep up their attack. It is easy to imagine what that will do to Somerset's archers. There are groans among the women, wailing too. "We should be ready," the old woman says. "There will be plenty of wounded." But there is nothing too ready. This battle was not supposed to happen today. Everybody said so, and there has been little time to collect urine and make bandages and so on. John Stump is quivering and bright-eyed with excitement, fueled with a strange sort of lust, flapping his stump as if it were a wing. He does not want to go and cut cloth for bandages. He wants to watch the battle. And now there is a swelling roar from the hill, and another great drawing in of breath around her, and she looks back, and she can see that Montague's men are moving forward in that same way they did at Hedgeley Moor, implacable, organised, relentless, and she can see their banners and standards waving, and she wonders for a moment if she can see in there among them that white flag with the black ravens, but she is imagining it, she supposes, and anyway, she is too far away to see details such as that. She watches the Duke of Somerset's men moving down to meet Montague. They are less even, more ragged, many fewer. Then two lines meet, and a moment later she hears a slow, rippling crash that breaks in her ears like a wave collapsing along the length of shingle. Prayers are begun by the river now, a gentle hum, and hands and rosary beads are rung. A pale-faced boy, he might be 8 and still too young to carry arrow-bags, if there were any to carry, constantly crosses himself, over and over and over again, while a girl next to him kisses the cross on a wooden beaded rosary. The paternoster is begun and joined in with, but in the end it is not enough. Not all Somerset's men commit to the defence of the hill, and though she cannot understand it or make it out herself, she can detect the tone of questions the women are asking one another. Natural incredulity turns to forced incredulity as they refuse to accept what they are seeing, and then it turns to anger. They are, look! Oh, the bastards! They're breaking! The cowardly bastards! She sees first one man come running over the back of the field. He streaks away from the fight, comes running around the hill, blundering through the heather and the long grass. Then there are more. All of them come from the far end of Somerset's line, and they come racing down the hill towards the camp. She is about to ask who they are and what they are doing, but there is sudden fidgeting among the women, and some have already turned and are hurrying back towards the camp. John mutters. "Those bastards," he says, "those bastards." "What is it?" "They've broken," he says. "Hungerford and Roos, same as before." "Where are the prickers?" a woman cries out. "Why don't someone stop 'em?" "We've not enough men for prickers," John tells the woman, but she only looks at him as if it were his fault. "Will the others hold?" Katherine asks. "We'll see," John mutters, but he sounds doubtful. They watch. Nothing is clear. Long moments pass. There is turmoil in the front and back of Somerset's lines. Hundreds of men are milling about. Most will be archers. Many will be those breaking rank. "Thomas will be away by now, won't he?" she asks, and John nods, but he will not look at her. "Aye," he says. "Should be. Best be, anyway. He's a big lad, but without any plate he'll not want to be caught up in that." They watch more of Hungerford and Roos's men come running, and a little further down the stream their women begin hurrying back up towards the camp to meet them, and they look guilty, but also relieved, and they ignore the muttered insults as best they can. But no one has time for any fighting now, and most eyes are on the field above. "The Duke will hold!" a woman cries out. "He'll hold! Pray to God!" But the prayers fall on deaf ears, for the men keep detaching and coming back down the hill, and soon there are more behind the line than in it, and it becomes clear Somerset cannot hold. And the news somehow communicates along the length of the front, and within a few moments those at the back of the divisions, from left to right flanks, are turning and streaming away while they have the chance, leaving those at the front to fight alone. And now those men on the left, Thomas's wing, start to peel away, and they turn their backs on Montague's men, and they run. And soon the whole army is in retreat, turning the hill black with their numbers, stumbling back, canting west, back towards the camp and the rushing line of the Devil's Water. "Oh, Christ," John Stump says. She looks down. Most of the others are gone. It is just her, John Stump, and a few other women. One looks up. "Best be gone, love," she says. "This'll soon be no place for a pretty girl." And Katherine knows she is right. Around them the women have turned and are racing for the fords over the river behind. Skirts are hauled up and fists swing, and the weaker are shunted and pushed aside in the scramble. Women are wading through the brown waters, arms and legs pumping, to scramble up the far side, just to get away, to try to melt into the countryside. "We must be across before they come," John says. "Come on." And he grabs her hand and pulls her from the tree stump. "What of Thomas?" she calls. "He'll want you gone." "No," she says. "I'll not leave him again." "You must. Come on." "No. He would not leave you if you were there." She wrenches her arm free. But now the men are arriving, coming running past, just as at Hedgeley Moor. Katherine turns into the crowd, back up the hill, but then, unbelievably, here is Thomas, or a Thomas-shaped man, coming fast, his helmet tossed aside and his hair flowing, and she sees with a great flood of relief that it is him. He clutches his bow, still knocked, and his face is red with the exertion, shoulder to shoulder with other men from Grey's company. He does not look frightened so much as intent. He starts shouting at them as he comes, gesturing with his bow, pointing southwards towards the camp, just as if he thinks they will find their horses where they left them. "The horses!" He is alongside them, and he hardly pauses, and he catches her hand, and he drags her almost off her feet. "Come!" he shouts. "This way!" she calls, pointing at the fords where the women are crossing. "No!" he shouts, and he pulls her south. John follows. They run, back up the path, the river frothing alongside. Men and women are coming the other way. They collide and rebound off one another as they go. She is breathless in moments, her skirts heavy, but if she doesn't put one foot before the other, he will drag her over. Then they are into the thicker trees, and then the camp, left deserted now, everything gone save tents and cooking pots, one cart with a broken wheel. The knife grinder's wheel is knocked over. Men come hurtling through, wild-eyed, slashing at anyone with drawn swords or knives who might try to stop them. Nor does Thomas stop. He runs on, dragging her along. He is breathing heavily now, and she can hardly catch her breath. John is labouring behind. It is hard to run with one arm. They reach the bridge where the crowds are thickest, and no one would hesitate to lash out with a blade if they thought it might help them edge ahead. Anything could happen in this panic. "Stay with me," Thomas tells her, and she clings on to his empty arrow bag as he pushes his way into the mob. She elbows out of the way a woman who threatens to come between them and is punched for her troubles, but John is there, bristling, growling like a dog, menacing men and women who push from behind. They reach the bridge and start to cross, shoulder to shoulder, chest to back, knee to knee, a solid mass of human flesh. The smell is of moulding clothes and sweat and unwashed bodies, and someone is bleeding. "Hurry, for the love of God!" There is a bellow, a scream, and a splash. A man laughs. Katherine watches a woman floundering in the current for a moment before she finds purchase on a sodden trunk and hauls herself out, her clothes half pulled off, and she turns and shouts terrible curses and gesticulates at those pushing past on the bridge above. No one listens. And then Katherine becomes hemmed in, almost in the dark, between two large men in blue and yellow livery jackets, and she is almost borne along on the human current, just as was the woman in the river, and she places her trust in Thomas, and she clings tight and keeps her head down and shuffles forward. Everyone is sharp elbows and foul-mouthed threats. And at last they are across the bridge, and ahead people are beginning to spread out, to walk faster, to swing their arms, and then finally to run again, breathlessly up the steep hill. But Katherine stops. She lets go of the arrow bag. "Where is Jack?" she shouts. Thomas turns. He can hardly hear her above the din of the shouting, of the pounding feet, the steady roar of the water on the rocks below. He gestures ahead and reaches to take her hand once more. She tries to snatch it away, but now John is there, shouting something into her face and pointing with his one good hand up the hill too. "What?" she shouts. "He is up there already!" And they drag and push her along up the hill, to the top, where some are striking out into the woods and others are running up the road to Hexham. At the roadside are bundles of clothes and discarded livery jackets, and there are already boys from the town fist-fighting to claim them for their sisters or mothers to make into something else. Thomas hurries on. She can barely breathe now. Her shoes are loose and she's hobbling, and she suddenly feels the extra burden of her growing body. "Just a little further," Thomas encourages. And there, among the trees, are horses, waiting, 4 of them, and she thinks, my God, the day's second miracle. It is Jack, waiting. He grins, almost broadly, and he swings up clumsily into his saddle, and Thomas helps her up onto her saddle, and she settles herself with her skirts hitched, and has not time to care, nor does she even mind the smell, and they shake their reins and dig in their heels, and they ride fast over the rough road, and men and women and children scatter before them with more foul curses, and she is aware that Jack and Thomas ride either side of her, and that they all have their blades drawn, and that this is not over yet. The mobbing crowd flows mostly up the road to the gates of Hexham, but Thomas leads their horses off and down, across the sheep pastures and the pig pens and the newly planted furlongs, and they ride for the road the other side of the town that cuts north across the bridge, where a thinner crowd is already condensing, but by the time they get there, the pontage collector has been knocked over and lies by the roadside, pale and possibly dead. And they ride past and across the bridge, and the men and women on it shout at them as they are forced aside, and they ask to be taken with them, and if there is anything they have they might spare, but soon the crowd is behind them, and they continue along the old road northwards until they reach a crossroads again, and Thomas looks both ways, east and west, before riding on. After a little while they slow their horses and walk 2 by 2, breathing heavily. She is next to Thomas. "So what happened?" she asks, and he sighs. "It was the same as ever," he says. He does not want to talk very much. There is a smear of blood and a bruise on his cheek. "Did you see Horner?" He nods. "He was at the front," he says. She knows what that means. "He was a good man," Jack says. "He will have acquitted himself." But it is not about acquitting oneself, is it? Not on a day like this. It is only ever about survival. "So are we riding for Bamborough too?" she asks. She thinks of Master Payne and his care. She cannot believe Thomas will agree, but he nods again. "There is nowhere else to go just now," he says. "Montague will send his prickers screaming up this road first of all, so we will divert westwards and then cut northwards. They will not expect that." He hopes. A little later he takes them off the road, along a track, heading west, and they follow it, winding through the spring-green trees across the soft golden cloth of last year's fallen leaves. They ride in silence until Thomas stops his horse and dismounts. They are in a narrow defile, a fold in the land filled with tall grey trunked ash trees, and the sun does not penetrate the valley's floor where the leaves have been kicked up recently, and a long, wavering, muddy trail has been cut through the valley ahead. "Mules," Thomas says, straightening and looking around as if for clues. Could be King Henry on his way back to Bamborough, John Stump suggests. Wrong way, Thomas mutters. Tall boys, Katherine tells them. His men were loading some this morning, remember? He was supposed to have held the left flank, Thomas says. Maybe, she says, but he was definitely in the camp this morning loading 4 or 5 mules. Thomas looks down at the tracks again with a frown. Well, they are going our way, it seems, he says. By God, I hope we don't meet them, John says. Sort of meant to cut you to pieces soon as look at you. Thomas nods and climbs back into the saddle. They ride on a bit, cautiously scanning ahead. And now Thomas stops again. The track of mule prints veers off the path along a smaller one, deeper into a ravine. Can you smell them? Jack asks, and they sniff. She can smell nothing but her own horse and her own greasy woolens, but the others claim to detect a subtle difference between the mules and their own horses. We can't be far behind, Jack says. Come on then, Thomas says. Let's get ahead. And they carry on along the original path, its leaves largely undisturbed, and they ride until she feels the evening chill and she thinks she will faint with hunger. When she asks if they might stop, Thomas is all care and concern. Let's follow that track, he says, and they dismount and lead their horses along a smaller track that takes them up the slope and through some trees, where they find a small trickling stream that comes down from the hill above. They refill their bottles as she eats more bread. How do you feel? Thomas asks. Better. We will have to sleep out tonight, he tells her. But tomorrow we can turn north, and there will be a day or so more before we reach the castle. So we really are going back to Bamborough? Yes, he says. I thought that was where you wanted to be, with Master Payne. And she nods again, because that is right. The thought of a few days in the saddle, though. Jack, meanwhile, has found a coal pit, disused. He drops a stone down it. It must be 30 foot deep. Beyond is a tiny hovel, dry stone built, its roof fallen in, but better than nothing. Probably the old miners' quarters, abandoned at the same time as the mine. Thomas, she says, I do not think I can ride any further. Thomas is anxious. What do you think, Jack? John, are we far enough? They are doubtful, but they too are tired, and the hovel is filled with dried leaves, and though it smells of fox, they can each imagine lying down for the night, and they agree Montague's men will probably not be out in the woods looking for men such as them, but will be searching the road's length, or celebrating their victory and savouring the delights of Hexham. Come on then, he says, and they hobble their horses behind the hovel, where there is a scattering of mossy bones of God knows which animals, and the men join Jack by the coal pit, throwing sticks down it, until the air grows cooler still as dusk leeches away to night. And then they join Katherine in the hovel, all of them with their feet intertwined, and they finish the bread and the water, and Thomas tells them about his role in the battle they witnessed, how he loosed half his arrows, always with one eye on what was going on behind him this time, and then he felt something, some lack of resolve in the others, and then there was daylight behind him, and so he turned and ran, and it was Horner who stood aside for him, and he does not know what would have happened to him. He just knew he wanted to be gone, and so he ran. You think anyone like Somerset would have got off the field? Not in full harness, I don't suppose. Perhaps he yielded, went to Montague on bended knee, after the King's grace again. I tell you, John Stump warns, Montague's not one to make friends. What about the others? I expect we'll see some of them back in Bamborough, if we ever make it. She falls asleep first, wrapped in her travelling cloak and leaning against Thomas, his arm around her shoulder, the back of his hand in her lap.
This is the end. CD 12.
Chapter 25. It rains heavily that night, and Thomas is awake just before dawn, lying damp in a pool. Katherine still sleeps on dry leaves next to him, just a bundle of clothes, and John, Stump and Jack are huddled together for warmth on the other side of the low-walled hut. They too are dry. Thomas gets up and goes to the rivulet and thanks the Lord for his deliverance the day before. He says a prayer for the souls of John Horner in particular and the others in Gray's company in general. His thoughts turn again to Giles Riven. Can the man really have manoeuvred himself so cleverly? To have taken King Henry from the side of his closest supporters and placed him in a trap to be sprung by his own son, without anyone even suspecting? And all this from his sickbed? Or perhaps he was never as injured as he feigned. Perhaps he lingered there to avoid King Henry's court, to avoid being sent out on any pointless sorties during which he or his men might be injured. Perhaps that was it. And when King Edward has King Henry safe in his dungeon, what would he do to reward the man who helped put him there? Pomford Castle will be the very least of it. That much is obvious. And meanwhile, Thomas thinks, look at me. I am squatting here by a murky stream, in sodden clothes, with not a penny in my purse, and a woman who I cannot marry and who is expecting a child by me in a few months. I have no prospect of putting a roof over her head, let alone the child's, let alone mine. I am harried by men determined to kill me, and my only recourse is to return to a castle that is surely about to have to endure a siege, and in which I must serve a mad lord who drinks too much, and who in turn serves a king and a cause in which I have no interest, no stake. Just then Katherine wakes. She comes down to the stream and looks pallid, green even, and she falls on her hands and knees and retches. He kneels next to her, and cups water for her, and strokes her back and holds her hair, and eventually she shudders. It is punishment, she says, after rinsing her mouth in the water, because of what I have done with you. He stands, rocking slightly. No, he says, but he can't think of anything else to add, and she looks at him. Now she's been sick, she is very pale, almost translucent, and she looks very fragile. I am married, she says. In the eyes of God and man, I am married to Richard Fakenham, and so I am to be punished for my sins. No, Thomas says. Margaret Cornford is dead. Dead, you understand? She died twice, once more than anyone I know, and so she can never now come back. She looks at him levelly. Oh, that is nice, she says. He sighs. I only meant, he says, and he shrugs. Sorry. Don't know what to say. You know I will do anything and everything for you. You just need to tell me what. I should like a bed, she says, in which to lie. And he feels worse than ever. We shall go to find Master Payne, he tells her, and you shall have a bed and a roof over your head even. He remembers Sir John mentioning that those whom the Lord loves he first tempers in the flames. Well, he thinks, the Lord must love him and Katherine abundantly, for he is testing them sorely, while he must loathe the Riven family, for he gives them everything in his power. For a brief moment, Thomas wonders if it might not be better to be loved by the Lord just a little less. And Katherine looks at him, and tears fill her eyes, and he realizes that she is terrified of everything. And he steps forward, and he puts his arms around her, and he pulls her tight, and she is stiff and unyielding. He says over and over again, "It will be all right. It will be all right." And he is holding her just like this, and she is beginning to soften in his arms, to come to him, when they hear shouting on the track below. He lets her go. "Quick," he says, and together they run, crouching, back to the hovel. Jack and John are half asleep still. He hushes them. He pulls his sword from the sheath, and Jack does likewise, and they wait in silence, their eyes big and white in the gloom. The shouting continues. Someone is urging someone else on, shouting out to get the bloody things moving for the love of Christ. The shouts are getting closer, more distinct. What is going on? Thomas watches over the wall. Christ! There are men down there, coming up the track, more than a handful. He makes a sign to John and Jack, down, now, They look at one another and raise quizzical eyebrows. Then he peers back over the broken-down wall. They are much closer, and oh dear God, it is Tallboys and his men. They are coming up the track toward them, labouring with their mules. Why are they here? Where are they going? Thomas has no idea. Tallboys is still shouting. "Come on!" he screams at his men. "Come on!" Thomas looks over at their own horses. They are tired, cold, thirsty, probably. Could they outstrip Tallboys on his mules? Perhaps, if they ran for it now, and if Tallboys has no archers with him. But Thomas is pretty certain the track ahead leads only to another coal mine. Could they hide in there? Perhaps, but not with the horses. And anyway, no, look, it is too late. Tallboys is there, on his own horse. "Use the stick!" he is shouting at a man slapping a mule. "Come on!" And the rain begins pattering among the leaves on the canopy above, then silver in the air around them, and the men behind the mules are urging their animals on, beating their hindquarters with sticks and even the flats of their swords, and others are hauling on the ropes around the animals' necks. But the mules are panicking. Men are slipping in the leaves, cursing the animals, swearing at them, but they cannot go any faster because they are laden with hugely heavy bags, and they are obviously exhausted, and yet Tallboys is still screaming at the men to keep them coming. Jack is shaking his head in bewilderment, and Thomas knows just as little. Tallboys' men move up the path. There are 4 mules being manhandled by 8 men, with Tallboys on his horse at the front. Lagging behind are 2 more men, their necks craned, staring backward as if they are being followed. They have knocked bows and a bag of arrows apiece. Tallboys calls over the muleteers' heads, "Any sign?" And one of the men at the back tells him there is none so far, and Tallboys shouts again at the muleteers, and now the procession is just past the hovel, when one of the mules, the one at the back, seems to stagger, just as if it has been worked to death, and it stumbles, and its forelegs go from under it. The man with the rope tries to haul it up, but it is no good, and the mule keels to one side, and then the ground seems to give way from under it. For the next moment it is slipping sideways in a tangle of hooves, and the man on the rope leaps back and lets it go, sliding through his hands, and the mule has gone, slipping, sliding, falling with a dull fumble into the depths of the coal mine. Tallboys turns and emits a roar of such rage that Thomas flinches. "Get it!" he shouts. "Get down there and fucking well get it!" But then the man at the back hisses for all to be quiet, and though Tallboys is purple with rage and spitting, he can say nothing. He jumps from his horse and stalks through the leaves back to where the mule has slipped from sight. He peers down. He looks at the men who let the animal go, and it seems for a moment that he is going to push one or both in after the animal, but sense prevails, and he glances at the other men looming over him, and they do look as murderous as John suggested, and so Tallboys has to say nothing. He turns and walks back to his horse. He climbs up into the saddle and jerks his hand forward, and the little party set out after him as best they can. A long moment later, and they are gone along the track, dipping into the trees, and there is complete silence in the ravine. "Christ," Jack mutters. He begins to rise, but then drops back down again. "Christ, Christ, Christ," he says. "What is it?" And Thomas peers over, and from the track below a party of horsemen come picking their way up through the trees. They are in red livery, in helmets and matching harness, all carrying lances, moving silently. They are Montague's prickers, and they are tracking Tallboys and his men. No one breathes. Thomas watches them come into view. They are grim-faced, hard-bitten and implacable, with faces like anvils. And of course they know what they are about, but because of the rain in the night, Thomas and Katherine and Jack and John Stump's tracks have softened, and leaves have folded over their prints, so the hovel attracts hardly a glance. And with their horses hidden behind, all Thomas can do is pray they are silent for the moment, and thank God they are, And then after a momentary pause, when it is almost possible to feel Montague's men looking at the hovel, the soldiers turn and continue on their way up along the tracks left by Tallboys and his men. One of them stops and looks at the scrapings on the side of the mine shaft, but he says nothing, and can see nothing down there from the saddle of his horse, and after a long moment they are gone, disappeared among the ash trees. "Quick," Thomas tells the others. "We have to go. More will come, or they will come back." They run around the back for their horses. He helps Katherine up into her saddle. "What were they doing?" she asks. "God knows," Thomas admits. "But good riddance to them all. Come, quick." They strike north as soon as they find a path, and it leads up over ridge after ridge of rough moorland, all the way to the wall the Romans built. They cross this and they camp against it that first night, never agreeing which side of it is best to sit against to avoid the wind. In the morning it rains briefly, then the sun shines, and then it rains again, and the sun shines again. It is like this all day. The wind is constant. That day they see men on horses moving through the unfurling bracken. They are too far away for their livery to be seen, but they are riding in a solid block, unhurriedly, and they can only be Montague's men. They stop and watch under the cover of some trees until the riders have disappeared, blending into the distant countryside. "I suppose they are moving up to Alnwick," Thomas says. "Perhaps King Edward's army has already arrived with all its guns." They ride all that day and the next. They see more of Montague's men, and to avoid them they are forced to ride in a wide loop that means they cannot use a bridge but must ford a river, becoming soaked again in the process, and they must spend an extra night in the open. But they also find some men who, after a tense moment, admit to being in the retinue of Humphrey Neville of Branspeth. They agree to travel together. "I think Sir Humphrey got away," one of them says, "but we lost him in the aftermath. It was chaos. Montague's men were in Exham before the morning was out, and there were parties of them riding through the country, just all over the place." He is coated with shame and can barely look Thomas in the eye, but the others are fascinated by Katherine, of course, and they come riding close in an attempt to engage her in conversation, only for Jack and John Stump, who know these sorts of men, to cut them off and send them scuttling. On the evening of the fourth day, they see the castle at last. "There she is," John Stump says, pointing to Bamburgh's stark stone lines. "Looks a bit better in the spring, doesn't she? Bit more inviting." They join the road to the great gatehouse just before curfew, and in the sunset the castle is rose-coloured, and the seagulls that float above it are equally tinted. And it is good to smell the sea again, Thomas thinks, but still he pulls his horse up a little short, and the others slow too, and they stop and stare at the castle walls, and they say nothing for a while. "King Henry's standard," Katherine says, indicating the flag among the keep's battlements. "So we made it back then." "Come on," the other men say, and they ride around them and approach the gatehouse and call up for the gates to be opened, and now men appear in the battlements above. "Whose are they?" John Stump asks. "They are Greys," she says. "They are Sir Ralph Grey's." "Thank God," Thomas says. Katherine looks washed out, her eyes huge. These last few days have done her no good. The gates are swung open, and they ride up and into the barbican and behind the portcullis. Thomas recognises one of the men who was with him at the battle by Hexham, as well as one of the others who came away with Sir Ralph Grey and King Henry the evening before it happened. "Sir Ralph will be pleased to see you," the first one says. "He is feeling outnumbered." "What do you mean?" "Giles Riven is up there," the second one replies. "Giles Riven? He is here?" The name comes like a thunderclap. "Aye," the first guard answers. "Been here all along. Might have been useful to have him at Hexham." "He'd only have run at Edgeley Moor," the second guard says, "or turned his coat as he did at Northampton." The first guard grunts his agreement. "But what is he doing here?" Thomas asks. He's supposed to be with Montague. He's supposed to have turned his coat." The guards are puzzled. "Don't see how he could have done that," one says. He has been here all along, and now as King Henry is his guest in the keep. What can this mean? Is this some sort of other element in Riven's scheme, or some alteration after the failure at Bywell? When did King Henry arrive? Thomas asks. He is flailing, he knows. A few days since, the guard supposes. He came with Sir Ralph and a few of our men. And Giles Riven was here already. The guard is getting impatient with him. As I say, he says. He believed himself Castian of the castle, and there was some words had, apparently, between those two. You know what they're like, them sort. Strutting around the place like two cocks in a hen house. Word is that Riven thought he was governor by right of occupation and precedence, only Sir Ralph had got King Henry to promise the position to him on the way up. Not best pleased with that was our Giles Riven. Thomas looks at Katherine. For once, she seems equally confused. Why is he here? Why is Sir Giles in Bamborough? Thomas thanks the guards, and he leads Katherine and Jack and John Stump out of the gatehouse and up into the gathering dark of the deserted and empty stables, where they unsaddle their horses and feed them the very last scraps of hay in the manger. "Where is everyone?" Jack asks. "You suppose this is it?" "Could be," John Stump says. "He needs help with his saddle. At least we'll have our old quarters. Was getting used to them before we left." So they go on foot up through the inner bailey, where there are still very few men to be seen, many fewer even than before, and there are no lamps lit save on the first solar of the keep and in the church, nor are there fires in the watchtowers, and there is a single solitary man at the inner postern gate, which is open anyway, and beyond, in the outer bailey where the sheep used to graze, and there were smithies and arrow-makers and men and women under canvas, there is nothing. "Christ," Jack says, "there's nobody here." "They must have just run home," John Stump says, "and who's to blame them?" They walk in silence. "You're awful quiet," John Stump tells Thomas. Thomas grunts. "What is Riven's scheme? Why is he not with his son and with Montague? What is he up to?" "He is trying to take the castle," Katherine says suddenly. "That is it. While his son takes the king, the father takes the castle." There is a moment before Thomas sees this, and once it is seen it is so obvious it becomes impossible to imagine any other thing. After all, if Giles and Edmund Riven delivered King Henry and Bamborough castles into the lap of King Edward, then they might reasonably expect such rewards as would make Cornford Castle seem like a kestrel mews. They would be made earls at the very least, and given the estates of men like Grey and Roose and Hungerford, who would have no further need of them, surely, for being dead. "So what to do?" he says, to himself more than Katherine, because he knows, of course, what he must do. It is what he has almost always wanted to do, to kill Giles Riven. He cannot help but give Katherine a tight smile. Giles Riven has delivered himself into their hands, and if they can retrieve the ledger at the same time, well, that is all the better. "And now he is waiting," she says. "That is what he is doing. After Bywell, he has had to adapt his scheme, but it leads to the same end anyway." Thomas groans with the frustration of it. "At every turn," he says, "that bloody man." For a long moment he imagines himself perched in a tower's top with his bow and a handful of shafts, and he can see Riven so clearly in the bailey, standing alone in his livery, and he imagines knocking the arrow and then loosing it, a difficult shot downwards into a space. But he will do it. He will do it, and there will be no mistake this time. No one says another word as they cross down to the familiar arch of the outward postern gate, where there is a faint glow from the window. Thomas strides ahead, gathered now, ready for what must come. He does not look at Katherine again. He is thinking only of killing Riven. He shoves open the lower door of the great outward postern gate, and the four of them file in, into the dark, and they make their way up the familiar worn steps to the room above, the one with the bread oven. As they climb the steps in the dark, Thomas cannot help but recall all the times they coupled together, in secret, with his feet pressed to the door above. And now Katherine is paying the price, he supposes, while well, he is weary beyond belief, and he can hardly lift his feet, but at least there is a light in the room above, and he steps up and shunts open the door, then stops. There are 3 men gathered in the glow of the mouth of the bread oven, playing dice. All look up. All are bearded, none he recognizes. One stands. He is in a white livery tabard, and in the light spilling from the oven, Thomas can see he is wearing the badge of the Crow, of the Raven. He is one of Riven's men. They are all 3 Riven's men. 2 are the men who promised to cut Thomas from gut to gizzard. "Fuck me," one of them says, "if it isn't the mad cunt." The fight is very quick. The 3 men come at them while they are still in the doorway, but they are not armed so well as Thomas or as Jack, and they must first reach for their knives, and 2 of them are in linen shirts, and as they converge on the door they crowd themselves. Thomas backs out, up the steps. Jack steps back down the steps, but he pulls his sword out and up, and his is really sharp, and it slices straight up through one of their outstretched wrists, and there is a cry, and suddenly the air is filled with that terrible, shaming smell of blood. Jack throws himself forward. He is cutting and slashing. One of the men throws himself against the door. Jack is knocked back. Thomas kicks the door. It hits one of the men. Thomas shoves it wider, sending the man staggering. The wounded one wheels away, gripping his arm, and Thomas surges into the room, using him as a shield. The 2 others cannot get at Thomas, but Thomas can get at them, and he slashes and catches one. He pushes the wounded man away just as one of them swings at Thomas's eyes, but he is knocked off balance by the wounded man, and after that it is simple. Thomas closes and thrusts his blade up and under the man's armpit. His sword is held sideways. It slides between the man's ribs. He pushes in, a double handspan. The man chokes, stutters. He and Thomas are eyeball to eyeball, the man looking at Thomas from the tail of his. A bubble of blood grows and pops under his nostril. There is no change in his appearance, but Thomas knows the man is dead. The point of Thomas's blade is right in his throat. Thomas pulls it out, and it's as if it was the only thing holding the man up. The room feels very small now, and the wounded man is shouting loudly. He is clutching his arm in just the way Eelby clutched his when Katherine hit him with her washing beetle, and he's shouting at it to stop bleeding, but the wound won't, and it's spraying black blood everywhere, and he knows as well as anyone that he is a dead man standing. And now the last live, fully whole man has gathered himself, and he moves his blade quickly, darting forward, always balanced, as if he is playing at this, and Thomas can see how expert he is, and he feels clumsy and leaden-limbed before him. The man darts forward, and there is a quick movement and a tug on Thomas's sleeve, and he feels burning pain at his wrist, and before he can tell what has happened, warm blood drips from his fingertips. "Come on then, simpleton," the man says. "Spared you once, won't do it again." And then, from the side, Thomas sees the wounded man gathering up his own knife in his clumsy left hand, and he's about to come at Thomas when Jack intervenes, almost lazily, as a precaution, extending his sword to hold the man back, but it becomes a backhanded slice that stops within the man's neck, maybe against his spine, and he drops on his knees with a truncated scream and a frothing mess. But the distraction is enough, and the last of them comes at Thomas again, and Thomas is too slow. His arms are heavy, his body too large, and he is not a fighter, not like this man, however lucky he has been in the past, and he feels a punch in his chest that makes him cough and step back. He looks down to see the man's pinched little face peering up at him with a savage grimace of pleasure and victory, but then the man's expression changes as he realizes he has not caught Thomas below the ribs as he'd hoped, but he has slid his knife against one of the metal plates in Thomas's jack, and Thomas wraps his arms around him in an embrace that pins him tight so that he cannot pull the knife from where it is stuck in the toe, and he turns him so that he has his back to Jack, and Jack stabs him short and sharp. He stiffens in Thomas's arms, and Thomas finds it repellent. and he does not want to be so close to him when he dies, and so he pushes him away into the corner of the room, where he twists and falls on his front and lies with his toes scuffing irregularly in the bloody puddles on the rough stone flags. After a moment there is nothing to hear except the sigh of burning wet wood in the oven and his own heavy breath. Then Jack laughs without opening his mouth. They say nothing for a bit. Thomas wipes his blade on the first corpse and then slides it into his scabbard. He watches Jack wipe his own blade clean, then cross it, muttering a blessing, and then slide it away for next time. His skin is pale against the blood, and now he is trembling. "Thank you, Jack," Thomas says. Jack waves his hand. It was nothing. Katherine and John Stump are at the doorway. Katherine has her mouth covered against the smell. She takes the knife that is still stuck in his jack and she cuts a section of linen from a cleanish shirt. Then she passes him one of the ale jugs. "Piss in it," she says from behind her hand. Thomas does so. All right, that's enough." She gets him to pour some of it over the wound on his wrist, and then binds it tight with a wad of urine-soaked linen pressed against the cut. She slices the ends of the bindings with the blade that would have killed him, and then slips it into her own scabbard. "Don't think we'll be wanting to stop here tonight after all," John says. There is blood on the ceiling, all over the walls, pooling on the tiles. Thomas searches the men's belongings, rummaging around in the falling dark, going through their worn clothes, their meagre possessions, mugs, bowls, eating spoons, rosary beads. Only one of them has a spare shirt. He did not expect to find the ledger, of course, nor does he, but still. "Thomas," John Stump says, nodding at Katherine. She is drooping with fatigue, and he puts his good arm around her, and she flinches, but then remembers, and she allows herself to be helped, and he must almost carry her. "Is she quite well?" John Stump asks. "No," Thomas says. "We must find Master Payne first." "And before we meet anyone else who takes exception to us," Jack adds. "He will be in the keep," John Stump says, and Jack shoots Thomas a look, and they nod at one another. He, must now face Giles Riven. He eases the sword in its scabbard again and wonders if this will finally be the moment. He feels his heart flutter. He knows he is in no fit state to fight Riven, and he sees that he himself will probably be cut down by Riven's men either before or after he has killed him, and he wonders where that will leave Katherine. But then what choice does he have? He must find Payne. He must get her treatment, or at least a bed. If that requires confronting Riven, then... He ends in a mental shrug. Christ, he thinks, I'm almost dead on my feet anyway. There are lights burning within the keep, and Thomas pictures the great hall with a fire burning and every sort of pie and other dish spread on the boards, and he can almost taste the ale that he imagines will be flowing. It is dark now, and they have no idea how well they have done in getting rid of the blood until they try to negotiate their way up the steps of the keep, past the guard, where the captain, one of the king's men, is having none of it. "By all his saints," he says, "I'm not having you in here. Rightful King of England's in there, you know, and you turn up looking like butchers from the shambles. You come fresh from Hexham." "We met some of Montague's prickers down the road," John says, "which is why we're after Master Payne." The captain looks warily southward as if he might see Montague's horsemen through the curtain walls. "Christ," he says, "they're here already." And he turns and begins up the steps, on his way to report the news to someone within, gesturing to two other guards that Thomas is not to be allowed in. "What about Master Payne?" Thomas calls. "The physician, is he within?" One of the two guards shakes his head. "Try the East Gatehouse," he mutters. "He's with Sir Ralph Grey, because neither of them like the company in here." So they turn and troop across the darkness of the inner bailey to the East Gatehouse, a smaller version of the keep, built into the curtain wall, from where a track leads down towards the beach and the sea beyond. Here lights also burn, and the guard, one of Grey's men this time, recognises them and lets them through, and they climb the steps toward the brightest source of light in the solar on the first floor, until they are intercepted by Sir Ralph Grey himself, who comes weaving towards them along a passageway, accompanied by a man with a glass lantern. He is clutching a cup and a bottle of something. "Ho, ho!" he cries. "Who have we here?" He is at the capering, eloquent stage of drunkenness, and he hones in on Katherine, raising his swaying cup in her direction. "Good wife Everingham," he calls. "Good wife Everingham, I am delighted to see you again here in our castle. I feared for your safety after the tidings of my Lord of Somerset's latest debacle. I feared your abundant physical charms would prove too much of a temptation for my Lord of Montague's common soldiery, and the usual indiscriminate intimacy would be forced upon your person. But no, here you are, safe and sound in the arms of your husband here." It is still not clear if he believes Katherine is Thomas's wife, and now he stares at her with no restraint while taking another nip of his drink, and after Thomas asks if he knows Payne's whereabouts, it is as if Grey's lips are numb and he cannot form the word physician, so after trying it a few times he stops, and he grins at them glassily, and he bows and gestures that they are to pass on their way up the steps to the solar beyond. As they pass him, he makes a clumsy grab for Katherine, but Thomas shelters her, and Grey misses and staggers, and they leave him smiling delightedly at the wall, propped against it with one arm, just as if he might be pissing upon its footings. They find Payne in the solar above, sitting alone at a board in the dim light of a rush lamp. "Who is it?" he asks, and then, "God save us," when they enter the lamp's radius and he sees who they are. "What have you brought me this time?" "She is... I don't know. Make a bed," he says, "carefully." And Thomas and Jack and one-armed John Stump set to, finding and unrolling a straw mattress from the corner and placing it by the low-burning fire in the chimney-place. They watch as Payne leads Katherine to one of the mattresses, and she follows, and he lies her down with her boots over the far end so as to keep it clean. "Come," he tells Thomas, "and take this." He passes him a rush. Thomas holds it up over Katherine, and in its sombre glow she looks ready to be washed for her winding sheet. "Will she be all right?" Payne grunts. He starts touching parts of her body. "What have you been doing with her?" Payne asks. "We had to get away from Hexham," he says. "You rode?" "She stinks of horses. You all do. Christ, what have you been doing? You were covered in blood. Look at you." "We met a man who felt we had an imbalance of humours," Jack says, and Payne looks up at him from under his brows. "Phlebotomy is not something to trifle with," he says. Jack laughs. Payne presses an ear to Katherine's breast. When he kneels and lifts his head, he sees her new knife there in her belt, and he takes it and holds it up. "Mine," he says. "We took it from the man who tried to kill us," Jack says. "One of Riven's?" Payne asks. Thomas nods. "Why is he here?" he asks. "Why has he not come out for King Edward?" Payne shrugs. "Biding his time, I suppose." "Christ," is all Thomas can say. "When we reached here, the king was mightily pleased to see Riven, you know. He embraced him and called him his right well-beloved subject and so on, and his men, he had but a few of them, stood staring. They were keeping the castle almost alone then, and it would have been obvious to leave Riven as Castian of this place, but Grey had extracted a promise from King Henry on the road up here that he would be made Castian, and for once King Henry kept his word. So now Grey is Castian, which I thought would be a bitter blow for Riven, but Riven just laughed, which made Grey reach for his dagger. You know what he's like. He did not actually draw it, of course. King Henry soothed him as best as he was able. But now Grey keeps himself here, while Riven is ensconced with the king in the keep. How many men has he? Riven, I cannot say. Neither has enough to hold the castle on his own against the other. I think that is the only thing that keeps the peace. They could kill each other, Jack says. Riven and Grey, and then we could all be off. Payne scoffs. John Stump asks if he has any tidings from Hexham. Well, the Duke of Somerset has run his final race, Payne tells them. He was caught in the woods fast by the field, and this time there was no mercy. Montague had his head from his shoulders the very next day in Hexham marketplace. Ha! John says, proved right. Then Payne turns to Thomas, while his fingers feel under Katherine's jaw. He sniffs her breath. He frowns. When did she last eat? Thomas shrugs. It's been hard, he says. Payne grunts. Hungerford and Roose were taken too, you know, Payne says. They will seek King Edward's grace, of course, and probably get it too, for all the advantage they've afforded Montague. And Talboys? Thomas asks. Talboys? I have heard nothing of him since last I saw him at Hexham. But he was always lucky, wasn't he? Knowing him, he has probably been carried south in a litter covered with cloth of gold. Now, listen, all of you, get out of here. I need to take Goodwife Everingham's urine, and she will not thank me if I make a public show of it. As they move towards the door, Thomas asks once again if she will be all right. I cannot say, Thomas, Payne tells him, but she is with child, and whereas she should be living carefully, nursing her strength for what is to come, she's been living badly these last few months, these last years even. Have you seen the scars on her back? No. Well, anyway, she is strong in spirit. We have all seen that, but she is much depleted in body, and she needs to regain her strength. She needs ale and bread and meat, things to nourish her. We will not find them here. I will do what I can, Thomas says, and Payne nods. Good, he says. Good. But Thomas can see he is doubtful. Come back in the morning, he says, and they look at one another, and Thomas remembers what Payne said, that everyone has something to hide, and he nods, and he walks away, trusting Master Payne in all matters. Chapter 26. She recalls almost nothing of how she comes to be under a blanket, in linen sheets, under the smooth white plaster of a curving ceiling, and it is only when she sees Thomas standing at the tall, narrow window, looking southwards, the sun on his face, dark red hair with its white patch, freshly shaved, in cleanish clothes he might have borrowed from another man, that she remembers much of anything at all. She says nothing. She wants to lie still and watch him, to remember him like this, remember him calm and apparently at peace. He is watching something with interest. Time passes. She can hear birds and men chattering not too far away, and then the slow shh of the sea against the beach. There is a gentle breeze through the window, and the sun slants down across the floor to light a slice of one of Payne's coffers, and on it is a mug and a spray of dried herbs bound at the stems by another stem. She wonders what they are, but only vaguely. What is happening without? She asks. Her voice slips and slides. It has not been used in an age. He turns to her with a great smile. You are awake, he says, smiling at the stupidity of the comment. Yes, she says. Phew, how long have I slept? A while, he says. I am hungry, she tells him. We have fed you ale only, he says, nothing solid. She tries to remember. She sees only vague interludes, peopled by vague shades, Payne and Thomas, perhaps, pushing her, pulling her, lifting, lowering, a low susurrus of deep voices, and always, until now, warm release back into deepest slumber. He comes and brings her some ale, and there is also bread. No wonder then, she says, tearing a piece off. Her fingers feel weak, and her teeth loose. She lets the ale soften the bread before swallowing. Thomas beams at her still, but there is a noise beyond the window, and his eye is drawn that way. What is happening without? She asks. He stands and crosses back to the narrow window. The Earl of Warwick is positioning his guns, I believe. The Earl of Warwick. He is here already with his guns. She tries to sit up, but she's too weak. How long have I been here? He has been bringing them up all this morning, Thomas tells her. But stay, Master Payne insists. I will describe them to you. There are 2 very big ones, monsters, each needing 3 teams of oxen if they are to be moved. And there are many more besides, smaller but just as long, and like to throw a ball further, I believe. There must be 20 in total, I suppose. And there are many thousand men, and horses too. Dear God! Oh, do not fret, he says. They will not be fired. They are here for sure, to prove Warwick means business. He will now offer terms, and Sir Ralph Grey will accept them, for he has no choice, and he'll be afforded the King Edward's grace, as will we all, and then the gates will be thrown open, and we can leave this place at last. We can all go home. Home. Where is that? She closes her eyes again for a moment. She does not want to think about that. What about King Henry? She asks. What will happen to him? He has already left us, Thomas says with a shrug. 3 days since, after Dunstanburgh capitulated. Grey insisted he would be safer elsewhere, so he rode away in the night with just a handful of his gentlemen and those 2 priests. No one is saying where, but there can't be many places, can there, in this country anywhere, or across the narrow sea? She is silent for a while, thinking, trying to imagine the scene. What did Riven say to that? There was nothing he could do, Thomas tells her. He was outnumbered 2 to 1, and King Henry himself, he wanted to go. Riven lacked the strength to be seen to harm him or his interests, so he stood with clenched teeth and watched it happen. The sight of that sustained me, I can tell you. She manages a sibilant chuckle. Thomas returns to looking out of the window. She holds up her arms. They are encased in linen. For a moment she does not know if she is a man or a woman. What day is it? She asks. Yesterday was the feast of St. John, he says. She cannot believe it has been so long. What have you been doing in the meantime? She asks. He is looking well, she thinks, as if he has been eating enough for once. I have been hunting every day, even the Sabbath. Payne has ordered it, and Grey lets me, knowing you are here and that I won't try to ride south. It has let me avoid Riven and his men, too. At the siege, Warwick's men. They have just gathered these last days. They have been at Dunstanburgh, and now it is our turn. It is civilized. That is a relief. And what of Master Payne? How is he? He is well. He has been here every day, tended to you in person. She sees, and feels vaguely ashamed. She lets her hand rest on her tummy. It is rounded a little bit, and she, who knows her own body best, feels other subtle changes too. Either that, or she has been fed March ale for a month. She had thought for a moment, on waking, that perhaps she was not pregnant after all, or that perhaps she had lost the baby, or any number of alternatives. But when they were dismissed one by one, and she was left with the knowledge that the baby was still there, she felt, for the first time probably, a sense of satisfaction, and even pleasure. She tries to get up again, and Thomas comes to her side and helps her, and this time she makes it. She hobbles to the window. Her body feels soft and boneless. She rests on the stone of the window ledge and looks out. Good Lord, she says. Yes, he agrees. There are a lot of them. Through the stone arch, 2 bow shots away, is a sea of men, a tide of them swirling around the rocks of those great guns, and their tents, hundreds of them, stretching almost as far as she can see. At their foredge are the long bodies of 5 or 6 guns, but 2 are much larger than the others, and they are being cantered around by slow, plodding, wheeling teams of oxen, and she wonders if she can hear the carters' whips from here. Men are digging the guns' rears in, lowering their hindquarters and piling the rock and earth in front, raising their forequarters above the breastwork of woven hazel. Soon she will be staring at the guns' big black mouths. "So you see, we are surrounded," Thomas says. "They even have ships out at sea." "But you say I am not to fret." "Grey says King Edward will not want his castle harmed in any way. He says it is too near Scotland for that, and it is necessary for the defence of the realm, so—" Thomas shrugs. "It is just something they have to do," he says. "He says they, the Earl of Warwick and King Edward, will offer terms just as they have done at all the other castles. Alnwick and Dunstanburgh over there, which have already opened their gates to King Edward. And now King Henry is gone, Grey will accept them. He admits he more or less has to, whatever they are, and then we will have to lay down our weapons, open the gates, and walk out. And Warwick's soldiers will be there to mock us, and so on. But after that, we will be free." She nods. She notices he does not use the word home again, but still the question of what happens then looms between them, and she knows instinctively that in the time since they last spoke of this, Thomas has come up with no plan further than "it will be all right." She watches him studying the view through the window, and she sees how bright his eyes are, and she imagines what he can see, and she supposes it is the Earl of Warwick's army, and she is taken back to an earlier summer, a happy and now seemingly carefree time, when they were with Sir John Fakenham's company and everything seemed so simple. She recalls the busy little Earl of Warwick with a tinge of distaste, but then she remembers the boy who has since become King Edward, and she remembers a lanky youth with a glint in his eye. Everything seemed a laugh to him, she thought, until it wasn't, and then it was in deadly earnest. He had valued Thomas, she remembers, and she wonders if Thomas is thinking about him now, and she supposes he must wish he were not stuck here with her when he could be out there. "Have you any tidings of the ledger?" she asks. "No," he says, dropping his gaze. "Even though King Henry is gone, the keep is still guarded, and if I go up there, the captain will recognise me. Last time I saw him, I was stained with blood from the men who attacked us in the outward post and gate tower." She can remember virtually nothing of the fight, and he shows her the scar on his arm as proof it happened. "And Jack is unharmed?" she asks. "Yes," Thomas says. "We have been hunting together. One of us on the lookout for something to shoot, the other for any of Riven's men come looking for us." "They know who killed those 3 men?" "Not yet," he says. "Riven has accused Grey of ordering it, which Grey has denied, of course, but he has hardly tried to discover the truth of it. He also saw us that night with their blood on us, but he was drunk and cannot recall, or has chosen not to, so all we have to do is avoid the captain and the guard of the keep, which has meant you have not been into the keep to see if there is any sign of the ledger." "Exactly." "I know Riven has it," she says. "I just know it. I don't know why, but I just do." He tells her about the knife they took from Riven's men being the one stolen from Master Payne. She nods. It is as they suspected. Riven's men were given free access to Master Payne's goods and took what they wanted. But why the ledger? It looked valueless. And there were all Master Payne's clothes hanging there, his cloaks, his shirts, everything, all of it so much more covetable than a battered old book. Thomas shrugs. "They must have taken it for fire sprints," he says again. She shakes her head. "There was something he said," she says. "But if he has it," Thomas says, "he cannot have grasped its significance. If he had done so, he would have already taken it to King Henry, surely, and now he's gone, so—" He shrugs. "What would he do now," she begins, "if he realised its significance? Riven." They are silent for a moment, thinking, and she supposes that with King Henry's power so diminished, there is no one to make use of the ledger's secret. "He should destroy it," Thomas says, "if he has not already done so. He will not want King Edward to find that he knows such a secret as that." She nods, remembering the threats of tongue tearing and foot burning, and she sees this makes sense, but now that his other schemes have come to nothing, and Riven has neither the king nor Bamber in his hands, might he not cling to this last weapon? Might he not secrete it somewhere, storing it against the uncertainty of the future? After all, there is no telling where King Henry has gone. It might be across the sea to find allies in France or Burgundy. It might be to Scotland. And there is no guarantee that Horner's much longed-for rising across the country will not come to pass, especially if it can be proved that King Edward is not his father's son and should not occupy the throne. And if it were widely known, how then would the Earl of Warwick feel about supporting a king with no right to his crown? If the ledger's secret were to surface, might that not drive a wedge between King Edward and his mighty subject? So he is sitting in the keep, Thomas says, just keeping out of trouble until Grey capitulates to the Earl of Warwick. And then he will march out with us. Only he will be greeted by his son, and he will be honoured and rewarded for at least trying to hand King Henry over, and at least trying to take Bamborough for them. And his reward will be Cornford Castle. It is not so great a reward as he was hoping, perhaps, but it is enough. Yes, she says, I suppose it is. But where does it leave us? Thomas shrugs. I don't know, he says, but it will be all right. I know it. She looks at him, then out at the guns and all the many thousands of men and their banners that snap in the breeze of the sea. Christ, she thinks. Christ, I hope you were right. I think I shall have to lie down, she says, and he leads her back to her mattress and he pulls up the blanket. And you are really certain the guns will not be fired? She asks, and he smiles down at her in a manner she knows is intended to be reassuring, and then he bends and kisses her forehead, and he tells her he is absolutely certain the guns will not be fired, and she smiles, for she trusts him in this at least, and she places her hand on her belly, closes her eyes, and goes to sleep. The first stone is fired just before midday on the following day. The noise of the explosion in the gun rolls over them like thunder that seems to come and go, lasting unnaturally long, setting the seagulls wheeling and screaming above the heads of the men who are clutching their ears. It falls just short of its target, but it is not a complete waste, for the stone, black and round and large enough that only a tall man might get both his arms around it, skips across the ground between the meres and hits the footing of the southward curtain wall with a sharp crack and enough force to send a shower of dust and stones higher than the battlements above. The shock of its impact ripples through the castle with a clink of loosened masonry and a falling cloud of dust. The first smell is of hot, chipped stone, but that is replaced by a sulphurous stink that makes them all think of hell itself. Aha! Grey roars. Ha ha, they've not the elevation! That is one head gone, a man beside him mutters. Grey turns on him. Shut up! Grey shouts. Damn you, shut up! The next shot, from the second of the two big guns, is louder than the first, and this time the charge is perfected, or the angle is made right, and the ball thrums as it comes. It hits the southern curtain wall halfway up, 100 paces to their right, and there is an instant burst of dust, and the air is filled with fizzing missiles, chunks of fractured stone and cement, and the castle walls tremble, and then there is a slide of clinking stones from the spot where the stone collided, and the larger blocks fall to land with a thud Thomas can feel through his boot soles. 2 heads, another mutters. God damn you! Grey roars. I will have the next man's head myself. Thomas and Jack are already wondering if they want to remain on the tower's top when a third gun is fired. This is smaller, and it throws a lighter stone which they hear throbbing through the air, passing over their heads, and they spin around to see it hit an inner wall with another boiling swirl of dust and stone. No one is injured, for there is no one nearby, but when the dust settles, the crater in the wall is as round as a man is tall, of very pale stone, and after a moment the line of masonry above it slumps, and its dressed blocks slide forward, and the wall collapses along its length. God's holy wounds, someone murmurs. They look at one another, then at Grey, who is still there, waving his gloved fist at the guns, bellowing some incoherent defiance. None of the other men join him, and after a while, one by one, they begin stepping through the door to the steps that will take them down from the tower's top and to the safety of below. Thomas and Jack join them. "Could pray for rain, I suppose," a man mutters. "Or for a lucky shot to carry Sir Ralph away," another says. "By Christ," yet another adds, "it should never have come to this." And he is right. When Warwick's herald rode across from camp to castle the day before, Thomas had been behind the battlements of the main gatehouse with Sir Ralph Grey and the man he'd made his deputy in Riven's place, Sir Humphrey Neville of Branspeth, who had come to the castle late and was blamed for the early botched ambush of Montague before the Battle of Hedgeley Moor. They were both drinking Grey's distillation, and they were already quite drunk as they watched the heralds coming up the track, led by a man with the Earl of Warwick's coat of arms on his tabard, and another carrying his lord's banner. Grey would not let the men into the castle, lest they see how poorly provisioned they were in both men and material, and so Warwick's herald pulled his horse up below the main gatehouse and craned his neck up to the battlements. His coat was blazingly ornate, a composition of past coats of arms that served as a testament to his lord's ancestry, and he was finely harnessed, though he carried no weapons, and he was escorted by 10 other men in Warwick's simple red livery, equally well arrayed in plate, equally unarmed, but on good roan horses. The matching horses was a typical Warwick touch, Thomas thought, until Grey arrived with a few of his gentlemen, and he was shunted aside to make way for better men to have better views. He went to sit with Katherine, and so listened to the negotiations unfold, sitting on her mattress, his hand on her ankle. Grey and the herald were previously known to one another, and so they began with a strained exchange of formal pleasantries that stuck in both their craws. Then Warwick's herald asked for the keys of the castle in the name of his dread sovereign Edward, rightful king of these isles and this commonwealth, and Grey, not quite yet eloquent with drink, had called down to him that he could not understand a word he was saying, for he had a turd in his teeth. Warwick's herald then asked if Henry of Lancaster, late king of the realm, was within. Again Grey claimed to be unable to make sense of what the man was saying. Warwick's herald retained his patience. He'd pointed to the line of Warwick's men and the guns that were being sighted, and he'd reminded Grey of their power. Grey had laughed and asked what such a power might do to walls this thick, and then he'd boasted that he had many thousands of men and provisions enough to endure a siege indefinitely. "I am not sent to argue with you," the herald had called up. "I am here to relay the king's offer." "Very well," Grey had called down, feigning boredom. "Which is what?" "That in return for the keys to the gatehouse, his most gracious sovereign Edward will grant life and liberty to all men who lay down their arms and seek his merciful grace." There was a pause, during which Sir Humphrey Neville said, "Ha!" and he and Grey both breathed a stifled gasp of relief. But Warwick's herald was not finished. "Save," he'd gone on with sombre relish, "save the persons of Sir Ralph Grey and Sir Humphrey Neville of Branspeth, who will remain out of King Edward's favour and without redemption." Both Grey and Neville had looked at one another. They were both very pale, but small, florid patches enlivened Grey's sunken cheeks, and then both men went for a jug at the same time, and each yielded to the other, as if a show of kindness now might somehow redeem them. Once Grey had drunk, he steeled himself, and he gripped the window's frame, and extended his head to shout all the more loudly at the herald, "Damn your Earl of Warwick! Curse him! 1,000 bloody damnations on his bloody head!" he bellowed at the herald. "Do you hear me? I wish him dead. I wish him every hell. I will see him rot. I will see him strangled in the goddamned marketplace. I will see his corpse mauled by dogs in 4 corners of the kingdom. Let him come. Let him try to get us. By Christ! By Christ! By Christ!" "You will not yield, then?" "No!" Grey shouted back. You do your worst, you dog, you jumped-up little bastard son of a whore, you treacherous coward, you do your worst. My men are loyal and my walls stronger yet, so no, I do not yield. Very well, the herald called, and he rode a few paces from the castle walls, and then turned his horse back, as if to address everyone within. Then hear this, he shouted. All of you, every man, listen to this, for it applies to you all. Because we stand so near our ancient enemy Scotland, our most dread sovereign Lord King Edward especially desires to have this jewel of a castle kept whole and unbroken. He gestured behind him at the guns. If you are cause of our guns being fired against these walls, then for every strike, one of you will have your head struck from his shoulders, none exempted, from castellan to spitboy. There was a bleak silence. Even the birds were quiet, and every man there watched Warwick's herald turn, finished, and ride back to his camp with his escort. And there was not one of them who did not wish he were among them. So now the fourth stone comes. This one flubbers across the meres. It does not even hit the slope, but sends a great slough of water up, and once again the birds take wing and wheel about, screaming in the sky. That doesn't count, Jack says. But the fifth cracks into the southeastern wall again, and this time Thomas feels it in his teeth. Christ, he says, and then there is a cascade of stonework, and a gap appears in the wall through which they can see the beach. Across the meres there is a billow of black smoke drifting slowly above the troops. Katherine, Thomas says, and he and Jack set off down the winding steps. We can move her up to the keep, Jack says. Thomas thinks of Riven, lurking there like a spider. But when they get there, Katherine is in her blue dress, and has her head dressed in linen, and she is unsteady on her feet after so long in bed, and she is plainly scared. Payne is with her, his arms filled with his things. Around them, Grey's servants are bustling about, collecting books and ewers and a plate of pewter, and tossing them in wicker chests. We're moving to the northward gate, she says. There is another great crack from across the fields, and the servants duck. The stone hits the wall below, and a candle holder jumps on a coffer. By all the saints, one of them says, that is another head. Why is he doing it? Katherine says. Warwick is mad. All he had to do was tell Grey he would be spared. He could have lied. He could have avoided all this. He takes her hand just as another stone clips the battlements of the southern wall with a spray of rubble, and thick dust drifts in the air like a heavy rain. Someone starts screaming. Should we help? Katherine asks. There is nothing to be done, Payne tells her. Grey comes up the steps. He is red-faced with drink, back to his furious best, railing against Riven, who will not let them move to the keep. Dear God, he says, he was much more tolerable when he was sweating with pain in his stinking little chamber. Now he is strong enough to practice his sword-play. Have you seen him? Out in the bailey with his hand and a half, or that blooded poleaxe of his, making all these grotesque moves as if he were a German dance master. Is he out there now? Not if you did not see him, the bastard. He's probably ear-deep in a suckling pig. I have to say he is the only reason I am hanging on here now. If every one of these bloody stones means one of his men gets the chop, so be it. Eventually we will get him. He stops a servant and rummages in one of the wicker trunks and pulls out a large costrel. Blow me! I'm almost to my last bottle. He unstoppers it, and they smell his distillation. Another boulder crumps against the walls. Dust drifts from the ceiling. Close, Grey says. I think that was one of the big chaps. Newcastle, perhaps, or London. Next one will be Dijon, I'd wager. There is sand in Thomas's mouth. We can't just stand here, Payne says. He is deathly pale, shaking. Grey takes a long swig, almost emptying the bottle. He gasps afterwards and shudders. His eyes are instantly bright, and his outlook too. Another stone. Jesu, Payne cries. He is weeping now. Put yourself together, man, Gray says. Have some of this. He passes the bottle to Payne, who holds it to his pursed lips and takes a sip that makes him cough and his eyes water. He passes the costrel to Thomas. We should arm ourselves, Gray declares. Put on harness and sally out. We could do battle with them in a place of our own choosing, not be stuck here like voles in a bucket. Thomas drinks and is forced to gasp. Good, isn't it? Gray says. Do you know, if I get out of this alive, I might go into trade, set a son up, perhaps, or a daughter, and sell this stuff for proper coin. A grow to go, as was drunk by St. Christopher himself. Why not? Another crash makes them all jump. Gray shakes the costrel. It is empty. You bugger, he says to Thomas, finishing my supplies. Lucky I've another. Aha! And he turns just as two more servants pass with another hinged coffer, and he stops them and opens it and fishes out a bag. It is a long-strapped bag, shiny with wear, with a mended hole in its side. Katherine gasps, and Thomas finds too late that he has taken a stride forward and has snatched the bag from Gray's hands. What the— You! And Gray is reaching for his knife, but Thomas ignores him. His heart is thundering, but as he unties the points, he already knows it is not the ledger within, from the weight and shape of the thing, and sure enough, it is a leather bottle, a costrel of Gray's distillation. Gray makes no move, but stands clutching the knife and glaring at Thomas with his nostrils flared and the blade shaking in his hand. Thomas hands the bag and bottle back. Sorry, he says. I thought— What did you think, you little weasel, snatching it from me like that? I was going to offer you some as a Christian gentleman, but I do not think I will now. Do you mind telling us where you acquired the bag? Katherine asks. Gray is calmed by her politeness. This? Why? Another stone hits the castle, close enough to make the table jump, and Thomas thinks he can hear the stones of the wall and ceiling grind against one another like loose teeth. Grit falls from the rafters. Payne begins a prayer. It contains something that we lost, Katherine tells Gray, straightening up from where she had ducked. Something we held dear. Something you held dear. It was ours, Thomas says, too quickly. Gray looks at him through compressed eyes. I got it from Giles Riven, he says. He stole it from us. Did he? Did he now? He stares at them. He is trying to make up his mind about something. It is just a book, Thomas says. Gray scoffs. Is it? He says. Just a book. Where did you come by it? Thomas and Katherine look to one another. Can it be that Gray knows its value? We were given it, Katherine tells him. Given it? Given it by a man? A man you met? In an inn? Neither says a word. But do you know what it is? What it shows? Again, neither answers. Dear God, he says, you know! You brought it here and you— Dear God, so it is true. It took me a while to see what it is, do you know, but I knew what to look for, didn't I? The moment I saw it, I thought, ah, Sir Ralph, this is it. This is it. Now you can check, see if that fucking Frenchman was telling the truth. He lets the bag drop by his feet and unstoppers the bottle. He watches them with glassy eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing twice, 3 times. Christ, Thomas thinks, how can he stand it? When he finishes, he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. You know what he told me, he says. That Frenchman, Bilbon, Bleba, name like that. He told me something I'll never forget. Thought he was lying at the time, nearly killed him for it, though by Christ he was a big fellow. I thought, no, he's a liar, not proud sis. He means some other lord's lady. She would not lie with an animal such as this, not a French animal such as him. Blade born? He looks at the bottle again. He smiles at it, then up at them. "Do you think the Earl of Warwick will let me live? I was thinking, if I gave him this book, I've got it here somewhere." He looks around. There are fewer and fewer places it could be. Another stone, a sprinkling of dust from shifting rafters. "Where is it?" Thomas asks. Gray's head seems to wobble. He grins. He is wholly drunk again. He waves his arm to indicate the room. A servant returns, crouched over. He is about to take a coffer. "Don't take that," Gray says. "I need it. I need it to just—" And he sits on it with a gusty sigh and looks up at them, pleased with himself. Thomas and Katherine stare at one another. She nods. He starts to walk toward Gray, and he means to help him to his feet so that she can retrieve the ledger from the coffer beneath, when there is a huge din, and suddenly the room makes no sense. The floor seems to have been whipped from under him. It yaws, and he finds himself staggering as the planks fall. There is a tremendous noise, and the wall comes billowing in toward him. It is almost as if liquid, until he smacks against it, and his cry for Katherine is not even half formed before it is cut off. He is thrown back and out and down and out into the darkness. He can feel booming pain in his arms and his legs and his chest and his face, and he cannot breathe. And then, nothing.
CD 13.
Chapter 27. Thomas wakes in total darkness. He cannot move, not even his eyelids. He does not know if they are open or closed. He is being pressed from all directions, lain upon, flattened, pushed, pulled. Pain throbs and flares in every part of his body. With each beat of his heart it seems to course up and down his limbs. Boom, 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 boom. But he is alive, at least, he thinks, though for how long and to what purpose he cannot say. He is conscious, though. He can feel grit between his teeth. He spits. The spit does not come back on him. He is lying face down. Well, that is something. He moves the fingers of his right hand. It is by his right hip. Dust and dirt. The same with the left hand, though they are flung out behind him on the left. They feel as if they are moving. Then he moves his hands. They flap as they should. He draws his left hand towards himself. It is blocked by something hard and angular, a block of dressed stone, a rafter, something like that. He tries to roll onto one side. He can. He is not trapped. It is only that, by Christ, it hurts. Now he can see daylight. It is grey, swirling, and it stings his eyes. It settles on him like grit. It is grit. He spits again, and again. He is on his right side now. He lifts his head. He can hear voices. They are very vague, not distant, just muffled. Then there are hands. A man in hose and short boots, russet doublet under a russet jack. Thomas feels himself explored, felt for handholds. Strong hands under his arm, and then another one, cradling his head. He is being pulled out, dragged out. He feels plucked from something, though not so cleanly. "You lucky bastard," the man is saying. "Look at that!" Thomas is held up. More hands. Someone slapping his chest. "Give him water." "Sit him down. Careful." He has to cough. It is burning and hacking. "That's right. Get it out. By the mass, you've eaten a bloody brick." Thomas feels the water turning all the dust into mud in his mouth. "Steady." He opens his eyes fully, looks up, closes them again. Opens one. It is less gritty than the other. He aches all over. "Katherine," he says. "What? What's he saying?" "Katherine?" He stands. "Whoa! Sit down, boy. You're bleeding from every bit of your body. Katherine! He is standing outside, behind where the eastward gatehouse used to be. Its wreckage is all around him, a slew of masonry and stone and spars and rafters. There are tiles, broad sheets of slate. Tiles, plaster dust, lengths of splintered wood. The gatehouse has lost its top story and is a stump, a gap in the already pocked wall. He can see a booted leg. He clambers toward it and then stops. He does not want to tread on anyone. The 3 men with him look uncertain. How many of you were there? One asks. Thomas tries to think. 5, he says. No. 6, no. 5. He looks around. For a few moments the world is swimming, floating. Up is down and down is up. It slips and spins. He is dizzy. Katherine! There is nothing. Thomas picks his way to the booted leg. He knows it is pain. Help me, he says, and after a moment they do. They come awkwardly over the blocks and rubble, and they help him with a long beam that they shift away to expose pain below. He is dead, bleeding from his nose and his ears, even his eyes. Thomas feels grief welling within him like an illness. It is not for pain, though, it is for himself, and for what he knows he will find when he lifts the next stone, or the one after that. Katherine! Katherine! He starts pulling at stones, hurling them behind him. He hefts a rafter and levers it away. The 3 men are impressed. Must be an archer, one mutters. Handy for this sort of thing, the other says. Let's give him a hand. Who are we looking for? Stupid question. They begin, all 4 of them, to work from one edge toward the gatehouse. Some pieces are too big to move. At least there's no one under that one. They leave Pain undisturbed. He calls her name constantly. His hands and shoes are torn, and they were right. He is bleeding from every inch. He leaves smears of blood, and dust turns to thick mud. Katherine! He finds the stone Warwick's gunners used. It is a rough ball, chipped by many hammers, and it is cracked and has fallen apart into 2 almost perfect half-spheres. But Katherine is not there. He stops and looks up. The men are puzzled. You sure, mate? 5 of you? Could they be on the 1st floor, still in the solar? He scrambles up the pile of broken building and onto the 1st floor. He sees Gray straight away, on his back, half in, half out of the blocks, a rafter across his belly, mouth open, dust so thick on his face, even on his tongue, that he might be an unpolished statue. He is still clutching the costrel of spirit. Thomas feels a moment of savagery. You brought this on yourself, he wants to shout. You brought this on yourself. He clenches his eyes, but cannot stop the tears squeezing out. If only you had died sooner, he thinks. He stands, takes the costrel from Gray's not quite limp grasp, wipes the top, and takes a long pull. Christ, it is strong. It burns all the way to his stomach. One of the other men has climbed up to join him. Thomas offers him a drink, and the man doesn't mind if he does. But before he drinks, he stops and gestures with his hand, pointing, there. Thomas looks, and oh Christ, there she is. Her feet, in her grey woolen socks. Her shoes have gone. She is face down under a pile of slates and beams. Thomas scrambles over. He starts tearing at the slates, sending them slipping away. They slide down the staircase to the floor below. There is a shout. For the love of God, Thomas! It is Jack, alive, knocked down the steps. Help! Thomas shouts at him. Help me, she's trapped! And Jack comes slowly scrambling up the steps on all 4s. He is bleeding from a cut on his forehead, and his eyes are bloodshot, and his left hand does not seem to be working, so he is like a limping dog as he comes. When he is there, he helps as best he can, dragging stones away one-handed, splintered beams and a piece of broken rafter. Careful, Thomas says, careful. After a moment she is clear. There is nothing across her, unlike the other 2. He stands, and he does not know what to do. Dust crumbles from her dress. Oh, thank God. She is breathing. She is alive. Katherine! He bends so that he is by her face. Katherine! Her eyes flicker. She is definitely alive. He can hear the soft whistle of her breath. Her spit darkens the dust on her skin. Help me, he tells Jack, but the other man steps in. Let me, he says. You look like you've seen better days, mate. That arm of yours. They both look to see a long splinter sticking from the meat of Jack's arm. It goes right the way through and out the other side. Don't take it out, Thomas says. He has learned something, he thinks. One of the others is on the first floor now, picking his way through the debris towards them. A woman, he asks. His wife, Jack says. Oh, we need a plank, Thomas tells them. He has seen this done before. They find a bench, the seat of which will do, and the legs are already broken off. They place it next to her and lift her up and onto it as gently as the four of them are able. It is not easy work. The rubble is thigh-high, and it slips and falls away down the steps and over the side of the wall. When they have her on the bench, they carry that. Which way? They go down the outside of the gatehouse, stepping on the slew of broken building, passing her down. She slips, and they should have tied her to the bench, but they save her from falling again, and they carry her away from all the rubble, and they lay her on the worn grass of the inner bailey. Where's Master Payne? Jack asks. Thomas shakes his head. Pity, Jack says. You could say that, Thomas thinks. So what do you want to do with her? One of the men asks. Can't leave her out here. As he says that, there is another crack, and then the distant rippling boom of a gun. Newcastle, the man says. Third time today, that is. We should lay her on her side, Thomas says, so she can breathe. All right. They roll her over. Use this, the man says, and he pulls out a fat book from a shattered coffer. The ledger. He brushes the dirt and dust from it, and he slides it under her head. A gift from the partner. Made for the job, he says. Katherine is very pale, very still, but she is breathing shallow little gasps, as if to breathe in deeply is too painful. What do you reckon? One of them asks. She gonna pull through? No one has an answer. Thomas cannot stop himself weeping, so he stands and moves away from them, walking around in a circle, tears dripping, mouth loose and square, snot in his beard. He can't help but gesticulate his hopelessness, and he starts talking, beginning one word before finishing another, a series of questions. Self-sorrow, despair, grief, but at least he feels no physical pain. He can sense the others watching him. He knows he could go mad now and fall to beating the ground and wailing. He could tear his clothes, such as they are, or the skin of his cheeks. He could beat his chest until that bled. And all these things seemed sensible. But after a while spent tripping around, crying out, nothing has changed, and he begins to slide the other way. Do you have a surgeon? He asks the men staring at him. They shake their heads. Ralph Greer's got two, one says. A physician and a surgeon. Or maybe the surgeon went away. Jack is looking at Katherine closely. If we could find one, he says, very carefully, that would be good. But where? Where? Has Riven got one? Thomas knows he hasn't. That is why he used Payne and Katherine. Old Warwick will have one of them says. Probably have hundreds. Jack turns on him. What the fuck use is that? But he's right, Thomas thinks. Of course the Earl of Warwick will have a surgeon. They must get her to the Earl of Warwick. Shouldn't be impossible, Jack says, now Grey's dead. But then suddenly Grey isn't dead. Suddenly there is a commotion on the floor above, a sneezing and then a truncated cry. Christ! Thomas thinks he might climb up there now and kill him, but he does not. He lets the others scramble up, and they stand around Gray's prone body for a while without doing much, while Thomas just sits in the mud and holds Katherine's hand. "He's alive, all right," one of them calls down, "but he isn't none too clever." They shift the beam across him and let it slide down the rubble. Gray is groaning. He sits up and rubs his head. He looks utterly lost and stares around him, terrified. He says nothing. They help him to his feet. He needs support. He grimaces and clutches his head, then slips into blackness. "He's out of his wits." "Let's get him down," one of them says, and they help him negotiate the ramp of shattered masonry, and they sit him down next to Katherine, and after a moment he lies down and looks up at the seagulls, and there is not a scratch on him. They stand in silence for a moment. "We need a horse, 2 horses. Jack says he will get them. "Be in the stables," he says. "I'll bring them up." Thomas sits and watches Katherine sipping the air. He listens to the ringing in his ears, and there is an occasional crump of a distant gun, but perhaps the big ones are too hot now and cannot safely be used, for there have been no big stones for a long while, only the little ones, and though he hears them land, he never sees them, so supposes Warwick is using them to pick holes in the curtain walls. He uses Payne's knife to cut some of Gray's linen into long strips, and while Gray sits there in silence, alternately grimacing and blank as a pebble, Thomas shuffles over and ties his wrists together. Thomas ties him tight, wrist to wrist. Gray does not move, but he blinks, and a frown appears. A little while later, Jack brings 2 horses, both saddled, clopping up the track from the stables below. You can see their ribs, and they look half dead, except their eyes roll and their ears are flattened, and they snap their teeth and wave their heads on spindly necks. "What are you going to do?" Jack asks. "I'm going to trade Gray for a doctor," Thomas tells him. Now Jack is looking at him oddly. "It is all I can do," Thomas says. "I will not let her die." But Jack's gaze is not on Thomas. It slides past him and over his shoulder. Thomas turns. It is Riven, of course. He stands there, and he is in a broad-shouldered velvet gown of very deep red, and he wears hose of deepest blue, and his riding boots are turned down at the knee. Strapped to his belt are a sheathed dagger and a heavy purse. On his head is a broad black cap, sewn with tiny pearls, and on his breast a white circle in the centre of which flies a delicately stitched raven. He is carrying a pair of gloves. Behind him are 3 of his men in their usual livery, and one of them is carrying a long sword in a leather scabbard, while the other is carrying the poleaxe. Seeing it again chills Thomas. It is so lethal, so purposeful, and so bent on just one object, the death of a man. It seems to have a personality and presence of its own, and it draws the eye. Riven stops at the steps, and he looks down at Thomas for a long time. Thomas can think of nothing to say. He is unmoving under the gaze. "Well, well," Riven says, with a smile forming. "Well, well. How you've changed, brother monk. How you've changed. That's why it took me so long to work it out, to remember where I saw you last. And have you now? Shall I tell you what annoys me most, brother monk? Shall I? It is that I won't hear the story from you of how you came to be here after all these years. I won't find out your real name, nor where you went after—" And now he stops. "What in God's name are you doing with Gray there?" He looks at the bindings and the horse, and he concludes correctly. "Well, well," he says, with a regretful admiration. "You have got there before me, and for once you have done me a favour. I was just on my way to collar the fool. But what is—" And he cranes his neck to see who is lying with her back to him on the plank. "A woman? Here? Who is she?" Said it was his wife, one of the men answers. His wife? Riven steps around Thomas with a humourless smile. He walks over to Katherine. He walks beyond her and bends and stares at her. Then he is startled, unable to believe what he is seeing, and he crouches before her and tilts his head to see her properly. After a moment he rights himself. He is wild and wide-eyed. He looks at Thomas, then back at her, then back at Thomas. "By Christ," he breathes. "By Christ! What has gone on here?" And Thomas says nothing, and now Katherine wakes with the gentlest, most puzzled mewing sound. Is this who I think it is? Is this Sister Nun? Is that it? Is that what this is? And Katherine, hardly moving her head, looks up at him, and they look at one another, and she tries to say no, perhaps, but it doesn't matter, because he knows the truth of it, if not the why and the how of it. And he says, "You know, I promised my son I would do this if I ever saw you again." And he kicks her once, very hard, in her guts. Thomas has killed the man even before the pain in Katherine's belly subsides. She does not see it, not exactly how it happens, but it isn't difficult to imagine. He moves very fast. He snatches the poleaxe from the startled liveryman's hands, and he is on Sir Giles Riven before Riven can even move. He is just stepping back, and later she will wonder if he was going to take another kick at her, when Thomas comes. She cannot say which part of the poleaxe he uses to hit him first, but she supposes that any part of it, swung with that ferocity, would have killed him. Riven is thrown to the ground by her feet. His head is absolutely caved in. It is like a rotten apple left to the wasps, except more so. The poleaxe is driven through his head and into the top of his throat. It almost passes through him and comes out above his hip. It bursts his head and rips a great piece off him. It claws him, guts him, brains him, all at once and all in an instant, and it turns him from a human being into just a pile of meat. And if a man found this on the side of the road or washed up on a beach, a man might think it had been shovelled there and was part of something else, an off-cut of something. The poleaxe is embedded beyond its languettes, and it stays that way, sticking up while blood spreads sluggishly on the ground around the twitching pile of flesh. No one moves. Thomas is standing with legs spread wide, and there is a great spray of fresh blood across his face, chest, and arms. Riven's men are staring open-mouthed. "By God," one of them says, "you fucking killed him." And then the one who lost the poleaxe starts an incredulous laugh. "Wish someone had done that 5 years ago." Thomas comes and bends over Katherine. His eyes are very white against the blood that marks his face. "Are you all right?" he asks. She feels as if something inside her has been torn, and that if she moves she will only tear it further, and she feels such a depth of sadness that she can hardly look at him, so she nods her head and closes her eyes, and she hopes no tears will come, and she wonders why she is on a plank. Then she hears another man come. She hears him shouting from a distance, asking questions in one of those voices, and then she hears him bark with incredulity, and then he's silent. He swears once, and then stops. He talks to Gray, asks him questions, slaps him, and seems to get the answer he wants. Thomas tells him something. Then the man goes away, and they stand there a moment longer, and Thomas drapes a cloak over her, and he says something about it being all right, and that it is over now, and that they will take her to a physician, and she knows Payne must be dead, or else where is he? Then she hears the axe being removed from Riven, and she opens her eyes to see his body slump further, and then she watches two men she does not know helping Sir Ralph Grey onto one of the horses, and he seems very confused, she thinks, and he is looking around as if he is not sure he was ever supposed to be here. And then they lead the horse away, and Thomas comes back with some ale for her, and she is thirsty and hungry too, so she drinks, and she spills some, and she says she is sorry, and he tells her of course it does not matter. And she realizes she is resting her head on the ledger, and she also realizes he has done it. He has found the ledger, and he has killed Riven, and she says, "Well done, Thomas," but she cannot have said it very loudly, for he has to bend in close to hear. Then she tries to say goodbye, and to tell him that she loves him, because suddenly she is certain she is dying. Chapter 28. "Sirs," Thomas shouts, "sirs, for the love of God, please be out of the way." He and Jack and John Stump are carrying Katherine on the same bench seat they used to lower her from the wreckage of the great eastward gatehouse, and they are trying to push past men in various liveries who are flooding out of the main gate of the castle, men who have been permitted to leave her walls for the first time in 3 months, on condition that they lay down their arms and make a solemn oath never to take them up or make fences against the King's Majesty ever again. This they have gladly done, and now they must endure a lengthy and humiliating walk through the ranks of Warwick's men, who mob the roadside and jeer at them as they pass. "Please, sirs," Thomas calls, "make way." He has no idea where he must go first, but he knows there will be a physician or a surgeon somewhere in the camp ahead, so he makes his way with the flow, but men are reluctant to let him and Jack pass them for fear it will slow them up and mean they have to endure more mockery from the Earl of Warwick's troops for longer. When they reach the camp, when they pass under the snouts of the great guns that are raised up above them, and where the air smells contaminated by the smell of burned powder, the press becomes even worse, since now they must go against its flow, and they have no hands with which to bat men away, but must endure collision and subsequent derision. Men laugh and shout, and it feels very dangerous, as if anything could go wrong at any moment for any number of reasons, and the result would be fatal. "Please, sirs," Thomas keeps saying. At one point he has to stop. He nearly turns and runs. Ahead are 5 men in the pale livery of Edmund Riven. They have their heads craned, looking for someone. He ducks his head, and he can only pray it is not him they seek, but others in their livery, and that they do not yet know what has happened to Giles Riven. When they are past the 5 men, Jack calls out. "See them, Thomas," he says. "They'll soon be looking for you, won't they? Edmund Riven won't be happy when he finds out what you've just done to his father." The poleaxe, roughly cleaned now, wiped on a dry bit of Riven's cloak, is lying by Katherine's side, its business end by her feet. She is asleep, deathly pale. He is too frightened to check if she is still alive. "Only take him a day or 2 to find out who you are," Jack goes on. "A couple of questions in the right place. He could even ask Grey, couldn't he? If Warwick lets him live long enough, that is. And Grey's no reason to thank you, has he? Not after you tied him up and turned him over to that Neville of wherever it is to exchange with Warwick for his life and liberty." Thomas feels the truth of this settle on him like rainwater. "Jack," he says over his shoulder, "Jack, please, just stop. Please, for the love of God." "All right," Jack says. "If I were you, I'd be thinking of, well, elsewhere." "I am bloody thinking of elsewhere," Thomas says. "It's all that's bloody left to me now." Eventually the crowd thins. Then, ahead, are the canvas avenues of tents belonging to the nobility of the Earl of Warwick's army, with their banners and flags. If he is to find a physician, this is where they will be. He meets 2 men who will not let him pass until they have had their moment of fun with him. One of them is horribly scarred down one cheek. A great pock of flesh is missing, with a tail of hardened skin that slides into the collar of his jack. An old arrow wound. "What you got there?" he asks, as if suspicious they may be looting something before he has first rejected it himself. "My wife," Thomas tells them, and he turns his head to indicate Katherine on the makeshift stretcher. "She needs help. A surgeon." "A surgeon, is it?" Yes, it is urgent. Got any money? No point in asking if you haven't. Christ, Thomas thinks. Christ, of course he doesn't have any bloody money. No? The soldier says with a shake of his head. Well, then you'd better take her to the friars over yon. They might do for her. And if not, then you'll not have far to carry her when it's all over, will you? Thomas sees they have a black bull's head badge on their jacks, and each carries an unnocked bow. You were William Hastings' archers? He asks. He almost doesn't know why or how he knows the badge, but the two men are proud of it and straighten themselves. Lord Hastings it is now, since 3 years ago, the older of the two says. Who wants to know? I am Thomas Everingham. The name means nothing to the younger one, and why should it? But the older one narrows his eyes and looks at Thomas carefully. Christ on his cross, he says. Thomas something, I remember you. Thomas feels the air go out of him. Is this good or bad? We found you in the woods outside Mortimer's Cross, didn't we? The archer says. Pulled your fat from the fire then, and no mistake. You were with some fancy lady, weren't you? A surgeon herself, I recall. Thomas nods mutely. The archer peers round at Katherine. He pulls a face. Well, it's her you need now, then, not old Mayhew, the archer says. He can only stitch cuts and grazes, not bring folk back to life. If I did not get the chance to thank you, Thomas says, I do so now, and will again, only please, sirs, if you would show me to your surgeon, this Mayhew. The archer nods. I will, he says, for that woman you were with, she showed kindness to me. This would be a deal worse had she not stitched it up right tight. He points to the silvery wall of his cheek. Oh, Christ, he goes on, and I recall you then were favoured by Lord Hastings, yes, and King Edward. You were at the front when the 3 sons come out, weren't you? What a day that was, eh? He rubs his wound as if it aches to be spoken of. Thomas can only nod. Please, he says. But look at us, the archer says. We're dawdling like old soldiers already. Come the fuck on. He relieves Thomas of half his burden, joining him at his end of the plank, while Thomas joins Jack at Katherine's feet. She lies, eyes closed, bone white, and she looks halfway to death already. They set off through the jostling crowd again, the archers shouting and bullying their way through the throng. Stand aside, mind your backs! A Hastings there! Thomas feels the weight of sorrow shift in his guts. Mayhew, he thinks. Mayhew. He is taking her to see Mayhew, and Sir John Fakenham, and then, of course, inevitably Richard Fakenham, the man who believes himself to be her husband. Oh, Christ, what is he doing? What will they say when they recognise her? They will see she is this Lady Margaret Comfort, who they believed to be dead. They will recognise that she is not as dead as was thought. They will want her back. They will want her back. They will take her back. She will no longer be his. He almost stops then. He raises his face to the sky, and he almost cries out in his grief and anguish at what he is giving up. It'll be all right, Thomas, Jack says. She'll live for another day. You were right, Jack, he says. You were right. That is all that matters now. And his voice catches. All that matters is that she lives. She must live, otherwise... Otherwise what? Christ, she is slack on her board. Her head is lolling. Katherine, we're to see a surgeon. Stay awake, my love, stay awake. There is a flutter of resistance to the planks rolling as they hurry, and it is as if she is not yet gone. Mind your backs, coming through! An injured man, coming through! They are between 2 rows of grand tents now, all striped linen and pennants, and there is straw underfoot, and servants and women and men standing aside as they come through, their pale faces staring down at Katherine, and Thomas will kill the first who makes a sign of the cross to mark the passing of the dead. And then here they are, the surgeon's tent, smaller, shabbier, more worn than those around. Thomas is given no time to hesitate, no time to gather himself or decide if this is indeed what he wants to do. A servant lingers by the door, mouth agape, arms filled with a sack of something. He is barrelled past, left watching, and they carry Katherine into the centre of the tent and stand there a moment looking round in the cool gloom. A man with eyeglasses looks up from where he lies on a pile of sheepskin-covered mattresses. He is in dark hose and a very dark doublet, his shirt sleeves rolled to his elbows. He has been studying a sheaf of parchment filled with shaded pictures of the moon. He looks familiar. "Who are you?" he asks. The first archer tells him that Thomas is a friend of William Hastings and of King Edward, and as soon as he mentions Thomas's name, the eyes behind their glasses sharpen and the man's features concentrate. He tosses aside the chart and rolls to his feet. His hands are gangly. "Thomas Everingham," he says. "Thomas Everingham, by God! But you were dead, you were killed at Towton. Or are you some other Thomas Everingham?" "Difficult question, that one," the archer answers for Thomas, but Thomas nods. The surgeon stares at him. His eyes are very wet. "We can talk of this later," Thomas says. "Sir, I have my wife. She is—" He can hardly say the words. Tears sting the corners of his eyes. They are still standing, with Katherine held on her plank between them. "Your wife?" the surgeon says. "Dear God, is this her? Yes, put her down. What is wrong with her? Is she wounded?" While they set her down, Thomas remains crouching and tells Mayhew about the gun's stone, about the collapsed building, and about Riven's kick, but he does not mention that she is pregnant. He talks quickly, in a rush, but before he is finished he realizes that Mayhew has stopped, frozen, and is staring wide-eyed down at Katherine's face. He is speechless with confusion. "But she is—" "Please," Thomas says, "please just save her. We can discuss whatever needs discussing later." Mayhew is struck silent for a long moment. He blinks behind his eyeglasses. How did she come to be here? She is known to be dead already, and yet—" "I know," Thomas says, "but please, just save her." Mayhew asks him to repeat what has happened to her, and while he listens he runs his hands over Katherine's body, just as Master Payne did in the Eastwood gatehouse. He presses here and there, opens an eyelid, smells her breath, then he works down the body. He frowns, presses again, then he looks up. "You two," he says to the lingering archers, "leave us." The archers turn to troop out. The old one squeezes Thomas's shoulder as he passes. "Good luck." Thomas thanks him. Jack looks to Thomas and Thomas nods. Jack goes too, taking John Stump with him. "We'll be outside," he says. When they are gone, Mayhew turns to Thomas. "She is with child," he states. Thomas can only nod. There is a silence. Thomas can hear Mayhew breathing quickly while he thinks. "This is out of my experience," Mayhew says. "We should find a wise woman or a midwife or someone who knows the bodies of women. I can stitch and cut, I can remove an arrowhead, but that is all." "Please," Thomas says, "please, she would have wanted you to treat her. She did not want any midwives with their magic stones and incantations. She said so. She spoke often of you, of how much you taught her, how much you showed her. She would want you to treat her." Mayhew stares at Thomas a long time. "Please," Thomas says, "at least look at her, and then we can decide." Mayhew nods. "May I?" he asks, indicating her skirts. Thomas nods. Mayhew rolls them up. He places his hand on Katherine's body, feeling under the weight of her gown. He looks up into the roof of the tent and he nibbles his lips. He stops, looks down, then he removes his hand from under her skirts. He holds it out flat, and his palm is dark with blood. "No!" Thomas cries. "No!" Jack comes back in. Mayhew is on his feet. He eases past Jack and shouts to the servant waiting beyond the tent flap. "Bring linen," he says. "Hot water, rose oil, fresh urine, bring salve. Quick, man!" Thomas is stricken. He cannot move. He looks down at Katherine with her skirts and underskirts pulled up around her blood-fingered thighs, and her hose bunched around her knees, and he lets out a racking sob. "You will have to wait elsewhere," Mayhew says. Thomas shakes his head. "Come on, Thomas," Jack says. "Come now. Let the surgeon do his work." But Thomas will not go. He will not leave Katherine there on the soiled floor of a stranger's tent, especially a stranger who thinks she is someone she is not. Very well, Mayhew says, but you cannot abide there. I will sit here, Thomas says. He scrabbles to place himself by her head. Jack too. Her linen cap is loose, her hair spilled. Something makes him tuck it back in and hide her quartered ear. He strokes the pale hair at her temples and smooths the dirt from her forehead. It is all right, he says. It is all right. Her eyelids flutter. She is still alive. I will wait outside, Thomas, Jack says quietly, within earshot, so if I can help. Thomas nods. Jack places his hand on his shoulder. I will pray, he says. Thomas nods again. Jack meets the returning servant at the entrance and holds the flap open to admit him and one other, and together they bring steaming jugs of water and urine, a fat fold of virgin linen, a clutch of earthenware bottles, some good candles, and a brass crucifix. They gather around Mayhew, who snaps quick orders. Cloth is ripped, the candles lit, bottles are unstoppered, a coffer is dragged up, and on it the crucifix. Mayhew washes his hands in the urine, then he dries them very thoroughly on a piece of linen, and then he begins his examination. He lifts the skirts and begins dabbing and discarding bloodied cloth. Thomas sits and watches Katherine for signs of enduring life. It takes a long cycle of prayer, while Mayhew crouches over her spread legs, his servant holding up a candle, his eyes averted, murmuring the prayers, until finally the surgeon lets out a long sigh and throws down his cloth. He removes his misted glasses. Sweat beads his forehead, has dampened his shirt. He pulls the skirts down and looks at Thomas. He shrugs. It is in God's hands. Thomas says nothing. Should I call the priest? The second servant asks. Mayhew frowns in thought. Thomas can hear his own heart booming in his ears. Not yet, Mayhew says. Let us see how she goes through the night. The four of them lift her and carry her to Mayhew's bed. She seems much lighter than before. She lets out a murmur and moves her thin arm to cover her tummy. A good sign, the first servant says, though Thomas cannot believe him. They place the poleaxe and ledger next to the bed and prop the board against the side of the tent. Find wood for a fire, Mayhew tells the servant, both of you. Ask Lord Hastings himself for some if you cannot find any. He will want to provide what he can for the wife of Thomas Everingham. Thomas cannot interpret the tone of his last remark, but both servants disappear. There is a long silence. He watches Katherine, consumed by the thought that if he looks away she will die. Mayhew offers him a drink of something. Thomas takes it and wets Katherine's lips with wine. Thank you, he says. Don't thank me, Mayhew says, for I will not be able to save the child. I cannot perform miracles. No, Thomas says, because he cannot mourn for the unborn child yet. Perhaps there will be time enough in the future for that. The silence is awkward for a long moment, broken eventually by Mayhew. I do not expect you to tell me, he says, but others will wish to know. Thomas allows himself a glance at Mayhew. When he looks back, she is still alive. It is not an easy story to tell, he admits. No, Mayhew supposes. And Thomas leans against the bed, with a hand on Katherine's arm, and he intends to start to try and tell her story in the manner of a confession, to expiate his sin, to make a down payment on the sum he would willingly pay to have her live. But fatigue overtakes him. His eyes close, and a moment later his chin is against his chest, and he is asleep. He wakes at matins when it is still dark, and he touches her hand. It is still warm. He wakes again at prime, and her arm is yet warm. He is woken sometime in the morning by Mayhew's servant. She is still alive. Mayhew is there, He is looking serious. "She is still bleeding," he says. Thomas holds her hand, and he is certain she knows it is him, and that she squeezes his fingers. "You must keep up your own strength," Mayhew says. He offers him ale. It is very good. "There is someone waiting to see you," Mayhew tells him. And Thomas knows that this is it. This is where he must explain to Richard Fakenham why he has brought the woman who was once his wife, whom he thought dead, back to him, half alive, and with child. He takes another series of swallows of the ale. Mayhew is right. He must have some strength for this. He hears voices without, long and grumbling. Then the flap opens, and Mayhew brings in Thomas's visitor. Old, almost as round as tall, a swag of white hair under a dark cloth cap he has bent to one side. He is in very sombre clothes, as if in mourning, and unsteady on his feet. "Thomas!" he cries. "By all that is holy, is that you?" It is Sir John Fakenham. He is peering at him through his eyeglasses. Thomas cannot speak for a long moment. Something is blocking his throat. "Sir John," he manages. "Sir John." "Let me have a look at you, Thomas," Sir John says. "Let me rest my eyes on you again, though for the love of God I can hardly see a thing these days, and these bloody things only seem to make things worse." Thomas stands before him, while Sir John peers long and hard at him. His eyes are very vague, milky even, and his eyeglasses so scratched and chipped it is a wonder anyone can see a thing through them. He has aged sharply this last year. "Ah," he says, "still got that red hair." "As if he should not," Mayhew chides. "Hush, Mayhew," Sir John says. He takes a drink from him with clumsy, grasping fingers, and then Mayhew guides him to a chair and helps him sit. He does so with a heavy sigh, and then looks over at the pile that bears Katherine, pale and still as a marble effigy. "Christ, this is her, is it?" Neither Thomas nor Mayhew says a word. Thomas holds his breath. "I am sorry for your pains, my boy," Sir John says. "And hers. She looks like a pretty girl. Only you could have plucked such a jewel from out of so miserable a place as this, Thomas. My congratulations, boy." He raises his cup and drinks again. Thomas does too. He sees that Sir John has reached that age when nothing now bothers him much, and it is as if he is meeting someone he knows he will never come to know very well, so why become involved? Thomas feels the warmth of relief at having an obstacle removed, but it is tempered by the thought that none of these obstacles matters if Katherine is dead. "But tell me," Sir John goes on, "tell me, my boy, what have you been up to? What news of Kit? Where is he?" Thomas is struck silent for a moment. "Kit, dear God." "Kit returned home," he mumbles. Sir John raises an eyebrow. "Home, eh?" he says, and once again Thomas is left wondering what that means. How much does Sir John know? He cannot tell. "I have the ledger," he says, to change the subject. Sir John is instantly still, his face a passive mask. "Ledger, my boy? The ledger? What is this ledger?" "There," he says, pointing to it, where it sits behind Katherine's head on the board. Sir John does not even bother to look. He could have his fingers in his ears. It is an act. "No," he says, shaking his head, "I know of no ledger." Thomas sees what he is saying, and he might almost laugh. The trouble it has caused, the dangers it has led them to, the price it has cost, and now it lies there, something to be ignored. He might throw it on the fire, were there one alight. "And Giles Riven is dead," he says, "by my own hand." And now Sir John looks truly alarmed. He holds out his hands and hisses at Thomas. "Shh, Christ, keep your voice down, dear God. If any should hear you saying something like that, it will be straight back to that bastard Edmund Riven, and he will send his murderers and assassins and what have you, and that will be that. I'll be in mourning for another 6 months." Thomas says nothing. Mourning for whom? But great God in heaven, boy, I am glad to hear that. It is bad enough that that little shit Edmund Riven is alive, even with us in the camp, can you believe it? Though the Earl of Warwick will not tolerate him at council for the fearful stink of his eye, but he is still here, still alive, and as far as I know, well, he has Cornford still, and had been aiming for greater things yet with all his schemes. I am glad to hear his father is dead, and gone to hell as he deserves. Was it a painful one? God's bones, I have imagined it so often over these years. Thomas tells him how it happened. But it was not before he kicked Katherine, he says. Sir John nods sadly. The trouble that man has caused. Makes you wonder why God allows it sometimes, doesn't it? My wife Isabella says these troubles are God sent to harden us, to prove us, as a swordsmith might to blade. But she is increasingly devout thanks to that infernal cannon you left with us. I think I don't know what to think. So he's not mourning for Isabella, Thomas thinks. And now Mayhew glances over at Katherine, and he frowns and comes quickly to her side. He presses a point on her neck, and then shouts for his servant. She is bleeding again from within, he says. We have applied a coagulant. There is only so much we can do. Just your best, Mayhew, Sir John says. No man can ask for more. Thomas crouches next to her. She is very pale now, very drawn, the bones of her cheeks sharp, the skin drawn tight, her lips bloodless. The servant comes. Sir John is moved. He sits next to Thomas while Katherine's skirts are raised. There is more linen, spools of it, more urine, the faint smell of rose oil, and something else that is pungent and bitter and catches at your throat. The servant mumbles prayers. He raises the crucifix in one hand and the candle in the other. Mayhew is quick, working frantically. Katherine twitches as if she were dreaming, and her breath is very shallow and fast. Mayhew curses. Then he does something, and he is still, applying some pressure. He looks at them both significantly, and Thomas knows this is it, the last chance. If this does not work, nothing will. A priest will need to be summoned. Time ekes past. The light fades. The tent linen closes in on them. The servant lights another candle from the stub of the first. Mayhew is still there, pressing. Sir John slips in and out of sleep. His snoring is a light buzz. Katherine's breathing has slowed. He can see the dark trace of her blood vessels through her pale skin. One is jumping rhythmically, a tiny beat. Then it is too dark to see that. No one says anything. A little later the other servant brings bread and soup and ale sent by Lord Hastings. Mayhew does not move, or even look up. Sir John wakes and mumbles something. The servant pours him ale. Still with us, is she? Sir John asks. Good. I've been praying for her. And Mayhew, he knows his stuff. Thomas can stand it no longer. Sir, he asks, whom is it that you mourn? Sir John looks at him over the rim of his mug, and the candlelight glints in his rheumy eye. But for the first time, Thomas thinks the old man has really focused on him, is really seeing him. Pshaw, he says, putting aside the mug, and looking suddenly very powdery and older yet. You have been away for almost a year, haven't you? You will not have heard. Richard, my boy, my only boy, you know, he died. Late last year, just before Christmas. I used to love Christmas, you know. But no more shall I. It was always going to happen, that I knew. Once his Margaret died, he was bound to follow. Still, though, it was a blow. A great blow. Thomas returns to Katherine, and he presses her hand in his own, and relief, hope, guilt and regret placked together and coil through him. Richard Fakenham is dead. Dear God, suddenly a vast obstacle is removed, like an old man's stone, he thinks, and he begins to think that there is hope for them, until he remembers that nothing matters if Katherine is not there with him. And then Mayhew makes a subtle move, a slight relaxing of his shoulders, and afterward he is stopped still for a long moment, head bent, crouched, staring at something. And then he looks up and allows Thomas to catch his eye, and his expression, bone-weary, is just about readable. And he nods his head very slightly, and behind him the servant begins the Te Deum, a prayer of thanksgiving, and Thomas feels tears welling in his eyes again, and he turns to look at her, and he thinks for a moment that she has her eyes open. "Katherine," he says, "all is well. All is well." At that moment there is a booming ruffle of the heavy linen walls of the tent, as the east wind off the North Sea picks up, and the candle flame wavers on its wick, and Sir John wakes with a start, and all the men look up fearfully as if something is passing overhead, and the servant crosses himself twice. A note from the author. The great castles at Alnwick, Dunstanburgh and Bamborough are perhaps the mightiest of the castles in Northumberland, but they are just 3 of the many that stud what was, in the 15th century, known as the East March, each constructed during the early Middle Ages to protect England from the marauding Scots and, to be fair, to serve as bases for marauding Englishmen heading the other way. Many of them still stand, rebuilt, buffed up, Victorianised in the case of Alnwick and Bamborough, preserved as an austere ruin in the case of Dunstanburgh, and today they, and many of the others, can be visited following a well-signposted castle route, running from Warkworth in the south to Norham in the north. In the 21st century they are almost serene, cool and mossy and damp, often hard by meandering rivers below, romantic monuments to a distant past. But it does not take too great an imaginative leap to see them as they might have been 500 years ago, absolutely dominating the landscape as cathedrals did further south, each one a complex, whirring hub at the centre of an extensive ecosystem, sucking in men and materiel, food and fodder, animals and wood to burn, for miles around, and they would have been busy, loud and smelly places. It was to these castles that, after their power was very nearly destroyed at the Battle of Towton in 1461, the subject of the first in the Kingmaker trilogy, Winter Pilgrims, such Lancastrian forces as survived the rout withdrew, and it was among them that the next phase of the conflict we have come to know as the Wars of the Roses played itself out. As with the longer span of the wars, the history of these next few years, from 1461 to 1464, is often confusing, occasionally nonsensical, sometimes comical. Everybody changes sides at least once, usually twice. There are 2 kings, and everybody else is called Richard or John. Before Thomas and Katherine arrive in the autumn of 1463, each of the 3 castles had been besieged by the Yorkists and taken from the Lancastrians at least once already, only for the wrong man, from the Yorkist point of view, to be given the keys afterwards. Each newly appointed castellan almost instantly reverted to the Lancastrian cause, and it was from the chilly confines of these borrowed castles that the adherents of Henry VI holed up, in some discomfort and almost powerless to influence events while they waited for help from France or Burgundy or Scotland or, in fact, from more or less anyone with un peu d'argent. Meanwhile, in London, the Yorkists, under Edward IV, scrambled to secure their grip on the throne and to cut off any chance of outside aid coming to those men in the castles. Life must have been very bleak. Options began running out very quickly, and Henry VI, not the leader his father had been, nor in fact the leader his wife, Margaret of Anjou, was not the man to bring the Lancastrians out of their bind, so one can imagine the excitement the beleaguered garrisons must have felt when the Duke of Somerset reverted to Henry's cause and turned up on the drawbridge, under-equipped for the weather at that time of year, having had to leap out through the window of an inn to escape Lord Montague's men. Although not a markedly successful general, he led the Lancastrian army unsuccessfully at Northampton and Towton. He was full of vim, a very fine jouster, and it must have been wonderful for Henry's men to be away from the castles for a while as he led them in search of Lord Montague's men, though I do not suppose many would have appreciated the rugged beauty of the Northumbrian countryside as we do today. I have looked for any mention being made of Hadrian's Wall, incidentally, but have found none, and so I still wonder what they would have made of it. To many Englishmen of the time, any foreigner was a Frenchie, so what they would have thought of it, built by the despised Frenchies so long ago, is anyone's guess. The two battles described in this book, Hedgeley Moor and Hexham, were small-scale affairs and somewhat frustrating after the incredible rigours of Towton, but they are intriguing in many ways. Very little is known of them, and such accounts as exist are, again, and as is usual, contradictory, and do not fit with the topography or military probability. Legend has grown up around Percy's leap at Hedgeley Moor, but did it really happen? At Hexham I have placed Somerset's men atop Swallowship Hill facing north, which seems to me to make the most sense. But others may disagree and be proved right, and if that is the case, then I can only admit that my guess will have turned out to be incorrect. In both cases, I have tried to understand why the men belonging to Lord Hungerford and Lord Roos capitulated apparently so speedily, and have advanced a theory that, since it is predicated on the existence of a fictional character, cannot possibly be the real one, but there may have been some other similar forces at work on those days. Whatever the cause of their running, it saved lives in the end, and perhaps that was reason enough. The men in both camps would have been very similar types, from adjacent neighbourhoods, and perhaps their hearts weren't really in it. Perhaps they remembered the trauma of Towton too clearly, and this was an outbreak of genuinely civil war. As for William Talboys and his mules carrying what remained of King Henry's war chest, that is true. He was captured after the battle hiding in a coal mine with an unknown but large sum of money, quickly distributed among Lord Montague's men, and was executed in Newcastle in July that year, 2 months after the battle. Quite what he had been doing in the meantime is one of the gaps in our knowledge wherein fiction writers thrive. Meanwhile, though, poor old Henry VI continued to evade capture until 1465, when he was finally caught and taken to the Tower of London. In some ways, he was probably better suited to captivity than kingship, since he was a simple soul, given to prayer, and he was to spend the next 5 years there, until he was winkled out to play one last fateful role in the continuing story of Katherine and Thomas. Acknowledgements. While I was trying to finish this novel, I was convinced my slog was solitary, but since looking up from it, I have seen that it would have been much less fun and much harder work without the support and friendship of 100 different people, some of whom I'd like to thank by name. First, I'd like to thank those of you who were so encouraging about my first novel, Winter Pilgrims. Without Ben Kane and Mandra Scott's kind words and Hilary Mantel's unexpected endorsement, this second one might have been a trial of endurance, but your very generous encouragement really gave me wings, as did that of Robin Carter and Kate Atherton, who were so kind about me in their excellent blogs. Parmenion Books and 4 Winter Nights. I can't tell you how cheering your comments have been, so thanks very much, guys. Second, thanks are due to my lovely agent, Charlotte Robertson, who has been wonderfully positive and calm in all things, as well as my editors, Selina Walker and Francesca Patuk, who have tolerated my endless deadline dodges. I'd very much like to thank the amazingly patient Mary Chamberlain for applying her eagle eye on matters of plot and plausibility, as well as Tim Bayard-Jones for his terrifically astute nitpicking on matters concerning the 15th century. Thank you too, David Allison, for all your brilliant suggestions. Without your help, this book would not be half the book it is, while at the same time being double its length. Next, my thanks are owed to Johnny Villeneuve and Leslie Bookless for putting me up and putting up with me, and to Jacko for being such an easy and enthusiastic audience. Thank you also Kate Summerscale and Sinclair Mackay for your continued support, you know what I mean, as well as, all too familiarly, Anna and John Clements for, again, you know what. I'd also like to thank Nick and Lillian Phillips, who have been models of generous support and very tolerant friendship. I could not have finished this without you. Most of all, though, I'd especially like to thank Kazza and Martha, and Tom and Max too, for continuing to make it all the subject of high comedy. Belinda hopes you enjoyed the reading of Kingmaker, Broken Faith, written by Toby Clements and read by Jack Hawkins. Our audiobooks are becoming increasingly popular among travellers, families, and people who are on the go. If you really enjoyed this audiobook, please introduce your friends and family to the experience. We're sure they'll love you for it. If you want to hear more about our fabulous range of titles, please visit us online at belinda.com. Thanks for listening, and remember to always take a Belinda audiobook with you.